Hello and welcome to the Bitcoin Magazine News Desk presented by Mara. I'm Pete Rizzo, Bitcoin historian at X, and it's day one of the largest Bitcoin conference in the world. We're broadcasting live from the Venetian in Las Vegas, Nevada. What began with an email on an obscure mailing list, a software released for people to run around the globe, has turned into this. 30,000 guests arriving today to see the Vice President of the United States, JD Vance, take the stage. We're just a half an hour away from history happening. And of course, we've got an absolutely packed lineup today. You're going to hear keynotes from Square, the BitMEX founder Arthur Hayes, the Pakistan Crypto Council, Donald Trump Jr., Eric Trump, Bitcoin Standard author Saifedean Ammous, and of course Adam Back, the man who sent that email or was emailed by Satoshi all those years ago when Bitcoin was bubbling up from the internet to becoming the phenomenon that it is today. Also, a Guinness Book of World Record to be set as attendees here looked to set a record for transactions, the number of transactions in a single day. And of course, news breaking all the time on stage. You can follow us at bitcoinmagazine.com and at Bitcoin Magazine on Twitter as news happens. Right now, we're going to turn it to our special guest, Frank Corva, senior White House correspondent for the Bitcoin Magazine. Frank, we've got an epic lineup, but we're going to see history. Why don't you take us into what's about to happen on the main stage?
Yeah, I think it's really important to put this in context. So last year we had President Trump here at Bitcoin 2024, which was in Nashville. So President Trump at the time wasn't the president again yet. He was still on the campaign trail. I think some people sometimes forget that. So this is actually, we have JD Vance about to take the stage in hopefully about 15 minutes from now. This will be the largest political figure at a Bitcoin conference. Now, I know some people might have an issue with that, right? So Bitcoin is the separation of money and state. That doesn't mean that the state is never going to be involved in regulating Bitcoin, in having some thoughts on Bitcoin. We saw with the previous administration that they were very hostile to it. I personally am a fan of the fact that this administration is friendly to it. We have a press pass to the White House to go have conversations. I recently spoke with the Secretary of Commerce, Howard Lutnick. He's talking about incentivizing Bitcoin miners to mine more Bitcoin on U.S. soil, to create their own power facilities to do so. I'd much rather hear this coming out of the mouths of politicians versus people who are saying that Bitcoin is only used by criminals and scammers and everything else.
Well, Frank, your reporting obviously has been super instrumental in informing the community about what's happening. Definitely encourage people to check it out. Let's talk a little bit about some of those articles, some of those interviews that you've done. Obviously, you mentioned Howard Lutnick, but state-level representatives and people around the country who are in the political system are interviewing you, breaking news. What are some of the more interesting stories that you've found in your reporting?
Yeah, well, we had Representative Keith Ammann from New Hampshire on the desk yesterday. So Keith is great. He's actually an old-school Bitcoiner. He was buying Bitcoin, I think he started back in 2011. He learned about it at like a freedom conference in New Hampshire, got really into it. He's actually been educating people at the state level in New Hampshire about Bitcoin as an asset that they should have on the balance sheet since 2015. So a lot of people are like, oh, now states are thinking about this. There's been people who have been prepping those in power at the state level for a long time. Keith Ammann is one of those people. So yeah, he was the primary sponsor for the first strategic Bitcoin reserve bill that got enacted into law, which just happened, I believe it's 3 weeks ago now, maybe a month ago. So we just had that happen. Another really cool character, Nick Begich, congressman from Alaska.
Hey, Mt. Gox customer, indeed, right?
Mt. Gox customer, old school Bitcoiner. I said it yesterday on the desk, bought 7 Bitcoin for $100. Hard to believe that was back in 2012. But this is the person who introduced the Bitcoin Act, which I think is the sister act to the act that was introduced in the Senate by Senator Lummis. He introduced that to the House. Really a huge proponent of not only the SBR, but the Americans' right to hold their private keys and enshrining that into law.
Well, we've got a lot of new faces joining us in the audience today from YouTube, Rumble, and X. A lot of newcomers who are maybe just tuning in to Bitcoin at all-time highs, to America embracing Bitcoin. They're going to hear a lot of terms today that they may be unfamiliar with. We want to break a few of them down. The Genius Act, also called the Stablecoin Bill. There's also a market structure bill, and as you mentioned, the Bitcoin Act. Maybe let's walk through those. What should people at home know about these 3 legislations?
Yeah, and I think it's important that one, so we're going to talk about some acts that don't directly affect Bitcoin, and I know this is the Bitcoin conference, but there's things that will affect other crypto assets that will then have second-order effects that affect Bitcoin. So, for example, in the Genius Act, right now there are amendments being made to that act, but that act is predominantly about stablecoins. But there are amendments being made to that act where you now have Senate Democrats saying, well, we want more KYC on wallets. They're citing the Bank Secrecy Act, which was a law that was enacted or an act that was passed in 1971. That it's aimed to prevent illicit activity, right? But with Bitcoin, we take privacy very seriously. We want to have our own wallets. We want to be able to use it. Bitcoin, like cash, right? All of our cash isn't KYC'd. If I hand you $1, that's the same as making a Bitcoin transaction from one person to another. So we want to preserve that. So the Genius Act is looking at stablecoins. Market structure will be a little bit different. That's more of a classification of crypto assets that will affect Bitcoin, but we do know that Bitcoin is classified as a commodity, under the CFTC's purview. So I'm not I'm paying attention to what's going on there, but I think the big act that I'm really, really excited about is the aforementioned act, the Bitcoin Act, and I think that's really, really important. It's amazing that President Trump created an EO where he said we're going to create a strategic Bitcoin reserve, but we know executive orders can be taken back by the next administration when they come in. So if we create this strategic Bitcoin reserve only under the guise of an executive order, we can have the next president come in and just say, okay, no more strategic Bitcoin reserve. We're selling all the Bitcoin, much like we saw the Biden administration sell the Bitcoin that we had seized, this Bitcoin that we had on our balance sheet. So yeah, it's important to pay attention to all three of these things. And again, privacy is a really big issue with all of these bills. We want to stay vigilant and make sure that we don't see any language that's going to say that that all nodes or Bitcoin wallets are money transmitters. We want to really make sure that doesn't happen.
Well, yesterday we got the sense from listening to the speakers, Eric Trump, Donald Trump Jr., Cynthia Lummis, that the stakes are high. There's a deadline self-imposed by the Republican Party to pass these legislations by August to actually enact these bills. And there does seem to be some pressure as Democrats maybe walk away on this issue or start to be more comfortable being anti-crypto. Can you talk about this dynamic and how it's shaping up?
I think first it's important to give a shout out to not say that all Democrats are the same. So we have the Rokanas of the world who are saying to the Democrats, you really need to pay attention to this technology. It is not a partisan technology. We should be looking at this in a bipartisan manner. Yes, Democrats are walking away. They have their reasons. They've cited them. Elizabeth Warren, she keeps harping on this idea that crypto is just used by criminals. And I think what I've been told by many politicians is that there still is a lack of education on the Hill. There's a lot of people who still do not really understand the value proposition of Bitcoin and why Bitcoin aligns with American values, self-sovereignty, the ability to just save money to better your life, to use it as a tool to do those things. So right now, I think what we're seeing with Democrats is that there's just still a lot of misunderstanding, still harping on the old talking points, and I think there's just a bit of vitriol, right? Some of them just really don't like Trump. They don't want to see Trump get any wins, so we're just seeing partisan politics play out in an unfortunate manner.
And we are now just 10 minutes away from JD Vance's historic speech. Maybe a final thought, Frank, from you on what you expect to hear from the sitting vice president.
Yeah, I think we're going to see a macro overview. We know this is a pro-tech guy. I think he's going to talk about Bitcoin and American values, as I just mentioned, for sure. I don't think we're going to be getting into the weeds here. I don't think we're going to be talking about, de minimis tax exemptions for spending your Bitcoin or anything like that. But the importance of having Bitcoin on America's balance sheet, creating an SPR that's codified into law, I think that'll be brought up absolutely. I hope he reaches, kind of reaches across the aisle, says to Democrats, we want to work together on this. I think that's really the big thing here. Last year we had more Democrat representatives here. This year it's a little bit more Republican. So I think the big thing is sending a message out there that Bitcoin is an American thing, not just a Republican thing or a right thing. And I think that's a big thing. But again, I think it's going to be macro level overview. America is pro-technology. America is pro-self-sovereignty. And I think that's going to be the majority of it.
Frank Corva, senior White House correspondent for Bitcoin Magazine, of course, making his own history as the first correspondent on Bitcoin in the White House. JD Vance coming up. We'll be right back after these messages.
What is the key to progress? Is it more machines? More money? More buildings? Or are those just the outcomes? What if progress relies on having purpose?
I think the new type of censorship is going to be far more intelligent, and I'm already seeing a lot of signs of it.
The tide of free speech has turned, and it's unstoppable. At Rumble, creators are unfiltered, uncensored, undeniably bold. Powered by our own cloud, we are completely independent. Through the Rumble Advertising Center, we're rewarding authentic voices. This is where crypto creators and communities who value freedom and authenticity belong.
Welcome back to the Bitcoin Magazine News Desk presented by Mara. I am Frank Corver, the political correspondent for Bitcoin Magazine. I am joined by three legends from the Bitcoin Policy Institute. We have Stephen Pollack, head of development at BPI, all the way to my left over there. Matthew Pines, to his right, the executive director of BPI, and Zach Shapiro, head of policy at the Bitcoin Policy Institute. Gentlemen, thank you so much for joining us this morning. Stephen, I want to go over to you first. I think it's no secret that we've had plenty of political figures, including the Vice President of the United States, who's about to take the stage here at the event. Why is it important that we as Bitcoiners, as Bitcoin enthusiasts, Bitcoin proponents, are engaging with the political class at this point in time?
Sure, right. Frank, thanks for having us. It's an exciting morning, and really it's been an exciting, I guess, 9 months in not only the Bitcoin policy space, but in the Bitcoin industry itself. Obviously, President Trump spoke last summer. I think there's a big difference here that I don't know that anyone's really touched on yet. Last summer, this was a campaign stop. It was someone was running for office, and of course we've seen those promises come through, and we've seen the president deliver on many of the things he shared with us last year. But this is not a campaign stop. This is a sitting vice president who is nowhere near a campaign right now. And so I'm really excited to hear what he has to say. I think what we've seen as BPI, the Bitcoin Policy Institute, we were sort of founded on this idea 3 or 4 years ago that there would come a day where the United States government takes Bitcoin seriously. And that day's arrived. We always wondered, when that day comes, is it going to be seriously, are they going to take it seriously in a good way or in a different way? And so our mission was to be there and help educate and guide the conversation in Washington, D.C. So when that day arrived, we had elected officials like the Vice President, JD Vance, who understand Bitcoin and have a baseline understanding for what we're working on and what many of these companies are doing.
Incredibly important work. Appreciate that. Matthew, over to you. Your thoughts on what the Vice President of the United States will offer us this morning. What do you think he's going to touch on in his talk?
I think he will articulate a vision for America's role in the world, leading financial innovation, and in particular, doubling down on the administration's executive order statements that Bitcoin is a strategic asset, and that is important for America to lead and not lag in Bitcoin in particular, and to sort of make good on this rhetorical promise of being a Bitcoin superpower. I'm not sure what specific announcements he will make, but I think just him going to that stage and articulating a vision, I think that will send signals around the world that some of these things we've seen come out in the last few months, we're not passing fads, we're not sort of pablum to sort of pat the backs of a particular group of supporters, but actually is an integrated element of the administration's overall policy focus and a strategic priority.
Yeah, appreciate that. Ladies and gentlemen, we have actually people filing in right now. As I said, the Vice President should be taking the stage momentarily within maybe 5-10 minutes, hopefully. But we have people streaming in. As you can see, the Nakamoto stage is packed. I believe I don't even know if it's standing room only at this point. I think everybody is almost taking their seats. But as I said, quite excited to have the Vice President with us. But quickly, Zach, I want to go over to you. I see you and Matt wearing these hats. Save Our Wallets. What is this all about?
Absolutely. So BPI's core mission is education. When we talk to folks on Capitol Hill, we talk to them a lot about what Bitcoin is, why this is important, why this should be a serious topic of conversation, and what we think good policy looks like. And I think there is no better example of what good policy looks like than the Blockchain Regulatory Certainty Act. The biggest legal and regulatory question in Bitcoin and digital assets right now is where is the line between a regulated financial institution, in legal speak, a money service business or money transmitter business on the one hand, and just code on the other. And the Blockchain Regulatory Certainty Act is the best shot we have through Congress of establishing clear rules of the road of where one concept begins and the other concept ends. And that's incredibly important for software developers who are building the tools to make Bitcoin useful and scale to the masses.
Yeah, and I think maybe to contextualize this a bit, so we're looking at issues with the Samurai wallet case right now, the Tornado wallet case. Could we do a little bit of an overview on that? I know you've been covering it very closely.
Absolutely. So these are two federal criminal cases going on in the Southern District of New York. And there's this really big problem stemming mostly from the prior administration's overzealous regulation by prosecution against the digital asset industry, where when it is not clear where the line is, or arguably not clear where the line is between software and between a money transmitter business, the government is trying to hold software developers directly responsible for what people use with the code that they built. And that is a First Amendment problem, that is a logical problem, that is a legal problem. It's stretching the Bank Secrecy Act beyond where it is. But it threatens to set really bad precedent. In America, we have what's called a common law system, which means if a federal judge makes a ruling, that is the law of the land. And those types of laws that don't have democratic input, right, it's just what a judge who maybe is not super familiar with the technology decides, that becomes the rule for all of us. And so what the Blockchain Regulatory Certainty Act does is it takes the democratic process, it takes our elected representatives that create a robust and durable rule that would make it that we don't risk these prosecutions in the future.
Yeah, important work. Appreciate that. Stephen, back over to you. There's so many different fronts on which Bitcoin sort of has things going on right now, right? We have the SBR, we're talking about over here privacy, the ability to use Bitcoin privately. When it comes to all of the educational efforts for this, it almost seems like Congress people and senators, it's like if they were just focusing on Bitcoin, it would be almost a full-time job for them. What is the process like of getting through to them, their staffers? What is it like to educate them and to bring them up to speed on all things that are happening in the Bitcoin space?
Sure, Frank, that's a huge question, and something we work on a number of different fronts, the government affairs side and education side. It's a constant, it's about having a constant presence in Washington, and people like Matt here, people like Zach, getting the right people in the room with the right person at the right time. I think something I would want to highlight is an event that we do every year. It's the Bitcoin Policy Summit, and this will be our third year doing that. It's June 24th through 26th in Washington, D.C., and it's not about talking about our event, but I think this is a great example of what we do. We're the only Bitcoin-focused advocacy nonprofit think tank in Washington, and at our summit is a chance to really roll up the sleeves, get elected officials, key stakeholders, policymakers in the room, educate them about Bitcoin, and work together in sort of roundtable fashion to discuss what good policy looks like, and to be able to answer those questions in closed-door sessions and hit Bitcoin mining, talk about the impact of Bitcoin and human rights, and bring in actual human rights activists and advocates to share that with staffers. And we started this a few years ago, and the results were really powerful. There's a number of elected officials, their first time really ever speaking publicly about Bitcoin was at the Bitcoin Policy Summit. It's a friendly place to be able to learn, to kind of grow your understanding there, and discuss some of the policies that these guys are hitting on today.
Yeah, appreciate that. Matthew, back to you. So you've been working with government officials for a long time. So you're probably a really good person to ask when it comes to seeing this Overton window, which has now shifted, where it's now sort of less taboo to talk about Bitcoin. It's something that people want to do. We have people like Jim Justice, Senator Jim Justice, who seems to have recently learned about Bitcoin, seems excited about it as a result of that. Can you talk about a little bit of what it's like? Give us some perspective of what it's like to have seen that window shift.
Yes, it's been quite dramatic, and politicians, right? They they sort of have a sixth sense for whether an issue is serious or not, and they survive by being able to kind of skate to where the puck is going while staying within the Overton window, right? There's a risk to sort of stepping too far outside, and so the critical function of BPI over the last few years has been to sort of incrementally, in a very serious way, stretch that Overton window to make it a serious thing for politicians to engage and learn about Bitcoin, and then every incremental step further makes the water warmer for the next politician to step in. And I think that's a nonlinear process, and I think we see it sort of started to play out like in little steps in the last few years, and then all of a sudden there was a waterfall last year, and we saw that sort of cascade this year. And so we're in that process now of politicians sort of reassessing the significance of Bitcoin. I think last year was Bitcoin as the sort of political force. 2025 is now Bitcoin as a geopolitical force. Now that hasn't fully manifested yet, but we're in this new era of transition when the United States has now stated officially that Bitcoin is a strategic asset they intend to hold and not sell, that it's digital gold for the 21st century. And that is being picked up by other countries around the world. And so this moves from the political layer down into the bureaucracies, right? The quote deep state here. And so you now have officials inside Defense Department, inside the intelligence community, where the traditional folks interacting with Bitcoin has been through the lens of Bank Secrecy Act, illicit finance. But now there's a fundamentally new dimension to the conversation about Bitcoin as a strategic asset that is aligned with our values and our national security interests in a world where China is aggressively trying to reset the terms of the deal and impose their vision of digital authoritarianism. And so we want to stand for a certain set of values that we think Bitcoin embodies, but they also align with the values that America likes to spread around, or has said that they like to spread around the world, and to sort of try to stitch together a coherent vision of how Bitcoin succeeding is good for America, is good for American politicians, is good for American values, is good for people around the world that want to have these protections from digital surveillance and control. And so this is kind of our fundamental mission at BPI, and it started off kind of howling into the wind, and I think now we have a megaphone and there are people listening.
Yeah, David Zell, the director of it, or one of the co-founders of BPI, told me from the moment he wakes up in the morning to the time he goes to bed, he's got people texting him, phone calls coming in, and he's barely fielding it. I'm sure with all of your help, it's helping to lighten the load a little bit, so I'm sure he appreciates that. Zach, I want to go over to you, head of policy at Bitcoin Policy Institute. How do you know what to prioritize? There's so much happening on the regulatory front. How do you go about creating a strategy to prioritize certain policy over other policy?
Absolutely. So first I want to start with a shout out to the co-founders of BPI, David Zell and Grant McCarty, who I think really saw early that there was an opportunity here to be a credible face of Bitcoin that maybe looks a little bit different than Bitcoin Twitter. And I think part of the reason that people listen to us when we talk about our policy is our outlook here is we're not an industry trade group, right? We work closely with industry, but really we started as a group of mostly academics who are here because we believe that Bitcoin is good and we think that Bitcoin is worthy of good policy. And our job is to sit here and particularly my job is to sit here and just think about what does good Bitcoin policy looks like. So when I think through that, I really start with who are we here to represent? We're not here to represent any part of the industry. We're here to represent Bitcoin itself. And we just released our 2025 policy framework, which lays out sort of in detail what our policy positions are and what we're advocating for with regard to Bitcoin policy. And we really break it into three parts of Bitcoin. There's Bitcoin, the asset, which is now, as Matt said, incredibly important from a geopolitical perspective and has a lot of bearing on America's ability to project power and the future of what it means for the world to move towards a neutral reserve asset that is digital and peer-to-peer and everything that comes with that. Second is Bitcoin, the network. There's a lot of incredible technology being built on Bitcoin. That runs into some of the Bank Secrecy Act questions that we had before, but having lawmakers really understand, okay, what is the difference between holding Bitcoin and using the Lightning Network for payments and for remittances and global money flows, and what's a Xiaomi and eCash mint, and all of this stuff that people are building to make this money usable, maybe in different ways than we use it in the United States, in the global south, where it's used as a lifeline more than just a savings vehicle. And third is Bitcoin's proof of work consensus, so the energy and mining side of policy. And there, this is really mostly a pure education mission. It's been going well, but it's an uphill battle. I think there have been sort of a lot of smears about Bitcoin, specifically on its energy usage, and a lot of myths about how dirty the energy is. And early on, BPI really indexed to, all right, let's look at the data, let's see where the energy is coming from, and let's really help people understand that a lot of Bitcoin mining comes from flared oil and gas that would otherwise just be lit on fire in a way that's awful for the environment. Bitcoin mining, if you zoom out enough, is going to incentivize the exploitation of stranded renewables in a way that's not otherwise economically viable. And so we really start, just a long-winded way to answer your question, we really start with, okay, what is Bitcoin and what do policymakers who need to interact with this increasingly important monetary network and asset, what do they need to understand to make good, informed choices?
Appreciate all that perspective. Thank you, gentlemen. Again, we're here with three gentlemen from the Bitcoin Policy Institute. We're about to go over to Isabella Santos. She's going to let us know what's going on. We're waiting on JD Vance, the Vice President of the United States, and we will be right back after this. Nice.
We are live from the Venetian in Las Vegas. Behind me is the Nakamoto stage, and we're just a few moments away to hear the Vice President of the United States of America. That is right, the first VP in the world to own Bitcoin is going to give a speech at the Bitcoin conference. Last year, we had the President of the United States, Mr. President Donald Trump. This year, we have JD Vance, who's going to give a huge announcement. So stay tuned. Don't leave your seats and wait up, because it's going to be a wild ride. As you can see, everybody's wearing their best attires. Bitcoiners dressed up today as suit coiners. So don't leave. Over to you guys by the news desk.
Welcome back to the Bitcoin Magazine News Desk. I'm Frank Corva here, joined by Zach Shapiro, Matt Pines, and Stephen Pollack. Stephen, I'm going to go back to you. I want to talk about the importance of creating the Bitcoin Policy Institute and differentiating Bitcoin from crypto. So we have other think tanks, other organizations in Washington doing important work around blockchain and crypto. But why is it very important that something that specifically focuses on Bitcoin exists in Washington, D.C.?
Sure, it's a great question. Frank, if we look at the total market cap of just the crypto, various cryptocurrencies relative to Bitcoin, I think it's obvious why. Bitcoin is not just the largest asset in, among cryptocurrencies. It's one of the largest assets in the entire world. It's what we're setting number 5 right now, top 5 asset in the world. And so we have trillions of dollars. Gold's number 1, Bitcoin's passed silver, it's passed, a number of the S&P 500 companies. And when you look at advocacy in Washington, and when we sat back a number of years ago when Bitcoin Policy Institute was just getting up off the ground, there are a number of other organizations. There's lobbying groups, there's trade groups, and everyone's playing an important role. There's no CEO of Bitcoin. I don't know if you're aware of that, Frank.
No CEO. Satoshi Nakamoto, not the CEO of Bitcoin.
Yeah. So therefore, Bitcoin doesn't necessarily have a lobbying budget. There are no line items in the Bitcoin company, budget for certain activities. And we said, well, there needs to be a group that is solely focused on Bitcoin. And I think that's made sense. That's playing out. Bitcoin Policy Institute, we're a 501c3 nonprofit. What that means and why that's important is that we're a nonpartisan think tank and advocacy group. We don't play winners and losers. We're here to work with anyone who wants to learn. I don't care. We don't care if you don't know anything about Bitcoin, or maybe you're an elected official who is putting out legislation and would like some advice and some input on that, and to help think through some of the implications, second and third order effects of what this may or may not do. We're there for all of it, and we've really grown and scaled. I'm really proud of the team we've assembled. I think I would say humbly that we've developed and built the deepest bench of Bitcoin experts anywhere, potentially in the world, when it comes to Bitcoin and public policy, Bitcoin mining and energy, and then our friends over at the Human Rights Foundation, really helping pinch hit on that side of things as well.
Shout out to the Human Rights Foundation. Earlier today, through the Bitcoin Magazine media handles, we were streaming the Oslo Freedom Forum, so we want to say shout out to everybody over there. I believe the co-founder we mentioned earlier, David Zell, is over there joining them. Very important work. And obviously, I think what's amazing about the work they do, and also the messaging coming from the Bitcoin Policy Institute, is that just because we're talking about Bitcoin in America, it does not mean that Bitcoin is just for America. America is setting an example that this is a technology that countries around the world should embrace, that people around the world should embrace. Matthew, I want to go over to you, that the vibe in D.C., I want to talk about it under the new administration. So we obviously know under Biden, we were all quite scared. We didn't know. I think the Winkle vibe put it best. They loved the color orange, but they were worried that they were going to be wearing that color in jail if they continued with their operating their crypto exchange. And we had the Harris administration continuing with some of the policies of the Biden administration. What was it like to see Trump come into office? What changed in D.C. as a result of that?
Yeah, I think the vibe was a night and day, right? And I think we saw that very early on with the signing of the executive order establishing the Strategic Bitcoin Reserve. And so that was a rhetorical, complete 180 from obviously the last few years. I think now we're in a transition from rhetoric to action. And so BPI is very focused on trying to translate.
Matt, if you don't mind, I just got word that the Vice President of the United States of America is about to take the stage. History is about to be made at Bitcoin 2025. We're sending it over to the Nakamoto stage to hear from Vice President JD Vance. Stick with us. We'll be right back after this.
This is definitely the biggest crowd I've ever seen. Holy cow. So, what's cool about this conference is that it's all about making history. So, we're making history because this is the biggest Bitcoin conference we've ever done. We're expecting 35,000 people to be here today. We're making history because this is the first Bitcoin conference to ever happen over $100,000 Bitcoin prices. A year ago in Nashville, we made history when we had candidate Donald J. Trump come and address this crowd. He made us some promises. He promised to end the war on crypto. He promised to free Ross Ulbricht. He promised to never sell our Bitcoin. He promised a strategic Bitcoin reserve. And he promised to make America the Bitcoin superpower of the world. In 100 days, promises made, promises kept. And today we get to make a little bit of history this morning by having the first ever sitting Vice President of the United States of America address the global Bitcoin community. Are you ready? With that, join me in welcoming the Vice President of the United States of America, JD Vance.
Thank you all. Well, first of all, I want to thank, please, thank you guys. Take your seats. And, the Secret Service is a little bit nervous because I told them these Bitcoin guys really like guns. But they really like the President and Vice President of the United States, too, so I think we're doing okay. So I first have to thank David Bailey, grateful for everything that you've done for the Bitcoin community. Thanks in particular for what you did for me and the president, helping us get from candidacy to the White House, because we've done, I think, a lot of good in the past 120 days, and I don't think we could have done it without David's support. I want to also thank the Winklevoss brothers, Tyler and Cameron. These guys are out here somewhere. Who, I got to say, Tyler and Cameron, I think really helped break the dam in Silicon Valley. Because if you remember, you go back to June or July of last year, it feels like forever ago. It's not even a year ago, where Silicon Valley, people would whisper in private that they were going to support Donald Trump for president. They would talk about the fact the Democrats had gone too crazy. We had to get Gary Gensler the hell out of there, but they weren't quite willing to say but they weren't quite willing to say, at least not publicly, that they were going to take the big step and support Donald J. Trump. And Cameron and Tyler Winklevoss, I think they were some of the first big names in Silicon Valley to take that step, and a whole host of people followed them. So Cameron and Tyler, thank you for that. And of course, I want to thank the good people at Coinbase, the organizers of this event, and everybody who made this incredible event possible. It's great to be here with Bitcoin at 108,000, at least when I checked this morning, and as Vice President of the United States. It's great to be here. Now, you guys know I get to meet a lot of exciting people in my job, but it's been quite a while since I've been to a conference with this level of energy. I mean, hell, you guys came out here at 9 a.m. after a long night, I'm sure, in Las Vegas. You can't do that without a lot of good energy. But I promise I'm not just saying that to juice my own meme coins. But I think it's wrong, actually, to call this just a conference. This isn't a conference of people. This is a movement, and I'm proud to stand with you here today. And I think this conference, this movement of people, is where the future of cryptocurrency in this great country gets decided. So let's start by making one thing abundantly clear. That future is going to be decided by the people, by you, not by unelected bureaucrats. Now, as you all probably know, you've got a star-studded lineup here today, including several of my colleagues in the Trump administration. David, Bo, Hester, I know you're all out there. It's great to be among so many friends and allies. So I want to speak for just a few minutes about a few things, and I want to talk a little bit about what we've done in the Trump administration. I want to give you a rundown of what this administration is doing on digital assets policy, but I also want to talk about some of the principles that help guide us as we develop this policy. But before that, I want to speak about why I'm personally optimistic about crypto and what it means for the American people. Now, people ask me why I tend to be bullish on the future of innovation in this country. Now, I spent enough time in Silicon Valley to recognize the difference between good tech, technology that boosts our productivity, makes our lives richer, that grounds us in the real world and complements our day-to-day lives. That's the good technology, but there's also some bad technology out there. And when it comes to crypto, I think the last several years have made it clear that we're talking about genuine, ground-up innovation, one that's already improving the well-being of tens of millions of our fellow citizens. I believe it's 50 million Americans own Bitcoin, and I believe that's going to be 100 million before too long. But it's not just about Bitcoin and about the value that's been generated, the wealth that's been generated by so many millions of our fellow citizens. Through decentralized finance, crypto has transformed how Americans transact with one another. It's expanded access to banking for many who may not otherwise have had it. And every single day, I feel like I see some groundbreaking new use of blockchain tech, whether it's in supply chain management, whether it's in hospitals, or whether it's in changing how we track and store patients' private health records. But for each of these new forward-looking applications, I also feel like there's an incredibly value-conservative element to crypto technology, and that's as a hedge. Crypto is a hedge against bad policymaking from Washington, no matter what party is in control. It's a hedge against skyrocketing inflation, which has eroded the real savings rate of Americans over the last 4 years. And as you all know well, it's a hedge against a private sector that's increasingly willing to discriminate against consumers on the basis of their basic beliefs, including their politics. That includes, of course, debanking users for Second Amendment advocacy or for ties to the first Trump administration. In Canada, the government did the same to kill those big truck driver protests in 2022. Less than a week later, they succeeded. The protests were over. But maybe most importantly, I see crypto as a hedge against one of the most dangerous trends in the digital era in both the public and private sectors. And that's of elites who, rather than innovate themselves, prefer to simply take over and co-opt cutting-edge technologies to assert their control over other people. And I know we believe this in this room. That's not Bitcoin. It'll never be Bitcoin, and you guys are going to make sure that happens. But as you know, there's a new sheriff in town because after 4 years of mistreatment and outright hostility led by Democrat regulators, lawmakers in this country have a choice. Will we lead our nation into a future of financial sovereignty, of innovation, and of prosperity, or will we let unelected bureaucrats and foreign competitors write the rules for us? And I'm here today to say loud and clear, with President Trump, crypto finally has a champion and an ally in the White House. In our administration, we understand the full potential of the digital assets industry, not just as an investment, not just as a flashy technology, but as a symbol and driver of personal liberty for all our citizens. And we are dedicated to seeing that promise fulfilled. The way that we see it, the people in this room are the digital pioneers of the American economy. And that's why our administration is doing something a little unusual in Washington. We're listening to all of you as you blaze the trail of innovation. The innovators in this room are making people's lives better. You're pushing boundaries and solving problems, injecting unprecedented transparency into how we do commerce. And the way we see it, you all deserve a similar level of transparency and clarity. And most of all, you deserve respect and support from your government, not bureaucrats trying to tear you down. Now that means a few substantive concrete steps, and of course the first and most important of those steps is straightforward. We've got to clean up the wreckage that the last administration left us, and since day one that is exactly what we've been trying to do. Our administration, we prioritize eliminating the rules, the red tape, and the lawfare that we saw aimed at crypto by our predecessors. We're ending the weaponization of federal regulations against this community. To put it simply, Operation Choke Point 2.0 is dead, and it's not coming back under the Trump administration. And by the way, it's crazy that was ever even controversial, the idea of using the regulatory power of the government to crush an industry and to crush people who espoused a view that you didn't like. It's crazy, but let my words today serve as Operation Choke Point. Let me serve as its obituary. Now this is my vow to every single person here. You will never see this administration trying to handicap your community or diminish the impact it's had on the economy. Instead, we reject the Biden administration's legacy of death by 1,000 enforcement actions. We reject regulators. Maybe the most important thing that we did for this community, we reject regulators and we fired Gary Gensler, and we're going to fire everybody like him. And we know that people like Gary Gensler, the game that they played is that under the pretense of consumer protection, they attacked every single effort to democratize our financial markets, and that is over. America. I grew up in a working class family. I believe that America is a place where anyone should be able to make a fortune no matter where you grew up, what degree you may or may not have. And in recent years, I'm hard-pressed to think of a better place to do so than right here in the digital assets industry. Now, our second substantive step is we're trying to create a clear, pro-growth legal framework for stablecoins in this country. And I know we've got some solid allies in Congress. Is Cynthia Loomis out there today, or did she already go home? She already, well, you know, I was supposed to have dinner last night with Cynthia Loomis. We had a little event yesterday, and I looked around, I said, where the hell is Cynthia Loomis? And somebody said, well, she's got a dinner she had to go to. And I said, I'm the vice president. Unless she's having dinner with the president, Cynthia does not have an excuse to skip this event. But we love Cynthia, and I know that she's one of the great advocates for your industry in the United States Congress. Now, I know, led by Cynthia and other great legislators, Congress is hard at work getting the Genius Act passed and across the president's desk as quickly as possible. And that's an important step. It's with good reason, because regulatory uncertainty in this country has pushed way too much stablecoin activity overseas over the last few years. Now, somebody said to me yesterday that Bitcoin has done so much over the last few years with so many headwinds. Wouldn't it be nice to have a government that provided some tailwinds to one of the fastest growing industries in our country? And that's what we aim to do. And once the Genius Act is enacted, it's poised to vastly expand the use of stablecoins as a digital payment system for millions of our fellow Americans. It'll also protect coin holders and inject further transparency into the market. And let me be emphatic on one other point. In this administration, we do not think that stablecoins threaten the integrity of the United States dollar, quite the opposite. In fact, we view them as a force multiplier of our economic might. Dollar-pegged stablecoins, particularly once Genius is enacted, is only going to help the American economy, and it's only going to help the American dollar. So, again, we're optimistic that the Senate is able to move quickly on passing a clean Genius Act, and for the House to follow up and do the same. And of course, once that happens, our great President Trump will sign it into law the minute it comes across his desk. Now, when that's happened, when the administration will then fully shift to our third priority, which is to enact a transparent and tailored regulatory framework for digital assets, one that's pro-innovation and fully incorporates crypto into the mainstream economy. And again, I've talked to so many of you over the last couple of days, and the consistent fear that I hear with all the great things that have happened over the last couple of months, the consistent fear that I hear is that there's still this perception that digital assets are not welcome in the mainstream economy. And let me promise you that our effort to change the policy is purely about changing that. We want our fellow Americans to know that crypto and digital assets, and particularly Bitcoin, are part of the mainstream economy and are here to stay. Now, we think the way to do that legislatively, because again, I hope that our party is in charge for a long time, but nothing is ever guaranteed in politics. So the best way to ensure that crypto is part of the mainstream economy is through a market structure bill that champions and doesn't restrict the extraordinary value that Bitcoin and other digital assets represent. Right now, in this Congress and with this administration, we have a once-in-a-generation opportunity to unleash innovation and use it to improve the lives of countless American citizens. But if we fail to create regulatory clarity now, we risk chasing this $3 trillion industry offshore in search of a friendlier jurisdiction, and President Trump is going to fight to make sure that does not happen. Think about this. By locking in smart, pro-innovation rules of the road, we can also make sure that Democrats or anybody else never wage another war on the crypto community. Now, I've already hit my time here, but before I head back to Washington, let me offer you just a few bits of advice and a few thoughts on where this industry is going. This is one politician's perspective, so take it for what it's worth. Maybe a little bit less than one Bitcoin right now. But let me say a few things. First of all, I remember when I ran for Senate the first time I'd ever entered politics back in 2022. And one of the frustrations, honestly, that I had with the crypto community as a person who was one of the only people running for office who actually owned Bitcoin, and I still own a fair amount of Bitcoin today. Think about this. This is during that campaign. That's 2021 and 2022. This feels like an eternity ago, but it was only 4 years ago, is that I recognized what so many advocates of Bitcoin recognize, which is what the Biden administration was doing, what Gary Gensler was doing was a disaster, and yet there didn't seem to be any real organization pushing back against it at the political level. And let me say that part of the reason that I'm standing here, part of the reason that Bernie Moreno defeated Sherrod Brown in the Senate campaign last year is because you guys got organized and got involved in American politics, and I'm grateful to you for that. But there's a lesson to take from that experience, which is that unless you guys get involved in politics, politics is going to ignore this industry. Now, you took a big step in 2024, and I tell you, every victory that we win, it's only a provisional victory. You know, one of my great mentors in Silicon Valley always told me that, Bitcoin, that the crypto community was about exit and artificial intelligence was about voice. Well, I know that a lot of people in 2024 in this community chose voice. You chose to speak up and you chose to get involved, and I believe you changed the direct trajectory of our country because of it. But you got to keep on choosing voice. Bitcoin, of course, is, people call it digital gold. But while Bitcoin is digital, none of you are. None of us are. What happens in the world of politics, what happens in the world of bureaucracy, it will affect even the most transformational and valuable technologies if we don't make the right decisions. So the first piece of advice, the first thing that I'd ask you is to take the momentum of your political involvement in 2024 and carry it forward to 2026 and beyond. Don't ignore politics, because I guarantee you, my friends, politics is not going to ignore this community, not now and not in the future. The second thing that I want to toss out there is that we have to start thinking of the long-term strategic implications of Bitcoin. Bitcoin is owned by about 50 million Americans. A lot of Americans have made a lot of money, have created a lot of wealth for themselves, and that's a great thing. But I actually think that where Bitcoin is going is as a strategically important asset for the United States over the next decade. It's one of the reasons why President Trump, with the help of our great AI guy, David Sachs, it's one of the reasons why we started the Bitcoin Reserve, because we want to start to put in motion the strategic importance of Bitcoin for the United States government. We know that the PRC doesn't like Bitcoin. The People's Republic of China doesn't like Bitcoin. Well, we should be asking ourselves, why is that? Why is our biggest adversary such an opponent of Bitcoin? And if the Communist Republic of China is leaning away from Bitcoin, then maybe the United States ought to be leaning into Bitcoin, and that's one of the things that we're going to be doing. But that's not a vice president standing up here and talking at you. The way that Bitcoin is involved in the strategic future of our country, that's got to be a two-way conversation. And so when I talk about getting involved in politics, one of the things that you guys got to do is continue to give us feedback and continue to tell us the ways in which Bitcoin can play a positive role in the strategic future of this country. I know the Bitcoin Policy Institute is working on this very topic now, but all of you have got to be involved in this conversation, because I don't think any of us want to wake up in a country 10 years from now that is less wealthy and less prosperous because we made bad decisions today. We're going to make the right decisions, but that depends on you guys being part of the conversation. So be part of that conversation. And here's the third thought that I want to leave you with. You know, one of the ways you hear this stated is that crypto is fundamentally a conservative or right-leaning technology, and artificial intelligence is fundamentally a left-leaning or a communist technology. Now, I think that overstates things a little bit in both directions, but there's a fundamental element of truth to it. Now, I haven't been involved in the day-to-day operations of a technology company in about 4 years since I entered politics for the very first time. But what I've noticed is that very smart right-wing people in tech tend to be attracted to Bitcoin and crypto, and very smart left-leaning people in tech tend to be more attracted to AI. Again, that's a gross generalization, it's an overstatement, but there's an element of truth to it. But what I'd ask you all is to remember that what happens in AI is very much going to affect, in good and bad ways, what happens to Bitcoin. And of course, what happens to Bitcoin is very much going to affect what happens in AI. So, while this is certainly a Bitcoin conference, and I know we're all proud of what you guys have accomplished over the last 10 years, my final piece of advice is to make sure you're keeping tabs on and staying involved in what's happening with artificial intelligence, because I don't want Bitcoin to be negatively affected by what happens in AI, and most importantly, I don't want America to be negatively affected by what happens in AI. And the best way to ensure that smart people are at the AI conversation is to ensure that Bitcoin is part of the artificial intelligence conversation. Our administration is committed to it. I want you guys to be committed to it as well. I just want to say, in the next few years in the Trump administration, we've accomplished a lot, but we have plans to continue to make big progress for this industry and for the American people who rely on it. The whole of government, we're going to need your help, we're going to need your guidance, we're going to need your encouragement, and at times, yes, because this is politics, our politicians are going to need your pressure. So, have fun this week, but keep the pressure up. And we'll do great things together for our industry, but most importantly, for the cause of personal freedom and the United States of America. God bless you guys, and thanks for having me.
Wow. Okay, so we have a couple of announcements that we are going to be making here shortly. But to start, I don't know if you've seen the signs, but we're trying to set a record today. We want to do the most Bitcoin transactions that have ever happened in a single day today. So I think the Guinness Book of World Records is here to be the official judge of this, but we're kicking this off with the first Bitcoin transaction, and I'm buying a pin. So I need all of y'all's help today to go buy something with Bitcoin. This is always the danger of doing it live. All right, people, it's a whiff. I'm going to need y'all to do extra transactions to make up for this one, please. Okay, well, so we have two more announcements that we need to make. We have one coming up right now from a special friend of mine, Ryan Cohen. So we're going to play a video from Ryan. He has a special message for the Bitcoin community. And then we need to flip the stage. But in about 20 minutes, we are going to have a special announcement from the mayor of the biggest city in the United States, Eric Adams. So please wait around. What's up, everybody? It's David Bailey from BTC Inc., and I'm here with the man, the myth, the legend, Ryan Cohen from GameStop. What's up, Ryan?
What's up? How are ya?
Doing well, man. I'm enjoying these Bitcoin prices. How about you?
It's all good.
Well, let's get started. We're talking innovative corporate strategies. We're talking pioneering from a dying business to a thriving business. How'd you do it?
When I took over, the company was a piece of crap and losing a lot of money. The company was under a lot of pressure, moving from physical games to digital downloads. So you had to cut costs. You had to cut costs very aggressively and bring in fiscal discipline. And we did. And retail is a tough business, but it was a big focus on getting costs under control. You've got a lot of macro headwinds going against the company. A lot of money. The company was under a lot of pressure, moving from physical games to digital downloads. So you had to cut costs. You had to cut costs very aggressively and bring in fiscal discipline. And we did. And retail is a tough business, but it was a big focus on getting costs under control. You've got a lot of macro headwinds going against the company. You have a move from physical games to digital downloads, and we needed to get the costs under control and also shift the business from being so reliant on video games to collectibles, which we've done. And so now there's a big focus on trading cards. We're doing grading in a bunch of stores, and we're selling a lot of trading cards, both in sports and TCG. But the company today is profitable in the US, and we've gotten our costs under control. You had a lot of executives and directors that were very short-sighted, and effectively they were making decisions that were what they call in corporate America in good corporate governance, which is effectively screwing shareholders. So we got rid of all of that nonsense, and we focused on running the business profitably.
Well, you also made some news about, a month ago or so, that you raised some money that you might use to buy Bitcoin. I guess the $1 million question that everyone wants to know is, has GameStop bought Bitcoin?
We have bought Bitcoin.
Ooh. Okay, how much?
We currently own 4,710 Bitcoins.
Let's go. So tell us about that. Why did GameStop decide to buy Bitcoin?
It was, if the thesis is correct, then Bitcoin and gold as well can be a hedge against global currency devaluation and systemic risk. Bitcoin has certain unique advantages compared to gold. The portability aspect of it, it's instantly transferable across the globe, whereas gold is bulky and very expensive to ship. The authenticity, it's instantly verified via the blockchain. The storage, you can easily secure Bitcoin in a wallet, whereas gold requires insurance and it's very expensive. There's the scarcity element of it as well. There's a fixed supply of Bitcoin, whereas with gold, certain technological advances, the supply of gold is still uncertain. And then ultimately there's the asymmetric upside. Gold is a more mature market. It's sort of roughly around 20 trillion of market capitalization, whereas Bitcoin today is about 2 trillion. And if the thesis is correct, then ultimately Bitcoin becomes digital gold, adopted, then there's more upside. But we'll see what happens. Nobody has a crystal ball, but that's the current thesis.
Well, congratulations. And I feel like GameStop is the ultimate meme stock and Bitcoin is the ultimate meme money. And if you combine the two, you get a meme super cycle. So, what's next for GameStop and Bitcoin? Are you going to buy more Bitcoin? Is this the next MicroStrategy, the next MetaPlanet, or even better?
We're not going to call our shots in advance for obvious reasons, but GameStop is following GameStop's strategy. We're not following anyone else's strategy.
Okay. So to summarize, embrace the GameStop theory. I like it. So final question. The world is watching right now. Everyone at the conference is watching this interview. We probably have 10 million, 50 million people on the live stream. What is the message you'd like to send the global Bitcoin community and everyone who's watching this interview right now?
No pressure. No pressure. Don't follow GameStop. Make your own decisions independently. It's my message. Just do whatever you're comfortable with.
Don't trust, verify. Let's go.
Exactly.
Well, Ryan, thank you for hopping on. Congratulations on your Bitcoin buy. To many more. Let's go. Thank you.
YOLO.
YOLO.
Welcome back to the Bitcoin News Desk presented by Mara. We're here at Bitcoin 2025. The people are streaming in. We just heard from the Vice President of the United States of America, JD Vance, as well as an interview with David Bailey, the head of BTC Inc., the man behind this whole conference here, as well as his interview with Ryan Cohen, the head of GameStop. But I want to dig a little bit deeper into what JD Vance just said. A shout out to the Bitcoin Policy Institute in the talk. I think he may have said Bitcoin Policy, left out the Institute, but we know what he was getting at there. Matthew, I want to go over to you to start there. What were some of your takeaways? What did it mean to hear the Vice President of the United States shout out the work that you're doing?
Yeah, that was remarkable. Really had a great conversation with him yesterday, and it was really encouraging, exciting to hear him kind of resonate with some of the themes of that discussion on stage. And I noticed kind of a marked difference between, I think, the scripted portion of the speech and kind of when he sort of ad-libbed at the end, and it was a really revealing indication of how he thinks about the sophisticated intersection of his views on this sort of era of digital disruption. Right, we have an acceleration of these changes to our global system. AI, obviously, he pointed at, is going from the fringes to the front door of policymakers. And Bitcoin is on the same trajectory. And it's all happening in the context of US-China competition, and a competition over power, but also over values. What sort of values will be embodied in the technological systems that we're increasingly being sort of either rolled into as a kind of digital serfs, or whether we have sovereignty over. And I think that was the most important takeaway I had from the speech, right, which was a framing of Bitcoin in this strategic context for the future of technology and human freedom. And I think he really articulated a view of Bitcoin's significance in that fight, in that live policy battle, which is taking place really at all levels, right, not just in the United States, but around the world, and between governments and large multinational corporations and individual technologists that are building peer-to-peer systems. And it was a call to action from the administration to help them. Right, these are fast-changing policy issues and technologies, and they're trying to get their arms around it. And these things are difficult and complicated. And as you pointed out, like the intersection of these two issues is also driving a lot of the policy debates and political frictions inside our society and around the world over who has power, right? And who's going to use these technologies to further their political agendas. And so this is, I think that was a really interesting articulation of the intersection of these issues and really the things that BPI and we are obsessed about. And so it was a really rewarding kind of affirmation that the that the work we're doing at BPI is strategically significant, right? We say it, right? We say those words, but sometimes it's just words, right? To hear it coming from the vice president adds a gravity to the significance.
Yeah, and he is a technology proponent, generally speaking, but I do want to dig a little bit deeper into maybe this relationship between Bitcoin and AI. Zach, I'm going to come over to you. Are these things different or are they symbiotic? Should we be looking at something like Bitcoin as more of a right-wing entity or thing and AI as more of a left-wing thing? Is this the proper context?
Absolutely. So I actually think one of the most interesting things that the vice president said is that is not the context we should look at them through, right? It is maybe contingently true that people on the left tend to gravitate towards AI a little bit more and people on the right tend to gravitate towards Bitcoin and blockchain technology. However, it's not a left-right thing, right? It's not that simple. There are so many axes on which these two technologies interact. So one is in an era where AI makes it cheaper and easier to create deepfakes and undermines the idea that we understand what we see with our eyes. Bitcoin has absolute cryptographic proof, right, that you hold your keys, and that can be a really important counterweight. In a world where countries are going to move to incredible centralized control of their money through central bank digital currencies, where you can use AI to surveil what all of your citizens are doing, decide whether they are, should go up or down in the credit score, and maybe their personal inflation rate changes. Bitcoin is absolutely fair and has the same rules for everyone and is a counterweight to that. In authoritarian countries, they're going to use AI. We're seeing this in China to control the population. Bitcoin takes power away from centralized leaders. And so this is much more about an individual rights versus centralized control story. And AI obviously is an amazing technology. I'm sure we all use it, near daily at this point, and it's not going away, and it's going to become more and more an important part of our lives. But I think left unchecked, there are a lot of scary aspects to AI, and the vice president referenced good technology and bad technology. I think Bitcoin here is clearly one of the good technologies, and even more exciting, it allows AI through this sort of counterweight of real decentralized, real individual rights-oriented architecture to allow AI to perhaps on balance be a better technology than it otherwise would end up being.
So we need that symbiosis between Bitcoin and AI. Yes, Matthew, back to you.
Yeah, the other point of this, and I'm aware that the vice president has been tracking the AI policy conversation quite closely. There was a white paper that was produced called AI 2027, which has sort of grabbed a lot of attention inside Washington, D.C., which sort of lays out this plausible scenario of kind of an arms race dynamic between U.S. and China and a rapid acceleration of AI capabilities. And it's kind of woken a lot of people up inside Washington to the urgency of these questions. And I think he understands that there are potentially similar types of urgent policy questions that are going to land on the doorstep of these decision makers from Bitcoin's perspective in the next few years at the same time. And they need to get smart on all of them and how they're going to intersect together to ensure that America's national security interests, America's values sort of win out. And it's a non-trivial question, right? Whether that is going to lead to a positive outcome for the values that we have and our democratic systems here. And so I think it was a real demonstration of where those gaps are, right? Politicians usually don't like to say they don't know the answers, right? They don't like to say that, we haven't gotten this figured out, right? They like to kind of project confidence and they have a plan. And I think he basically was saying, he's like, we want your ideas. Like, this is such a fast-changing and sort of unsettled question. We need folks that are on the ground actually building these technologies and seeing how they're intersecting with other technologies to drive policy. And that was a really encouraging statement.
Yeah, I would have to say, for the people listening out there, from my time that I've spent in the White House, the amount that people are really asking for input, people in the administration saying, or senators speaking from the main stage yesterday saying, we need you to speak to us, we need to learn about this, right? We know that a lot of senators, congresspeople in the U.S. government are a bit older. Hopefully we see some new blood in recent years, but it is nice to hear that even people who might be a little bit older, who don't necessarily have, such incredible incentive to dive into learning more about this technology, are willing to hear more about it from those who are willing to teach them. Stephen, I saw you over there taking notes during the talk. What's on your mind? What did you take away from the talk?
Well, he used the term digital pioneers to describe everyone who's here today and everyone who's working in this space. Now, I think that's a pretty accurate description, and I think the awareness of not just Bitcoin Policy Institute, but other stakeholders, everyone in the industry, whether it's mining or whether it's individuals out here who are attending the conference and are very passionate about this. I think the awareness that, hey, these guys are first in the door. They know this inside and out. We need to really listen. And he used the term listen. They said the administration wants to listen and learn. And I think that is an incredibly different posture than what we've seen in the past. And hopefully when we're talking about different sides, We're seeing that from future administrations, regardless of party affiliation. I think the vice president hit a number of different kind of key buckets today. So it was really cool to kind of see him unpack the different values of Bitcoin and the different applications. I think he said it's really important. Bitcoin guarantees expanded access to banking to those who don't have access to banking. He mentioned using Bitcoin as a hedge against central government control, as a hedge against inflation, and as a hedge against private sector picking winners and losers type of work and debanking.
Debanking.
So he hit all the kind of high notes there. He fired Gary Gensler 3 or 4 more times.
I think we had a little. So for those who might not have referenced it, in 2024 in Nashville, Donald Trump got quite the reaction when he said that he was looking to fire Gary Gensler when he came into office. Vice President JD Vance maybe piggybacking on some of that energy.
Yeah, the president said, "Oh, you like that one," and then he said it again. It was a really funny moment.
Gary Gensler didn't do much for himself to making friends, so he deserves it a little bit. We do have to cut to ad break for just a moment. We're here at Bitcoin 2025. I'm talking with 3 great minds from the Bitcoin Policy Institute. We're cutting to an ad. We'll be right back after this.
What is the key to progress? Is it more machines, more money, more buildings? Or are those just the outcomes? What if progress relies on having purpose?
If a Bitcoin was the size of a quarter, all 21 million of them would fit inside a single shipping container. But to fit the dollars the Fed prints on average every day, you'd need 72 shipping containers. Each year, you'd need 26,280 containers. And to fit what they've printed in the last decade, well, you'd need a lot more than that.
Satoshi released Bitcoin. The world was forever changed. No one realized it.
This is the once-in-a-century opportunity.
And it's just the beginning.
Bitcoin is like digital gold.
So I view Bitcoin in line with the next evolution of humans engineering a better world.
I think the story of the past few years is Bitcoin going from a niche interest into a respectable global macro asset.
Bitcoin Policy Institute has become a thought leader.
Welcome back to the Bitcoin Magazine News Desk presented by Mara. It's day 1 here at Bitcoin 2025, and the news is absolutely pouring in. You heard from Vice President JD Vance. You saw a special appearance from the CEO of GameStop announcing that he's buying 4,710 Bitcoin, putting it on the balance sheet. We're back with a special panel to break it all down. We've got Zach Shapiro, Matt Pines, and Stephen Pollack. Corporate adoption going absolutely parabolic. This is the 4th or 5th announcement we've heard from a major corporate buying Bitcoin. Ryan Cohen coming out saying devaluation is pushing him to hedge against the assets that are falling in value, bonds, stocks, things like that. Zach, GameStop, they're here. The meme coin of the last cycle unites with this cycle's zeitgeist. Why should we be excited?
Well, look, on the surface, this seems like sort of a silly thing, right? GameStop is a meme stock. But when you think about what it means for GameStop to pivot to a Bitcoin treasury strategy, I think it says two things. One is that a lot of the sort of Wall Street countercultural energy behind the GameStop short squeeze, which I think is more political than people realize. It was about going back.
It was very anti-financial system.
Right. Is sort of merging with the same ethos within Bitcoin, right? This real grassroots, ground up, decentralized movement. And then second, and I think this connects to a lot of what the Vice President just said, it really, the broader phenomenon of Bitcoin treasury companies, I think is a strong validation of Bitcoin as a reserve asset, right? This is a way forward for companies that want to hedge against inflation, that want to hedge against geopolitical risk. And this is not the same as like, oh, we're doing some crazy issuance, right? They could easily do their own meme coin and make a lot of money. This is really, we found this tool that really works well on the balance sheet, and we are going to lean into that, honestly, as a method of self-preservation.
Well, let's put some numbers behind it. 800,000 Bitcoin now owned by corporations. This seems like it's becoming real, and it's becoming a movement. Matt, Steven, your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, the Bitcoin treasury, thing is kind of the meta, right? And I think we're seeing a lot of fast follows. It's going to be, I think, the main sort of financial engine that powers, a lot of Bitcoin accumulation on these treasury balance sheets. And you're seeing people carve out different niches, exploring different strategies. It can be, I think, we're sort of just in the incipient stages of that process playing out. I think we're going to see this start to scale, not just vertically inside the United States, but horizontally across the world. I think fundamentally, I sort of think about the treasury strategy as a meme wrapped in either regulatory or legal arbitrage, wrapped in financial engineering, and kind of getting this sort of mimetic flywheel to get the MNAV premium that then you can sort of harvest to do the Bitcoin acquisition, do the financial engineering. I think some organizations will do it smartly, will do it in an accretive basis without taking out too much risk, and those will win. And then there'll be people that get out ahead of their skis and they'll blow up. And so I think we're just in the beginning stages of that. I think everyone's jumping in with their own particular take on it. But I think this will be one of the defining phenomena of the next Bitcoin cycle.
But Stephen, it seems like the message here also to government states is that the pressure is on. The Bitcoin supply is capped only 21 million Bitcoin. Does this corporate adoption put pressure on things like the strategic Bitcoin reserves as these companies accumulate? We've seen Michael Saylor over almost 600,000 Bitcoin. The question now is, if governments get involved, how can they catch up? Is that a conversation that you're having?
Sure. I don't know about putting pressure, but I think it definitely raises eyebrows, and I think it definitely adds fuel to the argument that it just makes sense, whether you're an individual, whether you're a company, or whether you're a nation state, that it just makes sense to hold Bitcoin on your balance sheet. It's common sense, and I think common sense is really becoming a little more common these days. We're seeing, companies from all over the world and nations across the globe adopting Bitcoin and adding Bitcoin and realizing, I don't think we have enough.
Well, we're about to hear another special announcement added to the schedule last minute, last night. I'm talking about Eric Adams, mayor of New York, the largest city in America. Unknown what he could announce, but just moments away on the main stage. If you're watching on YouTube, Rumble, and X, appreciate you staying tuned. Zach, I want to turn it over to you to talk about states, municipalities that are adopting Bitcoin. We've seen Roswell come out, become the first city. We saw New Hampshire come out to be the first state. Can we talk a little bit about what's going on at the local level here and maybe hint at what we could see from Eric Adams?
Absolutely. So I think there are two sort of interesting hints that we have about what we can see at the state and local level. The first is to look at unique challenges that states and municipalities have compared to, for example, the United States government or another sovereign government. And that is, unlike the U.S. federal government, states cannot just issue treasury bills in the same way. States cannot just deficit and spend into oblivion in the same way. They can't print money, right? They don't have the same money printer that the combination of the Treasury Department and the Federal Reserve has. And at the same time, states and cities have long-term obligations. There are pension funds. You need to keep your general account funded, and you are just as exposed to inflation as anyone else is. And you don't have the same levers. So in many ways, for states and local municipalities, Bitcoin is a more important tool than it is. I mean, it's pretty important for sovereign countries too, but there are real exigencies at the state level that don't exist at the nation state level. And so I think we're going to see a lot of creativity from states and from forward-looking cities about how do you bring Bitcoin into the mix, whether that is a standalone strategic Bitcoin reserve, whether that is a mix of Bitcoin into pre-existing investment funds that are in the state, whether that's some sort of debt and Bitcoin mix. I think like states really do need to think about what the options are going forward. And then the other, I think, hint we have, if you listen to the Vice President's speech just now, it sounded a lot different than now President Donald Trump's speech in Nashville last year, which was more political. It was a campaign stop, but it was a lot more just sort of signaling to the industry, I'm on your side, I'm here to listen. What we heard from JD Vance that was remarkable, including the shout out to BPI, is that a lot of our both BPI, but really also the industry's messaging is getting through. And there have been a lot of really smart folks that have come out with white papers with really smart ideas on, in JD Vance's case, how to leverage Bitcoin for the betterment of the United States. But also at the state and local level, there have been a lot of really smart thinkers. And so my guess is what we hear from Mayor Adams probably will come directly from, people who've thought about this carefully from within Bitcoin world.
Yeah. I should clarify a little bit of what's happening on the state level. So New Hampshire becoming the first U.S. state to pass a strategic Bitcoin reserve in May, closely followed by Arizona, though not a strategic Bitcoin reserve, more to do with the forfeiture of assets. And Texas, finally, last but not least, passing SB 21 from the House and Senate, but still waiting on a governor's signature. Matt, you were saying?
Yeah, so I think last year was the introduction of this idea of a strategic Bitcoin reserve that the president announced in Nashville. And then BPI did a lot of work to try to codify what that looks like, how to cash that out in terms of hard policy at the federal level. Wrote a bunch of white papers, draft executive orders, and have been strong supporters both in the executive side and legislative side this year to help get that executed and codified in law. And so we want to prioritize that. That's a lot of the focus. But now there's an additional idea that's kind of come on the table that was really put together in rigor by Andrew Hones, who co-authored a white paper with me on this concept of a bit bond.
Right.
Kind of fusing Bitcoin with a traditional debt instrument. The white paper we wrote and sort of have been having conversations inside Washington D.C. is about federal government debt. The Treasury Department issuing a debt security that has essentially a Bitcoin kicker built in.
This is really the playbook that Michael Saylor started, now moving to governments. Is that a fair assessment?
Yeah, essentially using traditional debt securities that have traditional funds that buy and sell those particular products, but maybe have a restriction in terms of their mandate that prevents them from actually holding or getting direct access to Bitcoin, essentially leveraging those sort of trap pools of capital that want to have some Bitcoin exposure. And so there are sovereign debt markets. Obviously, the federal government would have a strong leverage here to kind of counterbalance the fact that they're having to devalue their currencies and potentially, the bonds that they try to sell, and leveraging Bitcoin to kind of counterbalance that and kind of bring in new demand for those bonds and also get a lower interest rate. And that same logic applies to any debt issuer, right? So not only applies to sovereigns, but applies to municipalities. And so I think this could be the start of a new era, just like SBR was kind of the meme that became a reality last year and into this year, is this idea of bit bonds going from white papers to reality. I think that's going to be interesting phenomenon to see play out.
Well, of course, we're talking about Eric Adams, the mayor of New York City, about to take the stage, talking about what he might announce, talking about municipalities, states, why they are adopting Bitcoin, the nature of their balance sheets. Stephen, over to you, maybe to theorize what we're about to hear, and could it incorporate something like a bit bond, like a strategic Bitcoin reserve, or maybe could this be something else? We saw Square yesterday come out, integrate Bitcoin payments, a hot narrative as well.
Sure. Well, I think all options are on the table. I'm really interested to hear what Mr. Adams has to say. I think, and the reason all options are on the table are because of speeches like we just heard from the vice president and what we heard from President Trump last year. Anytime you get that kind of political air cover from a president, a vice president, multiple U.S. senators, what we're seeing at this conference last year and this year, that kind of air cover, it allows these others, whether municipalities or states, to come in and feel very comfortable making whatever type of announcement he's going to make and taking these massive strides that we're seeing. And so I think, the 1-2 punch we're seeing with a vice president coming, sharing, kind of rehashing the promises made, promises kept that we've seen from the speech from the president last year, whether it's Operation Choke Point 2.0, and he's saying that's this is its eulogy and all those sorts of things. really are part and parcel of what we're about to hear from the mayor.
And I would mention that, the New York City, this is really the financial heart of the world, not even just the United States. Zach, over to you. I'm curious your thoughts. What message does it send? Just that Eric Adams is here about to make a special announcement. Maybe it's the SBR, maybe it's BitBonds, we don't know, but he's here and talking.
Yeah, absolutely. So you're not going to get any disagreement from me. I'm a New Yorker. That is in many ways the financial capital of the world. I think one really important thing to contextualize what we're going to hear from Mayor Adams is that whatever we're going to hear is likely a template for what states are going to do. And just to shill one of our BPI initiatives, we're about a month out from releasing a state legislative toolkit. We think when we have forward-looking mayors or forward-looking governors at the state level that have ideas of how to regulate Bitcoin, we want to be as supportive as possible. And so we are working with lots of people across the Bitcoin industry to leverage their specific subject matter expertise. And I've been piloting this initiative along with one of our superstar associates, Zach Cohen, to give states basically a menu of options, pre-written legal language that they can pick, decide, okay, do I want to do a straight SBR where we put Bitcoin in state self-custody and then we hold it for a long time? Do we want to figure out how to integrate Bitcoin into pension plans to leverage Bitcoin's liquidity profile versus other types of, for example, treasury securities a state might have? Do we want to do self-custody? Do we want a qualified custodian? Do we want multi-institutional custody? Is it important to insure our Bitcoin holdings? All of these questions that states can plug and play based on the best advice we're able to get from the experts within our industry.
Well, I should add also that Eric Adams, identifies as a Democrat, but now maybe running as an independent. This does show that Bitcoin is crossing aisles, though we might be hearing from a lot of Republicans. Stephen, Matt, your thoughts on just the nature of Eric's presence here?
Yeah, I mean, this is the combination of the on-the-ground technocratic policy work that we do, and then politics. Politics is about capturing attention, right? Distinguishing yourself as a candidate, right? And carving out a reputation that you are at the frontier, that you're willing to take calibrated risks to advance the interests of your constituents, to make sure that your city, your state, your country leads in a competitive global environment. I think New York City, has a certain reputation, right? It's the mantle of financial gravity in the world system, but the financial system is changing, and there are other countries and other sort of city-states around the world that want to steal their thunder, and so countries and states have to kind of be innovative to stay competitive.
And of course, so much more to come today. We're throwing it to the Nakamoto stage. You're about to hear from Eric Adams with a special announcement. We'll be right back at Bitcoin 2025.
Calling Bitcoin a strategic asset for the United States. We follow that up with GameStop announcing their first Bitcoin purchase. And now it is my distinct pleasure to welcome the mayor of the financial capital of the world, New York City, Mayor Eric Adams. Please come to the stage.
Just want to take a moment to put on the uniform of the day. Let me say this to you. Why am I here? And I want to answer 3 questions. Why am I here? Why now? And why Bitcoin? Because we're the same. I reflect back when I grew up in South Jamaica, Queens. I was bullied in school, called the dumb student. I couldn't read. Little did I know that I was undiagnosed dyslexic. And people laughed at me. But I asked a question to them now. When you go from dyslexic to being elected to the largest city in America, that says a lot. And we're the same. Because people laughed at you when you talked about Bitcoin. And when I became the mayor that invested my first 3 paychecks in Bitcoin, they laughed at me. Well, who's laughing now? And David has a real vision. And I was introduced earlier to David's wife and his mom. You should be proud of your son because he understands the power of what we are about to do. I want to throw a name out to you. Betsy Ross, 1776, she created our flag. She was not some great intellect. She was not some great government regulator. She was not some philosophical, intellectual person who wanted to decide what was going to be the foundation of our country. She was an ordinary person like you and I, hard-working, blue-collar people. But that flag still stands today. And that is what Bitcoin is about. It is not being led from the intellectual giants that are going to determine how we're going to pay for our goods and services. It's being led by everyday working class people in America. And just as our flags still fly, Bitcoin is going to continue to fly in our country. And New York City is going to lead the way. We are going to be the leader because we know the power of innovation and what innovation has to offer. These conferences are crucial. And when we held our summit in New York a few weeks ago, we held it with a clear focus that it is time for you no longer to go through the lawfare that you went through and had to flee our city. New York is the empire state. We don't break empires, we build empires. We're saying to you, come back home. You have a mayor that is the crypto mayor, is the Bitcoin mayor, and I want you back in the city of New York where you won't be attacked and criminalized. Let's get rid of the Bitcoin license and allow us to have the free flow of Bitcoin in our city. But let's go further than that. We have financial instruments for all other bonds. You can have tax-exempt bonds and other bonds. It is time, for the first time in the history of this city, to have a financial instrument that is made for those who are holders of Bitcoin. I believe we need to have a bit bond, and I am going to push and fight to get a bit bond in New York so you can do those same bond investments in New York City. Thinking big and being unafraid of the future is what we want to do. So I say to all of you who are here, summoning, come out of the shadows, come back to the city. You no longer have to be afraid to be part of this major industry that has been attacked, it has been criticized, and it has been denied the opportunity to move forward and grow. We must lead the way. We must be a city and country of innovators and creators, not haters. And even those haters that laughed at us in the beginning, we have to ask in a uniform manner, who's laughing now? Look at how Bitcoin has grown. And we must match what is happening on the national level with what we're doing on the local level. If it grows in New York, it would cascade throughout the entire country. And we will normalize and allow young people to know the evolution and power of the Bitcoin universe. This is such a natural formation. If you go back to 1200 BCE, they were using shells for goods and services. We moved to the coins being made, then the paper currency, and then the credit cards. This is the next evolution that we must embrace. And those who are not willing to embrace it, they need to get the hell out of our way because we're going to embrace it and we're going to move it forward. But I think in my conclusion, Vice President Vance said something that you should all listen to. We must be part of the political strength in our country. In golf, they say you drive for show, but you putt for dough. Local politics will determine what happens to this industry. So as you leave Las Vegas and go back to your local municipalities, identify the lawmakers who embrace this industry and not want to destroy it. Get engaged in your local politics, not only your national politics. Let your voices be heard. You showed the power of the Bitcoin community. We're going to use Bitcoin and blockchain for our birth certificates. We're going to use Bitcoin to pay off fines and taxes. We're going to allow our young people to understand what it is to be part of this industry. But we need you on the ground. And I thought the message was clear. Go on the ground and show the power. Because if you don't show the power to elected officials, they're going to show the power to destroy your industry. You must win. You are the Bessie Ross of the day. It's everyday people that make this country what it is. And I know you hear a lot of naysayers on the greatness of America, and one poll said that 52% of Americans don't deeply love our countries, and our young people are being radicalized against the country. Well, I'm a 48%er. I still believe every day, and I still pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. This is the greatest country on the globe, and this is one of the greatest movements that's been made in this country right now. Keep fighting on, the Bessie Ross of today. Thank you very much.
Welcome back to the Bitcoin Magazine News Desk presented by Mara. It's day one of the largest Bitcoin conference in the world here at the Venetian in Las Vegas. 30,000 people are behind us. A Guinness Book of World Record attempt in progress. You heard from JD Vance, Ryan Cohen, and Eric Adams, the mayor of New York City, the financial leader of the world, taking the stage. Two subjects there that we're going to hone in on are with our guest panel today, Zach Shapiro, Matt Pines, and Brandon Green, head of the Bitcoin conference. Now joining us, again, the two themes from Eric Adams' speech that we're going to touch on. Bit bonds are here, financial instruments backed by Bitcoin. The mayor coming out and saying he'll launch a bit bond, light on details, but also saying that he'll get rid of the bit license. This is a piece of regulation legislation that has harassed the industry for years, held back progress, and now potentially a sign that it could be removed from law. So, Zach, let's start with you with Eric Adams. What did you take away from the speech?
So, first of all, what a day. I mean, this has been pretty remarkable. I think there are two really important takeaways from the speech in terms of substantive announcements. The first thing that the mayor mentioned is getting rid of the bit license. In this industry, we sometimes use the term regulatory capture. And just to explain to folks what that is, it's you have folks in government sometimes enact policies, sometimes with good intentions, but then it becomes a tool of basically big business to club.
This was a process that started in 2014, one of the first state-level licensures, and it was criticized for being technologically specific, right? It was overly specific in how it regulated the industry.
Absolutely. At the time, the bit license was sold as a way to make New York a capital for Bitcoin-focused innovation. Right? It's Ben Lawsky's creature there. Ben Lawsky helped pass the bit license, then basically went directly into private practice to monetize that. Now, the bit license sounds like a good idea, but let me tell you, as a practicing lawyer in the space, it is a almost it's near impossible to get a bit license nowadays. There's a huge backlog with the New York Department of Financial Services. Only a couple companies in New York have bit licenses. That creates a huge artificial regulatory moat that makes it really hard for innovative startups to compete. And a lot of the best, most robust Bitcoin exchanges, for example, with lots and lots of users, do not have bit licenses. That it's just not something they can get in a short amount of time, no matter how much time and money they devote to it. And so you're pushed to, in some cases, suboptimal options in New York City. And then even some big companies that have bit licenses, right? So Block, the artist formerly known as Square, the bit license only covers some of their operations. So you can buy Bitcoin on Cash App in New York, but for some reason you can't withdraw it on the Lightning Network, even though that's just clearly better for the user. So getting rid of that would be a huge step in the right direction for New York.
Well, Eric Adams, light on details. Matt, over to you. What does it look like to remove a piece of legislation like this? Can Eric Adams act unilaterally on this?
No. Short answer is no. Right. But it's a clear statement of intent. The interesting part of the BitBonds announcement, right, is there are a large number of restrictions placed on local finance laws inside New York City that would constrain their options. But I think there is a feasible path for the city to issue a general obligation bond, with a bit bond structure to it. And so I think that's an encouraging announcement that he articulated there. That essentially they're going to study this, right? They're going to look at the structure of such a bond. And I think the analysis that we've done at BPI is, it's plausible enough that right now I think New York City probably pays 5.3% on a 10-year note. Looking at some of the issuances that have come out in the corporate debt markets, they would likely attract sufficient demand for a bit bond, say 10% of a $1 billion note. That would maybe bring that down to say 3.5% interest, which over the lifetime of a 10-year bond would save about $170 million. And so that's a material savings for a city, and that structure, the city doesn't even have exposure to Bitcoin, right? They're just saving on the interest costs. Investors take all of the Bitcoin risk. Stepping further than that would require probably some additional legislation from Albany, giving them the ability to hold Bitcoin itself. The structure of the BitBond that we put forward for the U.S. government, essentially where the portion of the proceeds from the bond issuance go into a trust, and essentially half of it gets paid out to the buyers of the bond, half of it gets held on the government's balance sheet, so everyone shares from the benefit. And so that would be like a next step to explore for the city.
The announcements are rolling here on day one. We're about to go to the main stage for another special announcement. Matt Cole calling on Meta to buy Bitcoin. We're going to see it here live.
Fellow shareholder.
Hey, JP.
Can we hear this?
I'm presenting to you live from the Bitcoin conference in Las Vegas, Nevada, asking that Meta put Bitcoin on its corporate balance sheet. The case for putting Bitcoin on your corporate balance sheet has never been stronger. Right now, Bitcoin is over a $2 trillion market cap. And when you look at the macro picture, we have a global fiat debt crisis. M2 is rising almost every single day. And as M2 rises, the purchasing power of dollars, or dollars that are put in short-term U.S. treasuries, continues to decrease. And it's not accurate or sufficient to only look at inflation. You also have to look at the rise of asset prices, like stocks and homes. The reality is that a corporate balance sheet and cash and short-term reserves is losing its ability to generate value for shareholders almost every single day. And when you add the rise of AI risk, the risk goes even larger. And to be clear, Meta has been a leader in preparing for our AI future. You took the bold step of changing your name from Facebook to Meta, and I applaud you for that, and also to be a leader in AI innovation. But the risk for most corporations is not just that. If you take a look back to the internet era, over a period of 30 years, there was a 50% turnover in the S&P 500. Our belief is that there will be a similar turnover because of AI disruption in the next 10 years. While I do not believe that Meta will fall out of the S&P 500, my belief is that Meta has the opportunity to actually be the largest, or maybe the second largest corporation in America if you get this right. Lean into AI innovation, but also look at the balance sheet side of the equation, and don't just sit on cash and short-term treasuries, but adopt a bold Bitcoin corporate treasury strategy. And so my ask is simple. Mark Zuckerberg, you've already taken step one. You've named your GOAT Bitcoin. My ask is that you take step 2 and adopt a bold corporate Bitcoin treasury approach and vote yes on proposal number 13. Thank you.
Thank you. Line muted. Sound on page 90 of the proxy statement.
That's it. That's it. We're done.
You did it!
We did it. Boom. Thank you, man.
You killed it!
Thank you.
Welcome back to the Bitcoin Magazine News Desk presented by Mara. Day 1 of the Bitcoin conference is getting wild. You just heard Matt Cole, investor, CEO of Strive, calling on Meta to put Bitcoin on the balance sheet. That's right, Meta, the parent company of Facebook with billions of users. His message, don't sit on cash. Adopt a Bitcoin strategy. He said, Mark Zuckerberg, quote, adopt a bold corporate strategy. We're back with a panel to break it down. We've got Zach Shapiro, Matt Pines, and Brandon Green, head of the Bitcoin conference. Brandon, let's go with you. This is the latest in a series of activist shareholder efforts to put Bitcoin on the balance sheet of major corporations. What did you hear in this call?
Yeah, I think it really illustrates the trend that these corporate balance sheets are adding Bitcoin. And, the interesting thing he also talked to is AI and sort of this integration between AI and Bitcoin. That's actually the same thing that the vice president just said in his speech. It's very important to make sure that we're highlighting Bitcoin alongside this AI movement. And so I think that this is a really strong message to send to the CEO. We'll see what happens. We'll see what Mark does. I think it's a funny note that he named his goats Bitcoin and Max back in the day. There could be interest from him. We'll see.
Matt, your thoughts? Strategic Bitcoin reserves, Bit bonds, now calling on shareholders. The pressure seems to be mounting across the board.
Yeah, I step back and even drawing a thread with the vice president's speech of what does digital sovereignty look like for every actor in the society, from the individual to a municipality, to a small company, to a large company, to a mega cap multinational company, to a small country, El Salvador, to a world superpower. Everyone is exploring how Bitcoin fits in and provides that element of self-sovereignty. And I think we're seeing, a stack started to emerge, right? Where digital money is a piece of this self-sovereign stack. And there's a version of it that works for companies, a version of it that works for countries, and a version of it that works for individuals. And I like, for example, at countries like the United Arab Emirates, right? And those countries have a lot of capital and, autocratic leaders that are trying to build, essentially a self-sovereign stack with their own energy resources, their own compute, AI inference, and their own, hard asset holdings to kind of build a self-sovereign, system for themselves. And I think that should be a stack that's available to every individual and every company in the world. And so I think it's encouraging to see this kind of development play out with corporate treasuries on Bitcoin. And I see these trend lines start to converge.
Well, Zach, we've seen this before. Certainly, we saw Dell, a former shareholder proposal to get it to consider Bitcoin on the balance sheet, did not pass. Microsoft, McDonald's. Is Meta different?
It could be. Stepping back, I think it's hard to really overstate how early we are in this story. I think the world has only fairly recently discovered, some of us maybe a little bit longer ago, but the mainstream has discovered that Bitcoin is a legitimate, real, important store of value, I'd say sometime in the beginning of 2024 with the launch of the spot Bitcoin ETFs. And we're in this really interesting period where these actors, everyone from, sovereign governments to state governments to corporations to funds to companies are trying to figure out, okay, how do we leverage this asset, right? This unique digital commodity that sort of sprang from the ether out of this bizarre virgin birth with a pseudonymous founder, and what does optimizing Bitcoin as a store of value look like? And so I think we're seeing in the private sector this sort of Cambrian explosion of different experiments of how to use Bitcoin as a treasury asset. And is it just, holding as much Bitcoin as you can? Is it doing the sort of MicroStrategy playbook of convertible note offerings and at-the-market equity offerings in order to arbitrage the way the capital markets will give you access to capital? Is it figuring out what your long-term liabilities are and figure out how Bitcoin as an asset can match certain of those liabilities? And what I think at the end of the day is that companies will find some answer to that question, right? For most big companies, they will have one of those, potentially those three needs that Bitcoin will fit well for. And I think Meta as a really sort of forward-thinking company, right? They changed their name to Meta. They want to be the home of the metaverse. This could be the home of the sort of Ready Player One utopia, dystopia, depending on how you see that. I think it is likely that sooner or later they find some integration for Bitcoin.
Well, we've seen GameStop come out and buy 4,700 Bitcoin. Meta, could they be next? You'll be seeing it live at the Bitcoin conference. Stay tuned. We're getting back to the main stage with more programming. We'll be right back.
Shopkeeper in Nairobi saving her paycheck in USDC. In effect, indirectly buying US debt. That's one of the most important things here. So the world is absorbing US debt with stablecoins. And when you look at what the stablecoin issuers, and you stack them in comparison to other countries, you take all of them, Tether, Circle, stack them in comparison to other countries. Stablecoin issuers rank roughly 19 in terms of purchasing US debt. That means they're buying more debt than Germany and South Korea. Now, as I remind you, I said 1.25 trillion projected in 2030. So when that happens, that means that stablecoin issuers will be the biggest buyers of US debt. But again, today, people need dollars. Tomorrow, people need Bitcoin. And I know you all know why. I personally, when I look at what the Trump administration is doing, I'm very happy. They've embraced our industry. Vice President Vance's speech was amazing today. So because they've embraced our industry, I love it. With Doge, the efforts with Doge is great. But some of you know about the big, beautiful bill, and I understand it's not finished yet. But in the House at the 11th hour, pork was added, extra spending was added. So you have to question, does some of the bureaucrats in Washington have the fiscal discipline for this country? We know with Bitcoin, it doesn't matter. So this is what I call the Trojan horse strategy. We lead with what the people need today so that we can deliver what they will need tomorrow. And we know that's Bitcoin. So you want the next billion Bitcoiners? They're right here. And we see it. We see it all across the world with our customers. In fact, 70% of our customers are outside of the United States. Because for them, the wallet is no longer an app. The wallet is a bank branch. It's a passport. It's a freedom machine. The next billion people will not be signing up for a bank. The next billion people will be downloading a wallet. But what needs to happen is that wallets need to have to abstract all of the complexity and technology away. That means no complicated 12-word secret phrases, no crypto addresses, no L1, L2, who cares? It should be, I want to send $20 to my mom. I want to be able to buy groceries for my family. I want to save in dollars and be ready to swap for sovereignty when I'm ready. That's ultimately what this is about. Because we're not building for crypto natives anymore. We're building for the global mainstream. And they won't be signing up for banks. So because we have millions of customers all over the world, we have the fortune to be able to speak with them, have conversations with them. I want to share a story of one of our customers. So a father wrote into us, his father in Venezuela, and his son's name is Andres. And you know the political instability in Venezuela. You know the currency issues that they have. And so his son, Andres, built a crypto mining rig. He started mining crypto. And then he swapped it for dollars. Because that was his lifeline for his family. These stories are happening all over the world in millions. Again, we're fortunate to be able to have these conversations and learn what these people need. Ultimately, at the end of the day, I know for us, oftentimes, we can get really caught up in the yield. Oh, this token gets 30%, 40%. If you stake in this pool and mine in this pool, whatever. I have gotten caught up in it as well. But at the end of the day, the yield doesn't matter. It's the sovereignty that matters. And that's why we're here. That's why this is so important. So imagine a world with 8 billion wallets. And every wallet downloaded is actually a Bitcoin wallet. Every dollar saved is one swap away from sovereignty. And that's the world where that gives us one inevitable outcome. And that inevitable outcome is freedom. So the playbook is this. Start with something that people need every single day. Make it so incredibly simple. Dollars, stablecoin. Then we slide in Bitcoin behind the scenes so it's ready for when they need it. And then in doing that, we will empower the world. Because the reason this is so important, because freedom is not something that we keep to ourselves. Freedom is a protocol that we share all across humanity. And that's why this is so important. Thank you.
Thank you very much, JP. Our first keynote of Bitcoin 2025 here in Vegas. We have lots of incredible keynotes, panels.
Welcome back to the Bitcoin Magazine News Desk presented by Mara. It's day one at the largest Bitcoin conference in the world, and history is happening. A Guinness Book of World Record in progress. Here to talk about it, we've got a new panel. Brandon Green, head of the Bitcoin conference. Frank Corva, senior White House correspondent for Bitcoin Magazine and Rockstar B2C Inc. advisor. So the Guinness Book of World Records, they are here, they are watching, and I think we've got a counter of the number of transactions happening on site at this conference. There's an attempt to break the world record. Before we get into it, a slew of announcements about Bitcoin payments. We've seen Square come out, add it to 5 million merchant terminals, Steak and Shake taking Bitcoin for payments, talking about how it's faster, cheaper, better. Rockstar, why don't we start with you? Set the stage. What is happening here, and why did you want to set this Guinness Book of World Record?
Because I've always been saying if it's a Bitcoin event, Bitcoin conference, it has to accept Bitcoin payments. As we saw, it's not the easiest thing in the world to do, but luckily now I'm here, so I'm going to give it a try. And if we're, 0 out of 2, yeah, it will
Becoming easier, though. Brandon, head of the Bitcoin conference, why try to set the stakes? Why set a record what does the record mean?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I think you've seen Bitcoin really start to adopt and flourish in the store of value narrative. You've seen now corporate balance sheets adding Bitcoin to their treasury, and I think the next phase of Bitcoin is really using it as a medium of exchange. And so we want to really kick-start that narrative here at the conference, point out how effective it is as a medium of exchange. Even if you get one-off terminal issues, those will be fixed, and every day it becomes easier and easier to spend your Bitcoin, to use your Bitcoin on site, and we want this to be the #1 place in the world that Bitcoin is used.
Well, we hear from folks in the industry, people like Michael Saylor, never sell your Bitcoin. Isn't spending selling? Frank, how do you think about sending a Bitcoin payment? What do you hear on the floor?
I don't think it's selling. I guess some people could conceptualize it that way. Bitcoin is meant to be spent. If we look at the title of the white paper, Bitcoin is peer-to-peer electronic cash. We had a gentleman on the desk the other day, Herman Vivier, founder of Bitcoin Akazi, a Bitcoin circular economy where people spend sats every day without thinking twice about it because it's a better money than the South African rand in that case. We see that same story playing out around the world, different parts of Africa, Latin America, Southeast Asia, but here in the States as well. We had Steak and Shake on stage yesterday talking about accepting Bitcoin as a medium of exchange. We're moving in that direction, and it's cool to see it happen. And this gentleman right here, for all those who don't know, this Guinness World Record that we're trying to set, this is the mastermind behind all this. He's making it all happen here today. Uncle Rockstar, great to have you with us.
Well, I want to go back to Brandon for a second. Let's talk numbers. So is there an existing record? What is the new record that you want to set? How high is the bar? How many payments could we see today at the Bitcoin conference?
Yeah, I would like for us to test the feasible limits of what the network can actually even accomplish today. So, if we could get to 1 million, that'd be amazing. But I think, Rockstar might have a heart attack if we get that high. Rockstar, how many do you want to see?
I mean, we did the research, and based on the previous event that were done, like, the Guinness Book of World Records has set this threshold of 4,000 transactions, and we're currently in 688.
Wow.
And again, it was a bunch of events that were looked at. Shout out to Bitcoin Atlantis, Baltic Honey Badger in Riga, Bitcoin Jungle had the event. So all of that was taken into account because, if we go and we generate 1 million Lightning invoices in 30 minutes, technical people know how hard that is. But we are at 690. We're going for 4,000, and
Well, we'll be tracking it throughout the day, of course. Many merchants here buying and selling goods for Bitcoin. Brandon, Frank, maybe before we go back to the main stage, what are some interesting things you're seeing out there being sold?
What am I seeing being sold? First of all, there's amazing merch all throughout this conference. You got pens, you've got swag, you've got even some wallets, you've got all sorts of Bitcoin gear, ways that you can hold your Bitcoin, ways that you can spend your Bitcoin all over the place. And the other thing that I'm seeing as we look around, we had the mayor of New York walking by, we had Russell Okung, the former left tackle in the NFL, taking pictures over here. It is a crazy madhouse all around us, and I think that this world records setting opportunity really just emphasizes how this is the center of Bitcoin today, and it is a very fun place to be. And everyone watching at home, we'll see you next year, but you're missing out on a good one here.
Everything from trading cards to apparel and art being swapped and sold at the Bitcoin conference. We'll be tracking the Guinness Book of World Records all day. We're going to send it over to the main stage. We've got Miles Suter from Block again, accompanying at the vanguard of Bitcoin payments. Stay tuned on X, Rumble, and YouTube.
Incredible speakers, and I just got the thumbs up, which means it is time for one of those speakers to come to stage. Are you guys ready to go? Yes, okay, let's keep it up. This is a big announcement. This is Miles Suter from Block. Let's get a round of applause for Miles, everyone. Woo!
I'm not gonna go out if it's not there, man. Okay, great. Yeah. Thank you. Woo! Bitcoin is at a crossroads. On one hand, it's never been stronger. Trillions in market cap. Millions of holders, and even talks of nation-state adoption. technical difficulty with the slides in the background, it looks like. But we're just going to we're going to freestyle it. The original vision, the one in the title of the white paper, peer-to-peer electronic cash, is still mostly a dream. We use Bitcoin to hold, to hedge, to opt out, but we rarely use it to live. At Block Inc., we believe that has to change. Because if Bitcoin doesn't get used, if it doesn't become everyday money, it risks failing to live up to the mighty mission that has inspired so many of us around the globe. That's why at Bitcoin 2025, Block is officially announcing that we're bringing Bitcoin payments capabilities to our millions of Square businesses and point of sales. At Block, we've always believed in Bitcoin's promise, but belief alone is not enough. What matters is action, and that's why, for more than a decade, we've kept showing up, often before it was popular, and sometimes before it even seemed practical. In 2023, we first enabled Bitcoin on-chain payments at Square. We were early, and it didn't get much traction, and the Lightning white paper was still years away, but it planted a seed. In 2018, Cash App became the first public company to support Bitcoin, driving the first exposure to Bitcoin for millions of Americans. In 2019, we launched Spiral to support open source Bitcoin development, no strings attached. In 2020, we co-founded the Crypto Open Patent Alliance to defend Bitcoin innovation and fight back against patent trolls. We'll come back to this one. In 2020, we also put Bitcoin on our balance sheet mere weeks after MicroStrategy. In 2021, we launched the Bitcoin Clean Energy Initiative to directly counter the boiling the ocean narrative. In 2022, we began building Proto, our open source mining initiative. And again, in 2022, Cash App became the first public company and the first major financial platform to adopt the Lightning Network. In 2023, the first physical BitKeys, our dead simple self-custody wallet for the world, came off the production line. And in 2024, we helped defeat Craig Wright in court, standing up for Satoshi's legacy and for Bitcoin developers around the world. And last year, we also introduced Bitcoin conversions, which allowed some Square businesses to convert part of their incoming sales to Bitcoin using Cash App. These aren't just headlines. They're a pattern. Again and again, Block has made early, principled bets on Bitcoin. We've made it more accessible. We've fought to make it more secure. And now we're focused on the third and hardest part, making it usable every day. So why are Bitcoin payments important? At Block, we believe the world needs a native currency of the internet, one that isn't dependent on gatekeepers, doesn't stop at artificial borders, and doesn't fall apart under political pressure. That currency is Bitcoin. And payments, real everyday payments, are how we make that vision come to life. If we don't use Bitcoin for payments, then we risk losing one of the most important promises, permissionless money. If we don't preserve the qualities of cash in a digital world, then human liberty is in serious trouble. And unfortunately, probably forever. Again, Jack said it best, if Bitcoin just becomes digital gold, we failed the mission. Bitcoin payments validate Bitcoin, not because the government says so, but because the market does. When price discovery goes from a handful of major exchanges to millions upon millions of participants in an economy, Bitcoin's decentralization increases. Payments are core to the soul of Bitcoin's ethos. When someone tips their barber in Bitcoin, or streams payments to their favorite podcaster, or zaps a node on Nostr, we're proving that Bitcoin is money. And the more that Bitcoin is used as money, the more robust and cemented into our world it becomes. And we all need to do our part. At Block, we believe Lightning is key to making Bitcoin more practical and accessible for everyday use and for everyday people. But we also believe that Lightning can be an essential foundation for the coming age of artificial intelligence. Humans and machines alike will require global, instant, and programmatic payments to unleash our fullest potential. And they will prefer a currency like Bitcoin. Agents are going to need frictionless, permissionless payments. They're going to need to transact instantly, to stream microtransactions, to bid on bandwidth, data sets, or whatever new economic models become viable in this new age that we're entering. At present, Block runs one of the top Lightning nodes globally, and we brought the ability to use Lightning payments to our 50+ monthly active users within Cash App. And here's what's wild. It's working. Cash App continues to be one of the largest Bitcoin on-ramps in the US, regularly accounting for almost 10% of on-chain block space on any given day, month, or year. And at the same time, in 2024, we saw a 7x increase in Lightning payment volume compared to the previous year. And this usage continues to shift today. 1 in 4 of our outbound Bitcoin payments are now happening on Lightning. And at the infrastructure layer, we're earning nearly 10% Bitcoin on Bitcoin returns by efficiently routing real payments across the Lightning network. This isn't yield from altcoin staking or reckless speculation. It's from solving hard, real-time routing problems. And it's real Bitcoin on Bitcoin returns from our corporate holdings via supporting real payments use cases. What we see is that when you're enabling real payments by making them faster, more convenient, the network gets stronger, smarter, and more useful. So if you're wondering if Bitcoin is still just an asset, the answer is no. It's already a network, it's already a protocol, and now Block is leading the effort to make it into the world's best payment system. So today, we're taking the next step. For the first time ever, businesses will be able to accept Bitcoin natively directly through the Square point of sale, just like they would with cash, credit cards, and tap to pay. No clunky workarounds, just one seamless, elegant flow for both the customer and the business. Right now, if you head over to the conference merch store, just beyond these walls, every Square register is running a version of the updated point of sale. And if you pay with Bitcoin, you'll receive a 21% discount. There you'll get to see it and experience it first before we start rolling it out, Lightning payments to Square Business later this year. Why does this matter? Because this is what makes Bitcoin everyday currency for everyone. What we're showing at the conference is just one layer of what we'll be introducing. We're actually building a full Bitcoin for businesses stack. We envision a world where any and all Square businesses will accept Bitcoin payments that seamlessly blend into the background. Whether they want to hold it as Bitcoin, convert it into local currency, whether they want to keep their Bitcoin in the Square ecosystem, or whether they want it to automatically be swept out to self-custody. This means not just accepting Bitcoin, but holding it, managing it, converting it, and reporting on it. We believe hardworking entrepreneurs deserve access to the full power of Bitcoin. They deserve the ability to bank in Bitcoin, to integrate Bitcoin into the tools they already use, from sales to accounting to taxes. to take the earnings from their life's work and transfer them into the hardest money ever created. It's about taking the blood, sweat, and grit poured into small businesses and turning that into something generational, something that honors the work, that protects it, and that gives it a future. For 16 years, that's what Square has enabled for millions of businesses. Proof of work. 1 year ago, we enabled some Square businesses to start dollar cost averaging into Bitcoin, converting a set % of their daily sales automatically. Today, 1,700 businesses are all 100% in the money. Some have one employee, some are very large, some are converting 1%, some are going as high as 60%. But with this feature, we've seen firsthand that businesses DCAing into Bitcoin can unlock more control over their treasury, a hedge against inflation, a path for faster business expansion, and importantly, a signal to their customers about what they stand for. And we weren't going to let our businesses do this alone. As a company, we are DCAing ourselves, taking 10% of all of our profits from Bitcoin and adding it to our corporate balance sheet as a salute to our beloved Square businesses and a nod to our overall conviction. We're in the process of expanding this to all businesses, and the experience will be native within Square Banking. You'll be able to set conversion percentages dynamically, toggle it on or off based on cash flows, and take your Bitcoin into self-custody at any time. It's the simplest way for small businesses to add Bitcoin to their balance sheet. We'll also have native buy-sell functionality, making Square Banking the place where businesses can manage their active Bitcoin treasury. This will continue to differentiate Square Banking as a one-stop shop for businesses that want to do business in the way that they prefer, in Bitcoin or in USD or both. This will be the first mainstream accessible tool for businesses to earn, manage, and grow their wealth from their life's work and to participate natively in the Bitcoin economy. And later this year, we'll begin rolling out what you're seeing here today. Beautiful Square terminals accepting Bitcoin payments at your favorite and, frankly, typically the coolest neighborhood businesses. Ultimately, our goal is for when you think of Bitcoin for business, you think of Square. We're in the early stages of kicking off this journey, and I hope you kick it off with us for the sake of your business and for the sake of Bitcoin in the long run. So why do we think that things will be more successful than in 2013? Back then, Cash App was just starting out, playing around with email-to-email fiat payments. Many of our largest Bitcoin peers did not even exist yet. And there's been so much work done by so many people to get us collectively to where we are today. And the beautiful thing about Bitcoin is that our competitors in the industry are also our collaborators. As they grow, the network grows, and we all benefit. We're building a new future together, one that we all believe is rooted in a more free and fair foundation. And the rising tide lifts all boats. In 2025, with so many Lightning native Bitcoin apps, we've collectively grown the top of funnel of Bitcoiners who are not only willing, but importantly, now able to spend their Bitcoin to a number of many, many millions, tens of millions. It's strength in numbers. So hand in hand, let's do this one more time. Let's keep manifesting we know we need to live in. We can make Bitcoin the global reserve currency of our world by using it in our everyday lives. So if you see a Square business, we encourage you to do your part and pay in Bitcoin to show that the Bitcoin economy is not only possible, but inevitable. The long road to mainstream starts now. The new chapter of making Bitcoin everyday money will will begin with skepticism and require us, together as a community, to be pioneers. Just like we all did with Bitcoin, just like we did with Lightning. Bitcoin as everyday money won't just happen on its own either. But we're all used to that. It starts with us, the early adopters, the community of tens of millions of passionate Bitcoiners around the world, including small business owners who use Square. And based on experience, I'm certain others will follow along shortly after. But with any cold start problem, someone has to be first. Someone bold, who wills into existence their vision of the future. And there's no company in the world in a better position to kick this off than Block Inc., alongside all of you, the amazing Bitcoin community. So we hope you will join us, because Bitcoin offers a new path, one that starts gradually and then suddenly. Thank you. Thank you.
Welcome back to the Bitcoin Magazine News Desk presented by Mara. It's day one at Bitcoin 2025, and it is an absolutely packed house here at the Venetian in Las Vegas. You've heard BitBonds announced, Bitcoin on balance sheets, and just now, Bitcoin payments coming to millions of merchants around the U.S. You heard from Miles Sutter of Block talking about peer-to-peer cash, the dream of Bitcoin. His quote, if Bitcoin doesn't become everyday money, it will fail to live up to its mission. Now to talk about what's happening at the conference in terms of bootstrapping the Bitcoin economy. We have Frank Corva, senior White House correspondent, and Rockstar Dev, B2C Inc. advisor. There is a Guinness Book of World Record attempt in progress. That's right. If we reach a certain threshold, the Bitcoin conference will be in the Guinness Book of World Records. Rockstar, I want to talk to you about the technology behind this. This is cutting-edge stuff being done by the conference. There's a lot of Bitcoin conferences around the world. A lot of them don't do as much as the Bitcoin conference to leverage technology. What is unique here that you're seeing on the floor?
Yes, and I just want to say it's BTC Inc., but it's all of you participating and all our exhibitors. Everyone is getting the pin. And there is tons of technology, man. I worked on BTC Pay server. I worked on Strike over the years. And now Square is joining. And they felt bad that this morning the demo didn't work. So we're going to do it live.
We're going to do a live payment demonstration. You're seeing now the floor shoppers. Rockstar, what's going on over here? Can we get a zoom in on this?
Rockstar, yes. We have a $1 bill here. I'm about to tap my Bolt card here with Uncle Rockstar's face on it, if you will.
Yes, so that's why it didn't work. It was Trump card and not Rockstar
Oh,
card.
man. Well, the payment has gone through, my friend.
All right, a Bitcoin payment made on stage right now. One of many happening on the floor as we build to the Guinness Book of World Records. We're going to Lynn Ulbricht live on the floor. Of course, her son taking the stage in the final keynote on Thursday. Isabella Santos, our roving reporter, over to you.
No, man, I'm telling you, that's it.
Well done, sir.
So you finally made it.
Headsets on. Keep going. We're coming right back.
You didn't zoom in on the payment, though.
If you want me
has
to,
been
we got
fighting and advocating to free Ross Ulbricht for over a decade, and you never once gave up. How does freedom taste like?
Delicious.
Can you please?
Wonderful. It's really wonderful. Yeah. I mean, it's something that's hard for me to even believe now. You know, it's like, oh yeah, Ross isn't in prison. You know, and I can relax about some things. No, it's incredible. It's incredible for our family, and yeah.
Can we relive those first 5 days when Trump was elected and you were waiting for them to sign the Free Ross Day 1? How did that feel? What was going through your head?
Well, we were hoping for a commutation, a full commutation time served. The judge had put something on there, which was that he would have a lifetime of supervised release, which is very unusual. That meant for the rest of his life, he would have a parole officer he'd have to report to who could put him back in prison at any time, and all kinds of restrictions. It's pretty rough. Usually you have it for a while, but not in a lifetime. So we were just hoping for that. And I never thought we'd have a pardon. I mean, I just never thought we'd have a full pardon. And the day that Trump had said he would do it, and I believed that he would do it, and that he would keep his word. And I did actually get to talk to him, and he told me he would do it. But he said that I might not have time to do it day one. I've got a lot to do that day, but I'll do it the next day. And I was like, that's just fine, no problem. And no, it was great. And the next day, after Inauguration Day, we were like, okay, he's going to do it, he's going to do it. And that evening, I had gone in the other room for something, missed a call. The call was from Trump. I missed a call. I'm like, no. But there was a message that I was able to say, hello, you missed this call. And his office said, would you like to speak to him? And I'm like, yes, I want to speak to him. And he got on and he said, I have good news for you. And I'm like, oh my God, And he said, I'm going to give your son a full and unconditional pardon. I was like, oh my God, incredible. It was just, I was losing it at that point. And he took the time to read the whole pardon to me. And then at the end he said, and tell him to stay clean. And so it was amazing. It was amazing. And then we went, his wife, Caroline, and I, and his sister, my daughter, went to the prison. And his dad joined us right away. And he rode with his wife. They had her pick him up, and he just drove out. And there he was, outside the building. And we hugged and kissed and were so excited, and then had a whole family reunion for that week. It was amazing. It was amazing.
And I feel like it's still amazing.
It's still amazing.
Because Ross is free, and as you can see, this is the live auction. Ross Ulbricht's auction worth everything that he wore in that full decade that the world took from him. Over to you guys at the news desk. Yes. Hold on.
A sobering moment at a time of celebration. You just heard from Lynn Ulbricht talking about the pardon of her son, Silk Road founder Ross Ulbricht, launching this week Mothers Against Cruel Sentencing, a new nonprofit that hopes to continue her work fighting for others in the judicial system who need freedom. We're going to turn it now to talking about the latest edition of Bitcoin Magazine on newsstands now. You can go to bitcoinmagazine.com, pick up the latest copy, of course. Ross Ulbricht now on the cover. This magazine includes a lot of interesting content about Ross, his time in prison, and of course his release. There's a special letter from Ross in this edition, as from his mother, Lynn, who, of course, whose work has really inspired the Bitcoin movement and was instrumental in seeing Ross eventually released. Frank, I want to go over to you. Can you tell us a little bit about the making of this magazine and the love and care that really went into producing this product?
Yeah, it's a remarkable thing, especially to be able to showcase this here in front of not only the 30,000 people here, but to the world, to the many tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of people who are tuning in. Lynn Ulbricht's fight over the last 11 years has been harrowing. David's been close to her. Many people from the BTC Inc. community and staff have been close to her. Many people from the Bitcoin community in general. And the fact that this is how it ended, it almost brings tears to my eyes as I talk about it. And to put a little interesting spin on it, my mom is actually here. She was the first person that ever encouraged me to write about Bitcoin and has been a tremendous support in my life. You know, she read the story last night and it almost brought her to tears as well. I mean, there's really nothing more powerful almost than a mother's love for their children, their son, and for her to remain faithful all this time, and then to have the President of the United States call you directly. And I believe, I'm going to get some of the technical details wrong here, so please correct me, Pete, but we were hoping for, I think it was a pardon, but it ended up being more than we were hoping for, which was something that would essentially expunge.
Well, they were looking to commute the sentence, essentially,
right.
Which would have, he would have still been guilty of the original crime, but of course Trump coming through with an additional pardon on day one. Rockstar, I want to go over to you briefly. A double life sentence plus 40 years. This was the sentence handed down to one of the early innovators of Bitcoin payments. We're talking about the Guinness Book of World Record, all that's done to bootstrap the Bitcoin economy. Can you talk about what it means for Ross to take the stage tomorrow?
Ross is absolute pioneer, and coding free market is not a crime. It's preposterous what was done to him, and we're so glad you're free, Ross. Let's go.
Over to the main stage, where we got Arthur Hayes, another recipient of a presidential pardon. Stay tuned on X, YouTube, and Rumble.
He was with George Soros, helped defeat a few different currency pegs, and is obviously extremely knowledgeable about what has to happen economically for the U.S. to succeed, given all the issues that they have. And here's a photo of Bessent giving a sales presentation. I'm sure some of you have seen this movie, Glengarry Glen Ross, and the iconic scene when, I forgot the name of the actor, who's standing up there and telling the salespeople, ABC, always be closing. So what's Scott Bessent's job? So every time you see him on TV, imagine he's a used car salesman and he's selling you something. What is he selling you? Bonds. His job is to sell bonds. His job is to sell bonds because his boss, the US government, needs to finance itself. So why are bonds shitty investments? Well, here in yellow, this is a chart of the total amount of US Treasury debt, and I started it in 2017. And what you can see here is it's indexed at 100, and the supply of debt has gone up by about 80%. And then I index this against the TLT, which is the ETF of long-term bond treasuries, divided by the NASDAQ 100. And so if the chart's going down, that means the NASDAQ is outperforming bonds. And so the outperformance of the NASDAQ is about 80% from 2017 until the present. So yes, you might have made money owning bonds on your coupon, but if you put your money in the stock market, you would have made 80% more. Okay, let's look at the same chart versus gold. Similar story. If you had not owned a US Treasury bond and bought gold instead, you would have outperformed by about 80%. Now, obviously, this is not a gold or stock conference. We're here to talk about fucking Bitcoin. So what is this performance versus Bitcoin? And it's even more dramatic. It's about like 99%. You have outperformed by buying Bitcoin versus buying bonds. And so while there are many investment professionals who will stand up and they'll tell you, hey, I think the bond market is going to do well over the next year or 2 years, what have you. That might be true. You might actually make money owning bonds, but you'll make more money owning other things. And the goal of investing is to maximize the amount of money you make given the current circumstances, and owning government bonds is not a great trade. Now, obviously, this feeds back into my message of this job that Bessent has is very difficult, because as more investors read these charts and understand that they're significantly underperforming what they could be making for themselves and their clients by staying in government bonds, then there needs to be more government action in order to make sure that the US government is able to fund itself. So, obviously, the new administration, the Trump administration came in and they talked about how the US government has a spending problem. Now, here's a chart from the Peterson Institute, and this is up until March of this year. The fiscal year in the United States starts in October. And what we can see here is that even though there's been a lot of effort and rhetoric about the fact that the US government is spending too much money, in fiscal year 2025, we're already tracking above fiscal year 2024, which is already a record year for the deficit. Now, obviously, in the media, we've been talking a lot about how certain people, and we'll get to that person in a second, are going to rein in government spending by eliminating fraud and abuse. And so we talked about it for a while, and then the protagonists of this effort, the Doge, went missing, and we haven't heard from them in a while because it's bad politics. Every dollar that the government spends is going into somebody else's pocket. And if you're going to come out here and say we're going to cut trillions of dollars from the deficit, that's obviously going to impact a lot of people and businesses in an adverse fashion. And we saw sort of the negative reaction to this from the media, from individuals. And ultimately, I think the politicians realized, hey, this isn't great politics. Let's call in our attack dog, let him go off into the sunset and run his private company. But what that means is if they're not going to be able to cut the deficit meaningfully, how do you make the books balance? And recently, Scott Bessent has gone on a media tour and talked about how he is focused on growth. He's all in on growth. And so what does that mean if you're running a massive deficit? That means that you need to get nominal GDP above your cost of interest, which is very difficult to do unless you're going to up the amount of credit in the economy. So a lot of you in this room are American or spend a lot of time in North America. I have lived most of my adult life in Greater China. And when you live in China, you understand that GDP or growth is just an output of how much credit you want to put into the economy. And so we want to understand what the Trump administration, and I think any administration would do, given these mathematical facts. We have to understand that this economy depends on credit. And so if you're willing to put more credit into the system, then you'll get any growth target that you want. So if Besant says they want 6 or 7% nominal GDP growth, great. How much credit are you going to create? And we want to know how much credit they're going to create, because ultimately that is what leads to Bitcoin outperforming every other asset in fiat terms. So how do we outgrow a 7% persistent deficit? What can they do? Usually, the authorities blow another financial bubble. Maybe that's Bitcoin and crypto. A very accommodative stance from the politicians to say, hey, we want the crypto bros and girls to get very wealthy, pay capital gains taxes, spend a lot of money, and increase economic performance. They could encourage lending by the banking system to real-world economy. That I call this QE for poor people in an essay that I wrote a few months back. And essentially, if the banking system, instead of doing financial engineering, takes its balance sheet and lends to ordinary companies, this produces jobs and economic growth. Now, the problem with both of these things is that there is inflation. Inflation is necessary to delever the balance sheet. And I know it's a dirty word in politics and economics, but inflation is necessary for the government to afford this massive debt pile that it has. So we are going to get inflation, and obviously people in this room understand that Bitcoin is the best hedge against that, but we need to spread this message around the world. Now, recently, I want to talk about a few things. The path to $1 million Bitcoin. And I believe there's three main prongs to this. So the first thing is capital controls versus tariffs. I wrote a recent essay where I delved into the fact that I think tariffs are bad politics because they encourage goods inflation and empty shelves, and the ordinary Americans don't like that. But you can achieve the same goal of economic rebalancing by using capital controls instead. And so we started to see certain fringe economists, and it will be mainstream soon, talking about how they can rescind certain tax benefits that foreigners have investing into America and take this income and redistribute it either to voters or to buying certain maturity of treasury bonds. The second thing is an exemption of the bank supplemental leverage ratio, which I'll get into in a second. Scott Bessent has talked about this on multiple interviews, and he's even turned up the rhetoric recently in recent Bloomberg and Fox News interviews, talking about how this ratio, he believes this summer, there will be an exemption, just like there was in COVID, for large banks to buy treasuries with infinite leverage. And finally, something that's becoming a lot more energy is the Fannie and Freddie Mac, the government-sponsored entities that will be able to juice the mortgage market with lots of money if they're allowed to once again. So let's go into these three horsemen. Foreigners must pay is good politics, right? If you're going to go out to the voters and say, I'm going to give you something, obviously it'd be great if somebody else was paying for it. That's just how politics works around the world. So back in 1984, because the US government had another problem, same problem, how do we get people to buy our debt? And this is at a time when the 30-year treasury is trading at about 12% yield. They said, hey, why don't we exempt foreign owners of bonds from withholding taxes? Now, if you're an American, all the interest that you receive from owning a treasury bond is taxed at a particular rate. I think it's between 20 and 30%. And right now, if you're a foreigner, you don't have to pay that. So there is talk now about rescinding that exemption to do a few things. First, it could raise over $1 trillion over a decade by basically taxing foreigners on the income that they received. Now, obviously, if you receive a tax, you're probably not going to want to own a treasury bond. So one thought is, how about we make it that it's very low tax to own a long-term treasury bond? These are the things that Bessent has trouble selling. And very high tax on treasury bills. These are the cash-like instruments that you might own in your money market account. And everybody wants this. Everybody wants a high-yielding cash account. So let's penalize you for owning that, but let you own this long end. And that's a soft form of yield curve control. How do we get demand into the long end from foreigners? Well, just change the tax rates. Now, the ultimate problem of this is who's going to replace foreigners as a marginal owner of debt. Now, obviously, that means they're going to print the money to make up for the amount of money that's lost from foreigners not investing in this debt. Other thing, bank buying bonanza. So the supplemental leverage ratio, if you don't remember anything from this presentation, please remember this. It's a way for banks to buy bonds with infinite leverage. So there's something called Basel III. It's this very complicated regulation that was put in after the global financial crisis. And it did something sensible. It said, hey, banks, you didn't have a lot of capital. Why don't we make you have more capital? So if I own a bond, I have to put up some of my own equity capital against that. That makes a lot of sense. Well, that means that the U.S. banks will run up into a limit as to how much U.S. Treasury debt they can buy. Remember, Besson has $2 trillion, if not more, per year of bonds that he needs to sell, and he needs to make sure that somebody can buy these. So if I remove this exemption, it allows commercial banks to buy Treasury bonds with infinite leverage. And when they can do that, their profits soar because they pay very low rates on commercial deposits. And obviously, smiling Jamie Dimon would very much love this to happen, and he has said this on many occasions that he believes that the banking system needs this exemption. And as I always say, Jamie Dimon gets what Jamie Dimon wants. Something else, stablecoins is obviously a very hot topic these days. If you combine stablecoins or U.S. banks issuing dollar stablecoins throughout the market that pay no yield with an SLR exemption, they essentially become just like Tether. They pay nothing to allow people to invest in these stablecoins and use them for transfers, and then they get to take all that money, put it into U.S. Treasury bills, and have no capital charge, and it's essentially infinite profit. So I expect that if this exemption goes through, which I think it will, you're going to see a very concerted effort by the large U.S. banks to issue the orange stablecoin because it's a way for them to earn a lot of net interest income. Now, this is a tweet or a truth or whatever you want to fucking call it from Trump on Fannie and Freddie. Essentially, these are the organizations that were issuing mortgages during the financial crisis. Before the 2008 financial crisis, they were very profitable. Now, what happens when you free Fannie and Freddie? Essentially, you take them out of conservatorship. Now, this has been a trade that's been talked about, for almost 2 years now. If you bought it at $1, it's probably trading at 11 now, these companies on the market. But you take them from conservatorship, they're allowed to take their equity capital, issue more debt with an implicit government guarantee, and lever it 33 times. And then they can buy up to $5 trillion worth of mortgages. This is $5 trillion of liquidity that is going to come into the market if you allow these two organizations to get back to business as usual. And so here are the fucking maths. Where do I get this idea that Bitcoin could hit $1 million? So if we think about QE for poor people, banks lending more into the real economy, I estimate that could be up to $3 trillion of bank credit that will be created between now and 2028. The statistic to look for is on the weekly Federal Reserve balance sheet, other deposits and liabilities. We'll see that happening there. If the banks are allowed to buy Treasury bonds, it's estimated that $900 billion of foreign demand could evaporate. And that has to be replaced by commercial banks who now can buy these treasuries with infinite leverage. And finally, let's free Fannie and Freddie and bring $5 trillion of liquidity to the markets, which gets us close to $9 trillion printed or between now and 2028. And let's put this into context. During COVID, the COVID stimulus programs and all the aid that was given to the financial sector within the United States totaled about $4 trillion. And from the lows of March of 2020 to 70,000 in 2021 in November, we went up about 10x. Remember, price is set on the margin. It matters about the much larger marginal price, not the whole stock. And so if we have less Bitcoin on exchanges due to ETF demand, and we're printing double the amount of money between now and 2028 than when we did till COVID, then Bitcoin $1 million is just easy. Thank you very much. Hope to see you all at our party tonight.
Thank you so much, Arthur. We definitely will be.
Magazine News Desk presented by Mara. It's day one of the largest Bitcoin conference in the world. Still so much more to come. You're going to hear from the Pakistan Crypto Council, Donald Trump Jr., Eric Trump, Bitcoin Standard author Saifuddin Ammous, and Adam Back, the man who first corresponded with Satoshi all those years ago and went on to found Blockstream and other innovations. You just heard from Arthur Hayes, the BitMEX founder, pardoned by President Trump, giving his thesis for $1 million Bitcoin, here to bring an interesting perspective on that price appreciation. As an early Bitcoin miner and pioneer, James Howells from the United Kingdom. James, thanks for being here, and maybe you can share a little bit about your story. Obviously, some people might be very familiar. You've been in the headlines for years, but I think it really speaks to the price appreciation of Bitcoin. Your story, maybe you can fill us in.
Hi, Pete. Thank you for having me. What a great event. So obviously, many people might know my situation. It's been in the news quite a few times over the years. I was one of the first people involved in Bitcoin, and I managed to create quite a few thousand coins quite easily back in that day.
It was over 8,000, I believe.
Yeah, that's correct. There's exactly 8,000 Bitcoins in my wallet address, which is verifiable on the blockchain right now. I've been trying to recover those coins for the last 12 years, ever since this first happened. And I've gone to Newport City Council, who are the owners of the landfill where this hard drive ended up. And I've tried to put proposals to them so that I can excavate and recover my property. Unfortunately, they've not been too friendly towards me.
Yeah. Well, certainly this is a story that many people sympathize with. No one is ever happy about losing Bitcoin, and I know it must be a harrowing experience for yourself to go through that. But it sounds like there's hope on the horizon and some new activity that you're looking to recover these Bitcoins, which are currently lost.
Well, I'll never give up on this plan. So after I put together a recovery team, a professional recovery team, and presented that case to Newport Council, they didn't want to know. So then I decided to launch legal action against Newport Council. 2 high court cases in the UK, which were completely swept under the carpet. I wasn't even given a full court case to present my case. So I've come away from there with a complete and utter loss. But that doesn't mean we give up, because the hard drive is still there and the data that I need to recover is still there.
I'm curious your thoughts on why there hasn't been more sympathy for your situation. You first came out with a story, I remember, in 2013, and it was a big deal that you had lost millions or thousands of dollars at that point. It's become millions. It's becoming multiple millions. Why do you think there is, or is there a sympathy with your situation? Because it seems like if the hard drive is there and it's recoverable, this could be a resource for not just yourself, but the region.
I've had assistance and help and sympathy from practically everybody except for Newport City Council. And they're the decision makers that I need on my team. So I went to court, and unfortunately that was thrown out. So now we've come up with a new plan. The next plan is we'll be buying the landfill from them, whether they like it or not. We're going to make them an offer they can't refuse. And the way I'm going to do that is I'm going to tokenize a portion of the hard drive coins, 1,675 coins, which is 21%. I'm going to offer those as ordinals to the public. I'm going to raise approximately $75 million via that tokenization project. And my plan is to buy the landfill outright from Newport City Council, so I no longer have to beg for permission.
Who do you expect to be interested in this issuance? Obviously, we've seen things like this in the past, right? Major investors have come out. Strive, Vivek Ramaswamy's firm, looking to buy claims on Mt. Gox Bitcoins. We've seen exchanges like Bitfinex. They've tokenized their debt, made the people who experienced the loss whole again. Were you inspired by these projects? And if someone were to invest in something like this, which is a bit risky and unconventional, why would they participate?
Yeah, I have been inspired by past projects. One of the projects that did inspire me was the effort by Bitcoiners to purchase a copy of the US Constitution. That is very similar to the plan that I propose. The reason why somebody would purchase one of my tokens is that each one of my tokens has got a Satoshi amount allocated to it. So if I then complete the plan, recover the coins, I will then have to allocate a portion of those coins back to the people who supported this recovery effort. I believe this story is so known worldwide. There's a lot of people who would invest into this at different price points. So we've got multiple tiers for different tokens, which offer different benefits and perks. And at the same time, we're also going to put the entire excavation process into a documentary series so that people can actually follow along with us.
Right, I did hear about that, yeah.
So they can actually follow along with us and see what we're doing and see the outcome.
Do you feel like this is becoming a race against time? Because, you know, we know one of the things about software is that it, you know, continues to perpetuate. Hardware, a different story. This is a hard drive in a landfill. Landfills notorious for toxic materials, debris. How confident are you that were you to find the hard drive, you could identify it, get it operational? I'm curious what work you've done there.
Well, I've had extensive conversations with a company called Drive Savers, who are based in LA. They've recovered multiple wallets with multi-million-dollar balances in the past. They're the best in the business of doing this, so I fully trust them. All I have to do is get them a physical hard drive, and they believe there's an 80 to 90% chance that they will recover the data. Now, the reason for that is, on a multi-gigabyte hard drive, the data is actually stored in one specific location or sector of the disk. All I need to recover is 51 characters, which is bytes of data on a disk. Now, if this was a multi-gigabyte video file or an MP3 file, the data would be scattered on multiple points of the hard drive, which would make it harder to recover that data. The fact that we only need a minuscule amount of data increases our chances exponentially.
Well, I'm sure a lot of people out there admire your determination. You have kept up with this for close to a decade. How close have you stayed to the industry and the state of the art of the technology? Are you buying and holding Bitcoin still to this day, or you know, what have you done to kind of maybe help make sure others don't go through what you've had to experience?
Yeah, I still buy and hold Bitcoin on a daily basis. I've been dollar cost averaging since 2013. I use Bitcoin as well. I use crypto. I like to pay for things with Bitcoin. I believe there's a use case there for it. It's not just a store of value. We can actually use crypto, and we can use the digital tokenization of assets onto the Bitcoin blockchain, which can only increase the value of everybody else's coins together. So that's what I plan to do with an Ordinals token in order to raise $75 million, and that will be going live on 1st of October. We'll be dropping that at token 2049 in Singapore. We hope to sell out by the end of the year. And the current council they've said that they're willing to close the landfill in early 2026. So it's my intention to put an offer to Newport City Council through my legal representatives on the 3rd of January 2026.
Well, of course, we'll see some leaders from the UK here for the first time. Nigel Farage coming up at the conference amongst the major guests still to come. What would be your message to the United Kingdom, not seen as progressive on Bitcoin or cryptocurrencies? What would you say to Nigel if you had his ear?
I'm pretty sure Nigel is already a Bitcoiner, so it's not Nigel I need to convince. It's the rest of the British establishment that refuse to change. And they need to come to the table and realize the opportunities that they're missing out on. For example, if Newport City Council had come and spoke to me in 2013, the city of Newport now would look like Dubai. Instead, it looks like a hellhole.
Well, James, we wish you luck with that search. We're going to take it now to our next programming. Stay here live on YouTube, Rumble, and X. We'll be right back after these messages.
Supply and productivity and efficiency, but it's the energy necessary for Bitcoin mining or HPC or whatever that is the big bottleneck. And when Ether switched over to proof of stake, you lost this other competing force on the energy for Bitcoin mining, and all of this energy infrastructure, which was kind of going towards Ether, now all flooded towards Bitcoin mining as the highest value opportunity. Now with the HPC and the AI emergence, NVIDIA is kind of coming full circle. And they went from Ether, it had a little bit of a lull, but now they're coming back in this space. And it's providing another high value opportunity for the energy. And I think that's going to be the real game changer here, because it's another bottleneck on growth on the Bitcoin network that we previously didn't have before ChatGPT emerged.
I want to talk to you both about M&A as well. So we'll start with Zach. CleanSpark, you've been pretty active in the M&A space since the post-halving. What's your thesis on the current state of M&A and Bitcoin mining? Are we in the early stages, middle, late? What are you seeing?
You know, I think that Bitcoin is a finite asset, but the mining space can be an infinite game. And it's something that will always go into overtime. So I don't think it's about being in the beginning. It's almost like we're permanently in the middle. And again, where we're at is there's still a shaking of out event occurring. You know, as Bitcoin continues to rise, if you were struggling to make it when it was at 80, now you've got a new, lease on life that's come into it. But it's creating opportunities, lots of opportunities for consolidation. And again, so we view it as we're going to pursue the opportunities, but we're doing so in the most capital efficient ways possible. We're also in a unique situation as a company where, we're looking at the rewards for investors. There was a point in time where you were rewarded for growing almost for the sake of growing. That is gone as this industry's matured. It's about making sure that growth delivers true shareholder value, which I think is a great thing for being a buyer, because it's a little bit of a buyer's market that we're still in. If Bitcoin continues to push, which I'm pretty bullish on and think it will happen, I think that the consolidation will slow down a little bit, because it will make more sense to stay and wait to sell than it does to rush into a sell right now.
You guys, Bennett Bitfarms, just acquired Stronghold Digital. It was an acquisition that was in the making for a couple years. How do you feel post-merger? Are you guys happy with it? How has that affected your capital strategy? And what are some of the things that you've learned in the last couple months since that acquisition closed?
We're thrilled with the assets that we picked up there. We've always viewed this as an energy portfolio management business. And I think for years, Bitfarms has really been focused on the international growth. We started in Canada, we did some expansion in the US, and then we went off into Latin America. But when we're looking at what is the higher value opportunities, where are we getting the most value out of our megawatts, where should we be investing the next dollar? It's in the United States. That's clearly where there's the most energy infrastructure, there's the most opportunity, there's the lowest cost of capital, there's the most demand. And so we have not only acquired Stronghold, but we actually divested the largest site that we've ever produced in Paraguay. We did that simultaneously at the same time. And it was about how do we manage our energy portfolio of hard infrastructure assets. And it's a lot easier said than done to manage physical infrastructure. But we effectively said, let's just focus on the best opportunities that we've identified, which is this US infrastructure, and how do we vertically integrate up the chain and get this big pipeline of capacity in the United States. So we divested our Bitcoin mining assets that we didn't want. We acquired these assets that we really wanted. And that's opened up a whole new world of opportunities for us as a company. And it's opening up whole new worlds for us in terms of the capital markets as well, because it's way easier to raise capital and to finance infrastructure in the United States than it is in Latin America.
You guys have historically diversified geographically. Is that still part of your play, and how is that going for you guys now that you have a bigger presence here in the US as well?
We're still, a very international company, but our focus right now is on North America. So prior to these two transactions, we were actually going to be the majority of our infrastructure was going to be in Latin America. Now the majority of our infrastructure is in North America, and almost all of our growth is in the United States. So, we still have international assets, but when we're sort of looking at where's that next dollar go, it's going right here in the US, it's going into rural areas in Pennsylvania, it's going into solving the biggest challenge that compute markets have, which is the energy bottleneck. Where are you going to get the energy? How are you going to get the energy? And how can you plan that infrastructure over time? And by focusing on these rural areas in Pennsylvania, we're able to solve that problem way better than we were investing in Latin America.
We talked about consolidation a little bit in the beginning, but there are new entrants into the market. Specifically, we've seen American Bitcoin come in recently, saying they want to dominate the Bitcoin mining space. How has that reshaped or maybe affected how you guys see competition in the mining space in 2025 and beyond?
There's always going to be competition where there's opportunity. And for us, it's always about staying on the head of the efficiency curve. So we've invested heavily in optimization from day one. And so we feel really strongly about our competitive advantages and rolling through that. I think it just comes down to also when we see new entrants, we know that it doesn't matter if you're big or small or how big a balance sheet you have. There's a lot to learn. Bitcoin mining isn't just plugging in a machine and walking away. There's a lot of optimization that adds up to, at scale to tens of millions of dollars a year. And so we will always keep an eye on it. We will see, obviously, difficulty increase, but we also know that the learning curve is steep. So I would say we're very comfortable with where we're at and just maintaining our edge from an efficiency point of view.
Ben, anything to add on that competition?
I think when you're looking at how do you optimize and how you're managing, this is a competitive space, but it's not a competitive space that's usually a hostile space. It's one of the only industries that I know of in the planet where we face so much hostility from external forces that internally, even within the industry, everyone is friends, everyone is brethren, everyone wants to support and help each other. I don't think anything has changed there. I think there's a lot of political pressure, there's a lot of external pressure we face, but at the end of the day, whether you're at CleanSpark, you're at Bitfarms, you're a Bitcoiner. And that's what's really, really important, and that's what drives it forward. And usually the rising tides lift all boats in this space.
Something that has changed is profit margins have gotten tighter. You guys both have very different approaches at your companies to raising capital. What lessons have you guys learned? We can go first with Zach about operating a sustainably responsible Bitcoin mining company in this environment.
Yeah, it was something that we pushed really hard as we approached the halving, and we term it as escape velocity. There's really a minimum size that you need to be as a public miner to shift into a high level of profitability. And it's a place that we have reached. And so we're at a point where we can self-sustain operations. And we can also not only self-sustain operations, but continue to build our Bitcoin balance. So how we're looking into it is we went through a phase where we built our Bitcoin balance to a target, which was about $1 billion, which we've now surpassed. And now we're using Bitcoin to get more Bitcoin. So rather than seeking outside capital to sustain our operations, we're using Bitcoin to do it. But because of our scale, we're able to have between 40 and 60% of the Bitcoin left over at the end of every month and add that to our balance. We're also looking at a third leg to add to the profitability of the company, and that is we are investing our Bitcoin. Simple things, whether it's covered calls or things like that. But when you have a very large balance of Bitcoin, it becomes another opportunity to use as a revenue stream. We're incredibly conservative about it. We're still in what we refer to as our crawl phase. But we are looking for capital that we generate ourselves to create shareholder value rather than looking external. Because I think that the mining space, I think it's well known. From a valuation point of view, Bitcoin has been outpacing it. And this happens all the time. We're looking and waiting for the time for it to catch up. And, debt is also a great opportunity when managed wisely to fund the business into the future. All of that requires scale. And so those are the areas that we're looking at to fund growth, because we prefer to avoid the equity markets for the foreseeable future.
Ben, talk to me about your equity dilution strategy at Bitfarms.
Bitcoin mining is a capitally intensive industry, and any compute business is. And when you're in a capitally intensive industry, your capital strategy is ultimately probably your most important factor for success. If you're able to raise more capital at a lower price, you're infinitely more competitive. And if you can't raise capital at cost-effective prices, there's nothing that you can do on the operational side that will outweigh the higher cost of capital. So it's a really, really important part of the business. I think the industry is constantly evolving. And in the last bull run of 2021, there's all these companies flooding into the space looking to do miner financing and try and break in and disrupt the space on the financing side. And unfortunately, it's very, very hard to do that in a traditional sense when you have the underlying Bitcoin volatility. What we're seeing now is that this entire space is changing at such an exponential rate that all of the capital strategies have changed. The kinds of people who are looking to raise capital or trying to give capital to these kind of companies are changing. The structures are changing. And if you would have asked me a question around capital structure maybe over the last 2 years, the question wouldn't have been about your capital strategy. It would have been, is there any capital available at all? Now, miners can be discriminatory. They can start allocating to different strategies. They can be more sophisticated. And this is even more true when you're looking at the HPC side of things, where the underlying volatility doesn't exist. And so, for instance, we just raised a $300 million facility with Macquarie Group in order to develop out HPC at one of the stronghold sites that we acquired in Pennsylvania. And that has an 8% coupon on it. Compared to what you pay for equity issuance or the kind of cost of capital that the mining industry experienced over the last couple of years, that 8% is incredibly cost effective. And as companies develop and they show more and more progress towards the HPC, there's going to be way more opportunities to constantly raise more capital at increasingly lower rates. So this industry is completely different. The amount of capital that's available now for digital assets and digital compute, it just didn't exist a year ago or 2 years ago. And right now, everyone's trying to ask, how do I get exposure? And all these companies out here like Bitfarms and CleanSpark are providing different solutions to give these companies exposure who want access to this really, really exciting space that is outperforming almost everything else.
The price of Bitcoin is going up, which everybody here likes to hear. But in an environment where the Bitcoin price stays flat or stagnant for a little while, what would you say are the most viable sources of capital for miners in that situation? How would you guys handle that?
You know, I think that if it stays stagnant at 100,000, I think we're all still pretty happy. But, you know, it just comes down to growing at the right time. And again, on a counter-cyclical basis. I think that patience is what that would take and require in the space. Being flexible, adjusting plans, not being over-leveraged. It's the decision you made yesterday that is going to matter in an event like that. Do you have too much leverage? Can you service your debt? Are there bigger problems with your business, you know, fundamentally? And so, again, staying on the cutting edge of efficiency has allowed us to be at the right place, right time. We would frankly probably welcome even an environment like that because we think it would create a different kind of opportunity. You asked a question about what inning are we in from a acquisition consolidation space. Pain creates opportunity in different portions of the market. It also creates, I think, a strong network though, because it really shows the resilience the Bitcoin network has. We don't need Bitcoin to double, you know, overnight every year to have a very strong network globally. So it just further proves the resistance of what Bitcoin is.
Anything to add, Ben, on that?
No, I think you want to raise capital at the right times. And when you're investing in a space like this, and we did an analysis of every single Bitcoin miner we've ever purchased from 2017 rolling forward. And we looked at when we purchased the miners, what price we paid, the manufacturer, the model, the efficiency, the electricity price. We looked at all these different variables. And the number one determiner of success was the timing of when you bought the miner. You know, this is a highly volatile space. You can't outrun the underlying economics. And so, you know, when we looked at this, it was going into a Bitcoin mining halving and just exiting a Bitcoin mining halving when the fear and the uncertainty around what is going to happen with Bitcoin, that provides the lowest prices on the Bitcoin miners and the most opportunity. So what we did was going into the end of 2023 and entering the halving in 2024, we had put together a whole strategy around upgrading all of our fleet. We did over 83,000 miners purchased, deployed. We pulled down over 50,000 miners. It was a massive, massive upgrade. And the way that we look at it is a little bit differently than I think, you know, a lot of other companies look at it. And we're really trying to grow at strategic points in time to maximize our return on invested capital. And if we're not trying to do that, then I think we're doing a disservice to our shareholders. The challenge there is that shareholders, and I think most of the market, want linear growth in perpetuity throughout time. And this is not a space that rewards linear growth in Bitcoin miners over time. You really want to try and focus on when you're making your investments, when you're going, putting your chips all in on the table. I think we did that really well at Bitfarms. And for where we are right now, we now have our Bitcoin mining infrastructure upgraded. All of our miners are effectively deployed. We have that upside to Bitcoin's rising prices. But we're not running out there to buy more Bitcoin miners today. For that next dollar that we're looking at.
What is the key to progress? Is it more machines, more money, more buildings? Or are those just the outcomes? What if progress relies on having purpose?
Welcome back to the Bitcoin Magazine News Desk presented by Mara. I am Frank Korver, the political correspondent for Bitcoin Magazine. To my left, we have Steve Lee, all the way on the left over there, lead at Spiral. We have Max next to him, founder at Hivemind Ventures. And we have DK to my left right here, host of Presidio Bitcoin. And from the main stage, we just heard from Ben Gagnon of Bitfarms, as well as Zach Bradford of CleanSpark and Eleanor Terrett of Crypto in America. Today, we're going to be giving you guys a little bit of a taste of the Presidio Bitcoin Jam. But first, I want to go over to you, Steve. Please tell us a little bit about that hat you're wearing there.
Yeah, it's an important message to share. It's everyone should go to saveourwallets.org. Congressman Tom Emmer has just proposed this bill. It's like one page. It's very simple. If a business or service does not custody people's money, it should not be considered a money transmitter or money services business. And as we saw under the last administration, there was the DOJ action against some companies and developers. So it's an important bill to pass to get clarification. And everyone should learn about it and find their own way to support it, either talking to the service provider they use or talking to their local constituent.
Okay, so saveourwallets.org, is that where people should go?
Yeah.
Perfect, saveourwallets.org. Max, let me go over to you.
Yeah.
So with Presidio Bitcoin, what do you do? We're trying to bridge here Silicon Valley with Bitcoin, right? It seems like that should be sort of a marriage made in heaven, but tell us a little bit about what this process is like.
Yeah, well, it's interesting because it kind of was, right? If you go pre the block size war, San Francisco and Silicon Valley was very much the heart of the Bitcoin ecosystem. And then, as you guys remember, the Bitcoin conference used to be in San Francisco. Then, of course, a lot of the traditional venture capital and big money ended up going into, the whole shitcoin industry, and we've all seen what's happened there. However, I think there's a moment now, which is we realize that, Bitcoin has already established itself as an incredible store of value, and I think we're really ready to see it become a medium of exchange for humans, for artificial intelligence, which we'll talk more about. And for us, Presidio Bitcoin is a new co-working space launched a few months ago. We've been doing this podcast, Presidio Bitcoin Jam, for about 6 months now. And our goal is, how do we make sure the best minds in Bitcoin, Lightning, and Nostr are connecting with the best minds in capital, frankly, in Silicon Valley, to build the next generation of payments on the web.
Appreciate that. So Nostr, I like to hear Nostr included in there too. Very cool. So Nostr, I like to consider Nostr, shout out to Nostr, the world's biggest circular economy, I like to call it, the world's biggest Bitcoin circular economy. Other topics that you tend to touch on, DK?
Well, yeah, we like to think about Presidio Bitcoin Jam is just what will we talk about in our own group chat. So it's whatever's happening in the world, and it's often whatever's happening in building things and in Bitcoin and Lightning and Nostr. So these days it feels like it's all AI. Everything that we're talking about is how do you use AI as a tool to help more people create more things. Traditionally, Silicon Valley takes tons of capital and big teams to build things. Now the individual is empowered to build. So we end up talking about that a lot. I kind of call myself a semi-amateur vibe coder.
Okay, all right.
Spend most of my time doing that.
Semi-amateur vibe coder, very into it. Yeah,
and it's pretty badass actually. For those of you who haven't seen, I think it's still up. pbhackathon.com. We just held the first Presidio Bitcoin hackathon with two sort of broad, I would say, tracks fusing Bitcoin and AI. One is the DK and Matt Belez sort of path of can you vibe code and easily integrate Bitcoin payments in there? And then the second path was, are we finally at a stage, and this has been sort of an obsession for me, and shout out to Mr. Steven going around from Block, he's been thinking about this a lot as well. Can we have autonomous digital life, which is going to be using Bitcoin as an energy-backed currency? So if you guys are interested, I don't know if it's still on the website, but we had some incredible projects, 5 or 6, that I think are hopefully going to push the envelope on what we do with Bitcoin and AI.
And what was my biggest takeaway from the hackathon was that in 24 hours, people went from concept to working application that integrated Bitcoin payments and Nostr, and many of them integrated Nostr as well, including some of the top projects were people who were not developers. Anyone can build now. If you have a good idea, you can build. We proved it in this hackathon that within 24 hours, people who didn't code a line were able to build a working product. And they got, one of them got 3rd place and one got 4th place.
Well, I have to ask if you don't mind there. So I think about this a lot. I haven't gotten into vibe coding myself. I plan to. It's on my list of things to do. Do people have to look over the code that gets vibe coded? Does a proper coder have to look it over just to make sure everything is okay?
I think it depends on your goal. So if your goal, some people are building applications, just one-off throwaway applications. They have a need and they just build the application, fulfill that need. You don't have to look at the code as long as it meets your need. If you're building a prototype or just demonstrating to the world what I can build, or here's my idea, and I want to show it to you, you don't need to look at the code. If you're going to build a wallet that's securing people's money and you have millions of people, you still want human engineers reviewing the security and looking at the code.
I had a feeling that might be the case. Can we talk a little bit about this symbiosis of Bitcoin and AI? Is it inevitable that Bitcoin becomes the money of AI?
Oh, that's a very interesting question. I mean, for me, my long-time thesis, I come from the energy industry, is that Bitcoin eventually, forget all of the blockchain and everything else, which is our enabling technologies, but will be recognized as a ledger, the only currency of the known universe, which is joules, energy. And so I think for the AIs, if you think about it, even as the cost of software and everything goes to zero, there's still one real-world cost, which is computation or energy. So if they're going to eventually be paying for their own GPUs, their own bandwidth, their own storage, their own real-world resources, they need, I believe, an energy-backed currency. Is it possible that something else comes along better than Bitcoin in the future? Maybe, but for the foreseeable future, I don't think there's anything close to it.
They also, permissionless money will matter to AI, like agentic AI as well. They won't be able to fill out a KYC form to use a payment rails or use a money. So I think it'll be a very natural fit. I think the AI will figure out the best money to use is Bitcoin.
Okay, well, I'm learning something here, gentlemen. I wanted to ask you too. So is a lot of what you're doing with the Presidio Bitcoin Jam, is it education focused? Is it more sort of, you have kind of the attention of Silicon Valley, but now you're trying to sort of show them how Bitcoin fits into their equation?
Yeah, well, all three of us have lived in Silicon Valley for 20 years. At least David and I worked at Google for a long time. So we come from that world. The three of us are also very hardcore Bitcoiners. So we know both worlds, and I think generally there's a big gap between the two worlds right now. A lot of people in Silicon Valley don't get Bitcoin. Most don't. And then a lot of Bitcoiners may roll their eyes at Silicon Valley. So I think we can do a great job at bridging the gap between the two. And so our target audience is big tech in Silicon Valley.
And I think a lot of the way Bitcoin is perceived in the world is like this store of value, this thing you should hold. And we agree with that, but we don't think it's just that. And we think it should be something that can be used for building new applications on the web, things that you've not even imagined yet. And so if people want to contribute to Bitcoin, you should hold it, sure. But the message that part of what I get excited about is that you can actually build anything you want, even if you're not a developer. And you don't need to look at the code. There's other people who look at the code that gets incorporated into the final, what you're doing with the money, what you're doing with the signing transactions. But you can build all kinds of applications that don't worry about Bitcoin, blockchain, payments, how it all works. You just use it as a component. So Bitcoin now can become just this foundation that everybody can build their own dream app that doesn't have to be on Bitcoin or on a blockchain or something like that. You can build any app that requires money or value exchange, which is everything in the world.
And I think one of the things that's very important, because you mentioned you're excited about Nostr, which to your point now has over 5 million payments, making it the largest Bitcoin circular economy by payment volume out there. Now that we have, the way I think about it is the full protocol stack, Bitcoin as value, the Lightning Network and sort of adjacent pieces, maybe Cash or something like that in the future for payments. And now we have Nostr for identity and data transmission. The thing is, many of these people in Silicon Valley, they see Bitcoin and they're like, okay, we're not into gold, we're not into finance. The reason they got into Ethereum is not that they're all scammers, some of them are, but the vast majority wanted to build cool shit. And so now if you come in them and you say your idea that you want to build with your decentralized social media, your decentralized any internet application, with Bitcoin, Lightning, and Nostr, you can build that today, their eyes light up. And I think that to me has been one of the big learnings.
And I think the timing is now. Spiral builds development tools. So 4 years ago, we watched developers try to integrate Bitcoin payments in their application, and it would take multiple talented developers a year to build an application. Now, like we just said, a non-developer in 24 hours can build an application. So that is more Silicon Valley's jam. Silicon Valley wants to build fast, move fast, and I think that's why they were attracted to Ethereum for a long time. But now you can build really fast and unleash creativity on Bitcoin today.
This is amazing. It brings to mind one thing. What I think about when I hear all this stuff, you could build this quickly, it's that easy to do. Where does someone start? Someone who's listening to this saying, you know what? I feel it in my gut. I'm a vibe coder. I could just feel this is what I got to do next. Where should they go? What website should they check into? Where should they go to start vibe coding and creating some of these apps?
Yeah, there's a lot of great tools. I've been on the journey myself and played with so many different ones. I start with Replit Agent. You don't need to understand anything about how you deploy it. You can pull things in. Our friend Matt built a great app called High Fives that he fully deployed with both Lightning payments and Nostr identities. Deployed it with Replit Agent, and it's out there, and he didn't write a line of code. So anybody who has an idea can do it, just simple soup to nuts there. And then you can go to more advanced tools like we've used Cursor and Windsurf and Klein and Goose. All kinds of, all these tools are using underlying LLMs to actually do the coding for you. You can review them in various cases, but you don't actually have to understand it. It's more like you give into the vibes. You just let it happen, right? So that's the whole point of vibe coding. Is you don't have to understand it, but there are people who understand it, and if you want to, you can open the covers and look under and see how it all works.
Okay, I have one major last question here. Is it like Bitcoin that once you get it, you can't look away? Once you get into vibe coding, are you then just hooked? Do you just become a vibe coder for life? Is that how things work?
Well, I can't say I'm nearly as much of a vibe coder as DK here. I mean, the one thing I would say is, yes, there are certainly people like DK, like other friends of ours that are getting hooked. I mean, what I would say is when you lower the barrier to creativity, everyone is naturally creative. We as human beings are a creative species. And so, of course, we're going to enjoy being creative and making more. But what I would tell everyone is, similar to Bitcoin, kind of zoom out. Like 2 years ago, you couldn't do any of this. So imagine, 2, 3, 4, 5 years down the road, you're going to be able to literally speak things into existence. And then you think, where is the actual scarcity in that world? Well, Bitcoin, Lightning Network payments, et cetera.
Yeah, this might seem even overwhelming to some. What does the world look like? Let's talk about this 5, 6 years down the road with all this coming. Bitcoin, AI, merger. What does the world look like in your mind, Steve?
Well, some other exciting announcements this week and last week are like Steak and Shake accepting Bitcoin. Merchants are going to be able to accept Bitcoin now. Yep. So we're seeing it from a lot of different angles. So I think over the next 5 years, the network is just going to grow. And so there's going to be more people with a wallet on their phone where they can spend, and then people will accept it. So I think we're going to see a lot of niches grow over the next several years, and then 5 years from now, whether it's AI or humans, there'll be a lot of Bitcoin payments.
And I would also say maybe zoom out and think about the category and frequency of payments can change by orders of magnitude, right? So in the same way that once we got the internet, we were able to have completely new business models. It wasn't just bring the New York Times online, we got Twitter. Similarly, I think once you have free instant microtransactions for tens of millions and then hundreds of millions and then trillions and then quadrillions of agents out there, the kinds of transactions they're doing with each other at the speed of light, the ability to take 100, 1,000 payments together, put all of the pieces of data together, it's going to be a wild web. And I hope it's an open one. With Bitcoin and Lightning and Nostr, it can be. The alternative is a lot less exciting.
Yeah, appreciate that. DK, final thought. We're about to head back to the Nakamoto stage. Anything we didn't touch on here?
Yeah, I mean, I just think everybody who is a Bitcoiner should be building for Bitcoin. You don't have to be running a small shop and selling coffee. That's good. We have those tools now too.
but you can actually build the application of your dream, something you've never dreamt of. You can actually be a builder in this new world. And I just encourage everybody who's a Bitcoin holder to start to become a Bitcoin builder, just with your own hobbies.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, you heard it here first. Yeah, Steve.
If I could just show our show.
Please, of course.
If you want to follow our show, we do it live every Friday, 90 minutes. And you can find us on YouTube or social media, Presidio Bitcoin.
Perfect. Ladies and gentlemen, you heard it here first. Vibes are high here at Bitcoin 2025. Vibe coding is the way of the future.
We're doing
Things are good. We're heading over to the Nakamoto stage to hear about retail Bitcoin investment, the front running of Wall Street. We'll be right back here at the live desk after this.
Invest in crypto at any point and do it on a recurring basis as well. And at the end of the day, like with Bitcoin especially, you will have to have a strategy to do it on a regular basis. It's pretty hard to time a market like this. And so I think what we're trying to focus on is making sure customers understand like how to get into it and have access to Bitcoin easily.
The question was on what indicators Wall Street might be looking at. Yeah. So the obvious answer, if you're one of these large firms, particularly look at a large bank, a large broker, is to look to your customer base, right? And so they're looking at a few different things. They're looking at, back in the day, how many of my customers are buying GBTC? How many of my customers now are buying the various ETFs out there? And a big one they're also looking at, almost across the board, are how much of my customer deposits are leaving our bank accounts, leaving our brokerage accounts, and going to places that likely mean they're buying Bitcoin or crypto. Kraken, Robinhood, you name it, in the various different, they have that data. This is across the board. They're all looking at that data, and that's one of their biggest indicators. When it comes to kind of their high net worth client bases, that's just they're communicating with them directly, and they're getting asked these questions on hey, when are you guys going to support this? When am I going to be able to borrow against my Bitcoin? When am I going to be able to buy Bitcoin? So on and so forth. So they're looking at their customer base, and that's really the impetus here. Again, it starts with the individuals.
Can I just say, if I look at Glassnode reports, which I think are very good, they give you a strong sense of how long have people been holding their Bitcoin and where have they been holding their Bitcoin. I think we're all Bitcoin holders, so we're obsessed with the price. But if you think about Wall Street coming in, what would I suggest that they look at? It would be, what do those reports and indicators tell you? A little bit about the sentiment. Are people holding Bitcoin longer term, or are they taking profit, and therefore that might anticipate the price coming down? And as we see more and more people using services like Zappo or others, there's an element of trust in the industry that was maybe destroyed a little bit after FTX. And if you think about why is that needed and relevant, well, because the more things you can do with your Bitcoin, the more that the industry will grow. And if you're thinking about, okay, how do we all benefit from that growth of the industry? How does Bitcoin become mainstream? I think there's going to be an element of Bitcoin having to bridge financial services. So if you're seeing a movement of Bitcoin from self-custody towards providers like ourselves or some of my other colleagues here, then that's a strong indicator, I think, that there's trust is back.
Keep my answer really simple, and I hope I make my Econ 101 professor proud. There's a lot of metrics out there. I think the only one that generally matters is supply and demand. We are trying to build a better form of money, a better financial system, and the supply is limited. And every day, week, month, year, demand is going to grow and grow and grow, whether it's retail, Wall Street, countries, states, companies. That demand is going to spike, and with a limited supply in general, things just move one way, and it's an exciting chapter.
Let's dig a little deeper on this and talk about Bitcoin's next catalyst. Is it as simple as pension funds? I would say the last catalyst would have been the ETFs in 2024. Strategic Bitcoin Reserve, maybe we haven't seen the effects of that yet, but what is that next catalyst that may lead to a Bitcoin supply shock?
Yeah, I can jump again. People talk about the reserve and corporate treasuries, and those are absolutely right. The thing I think that's not talked about the most is financial advisors in the United States. We have over 300,000 financial advisors in the United States who meet with their clients every month, week, quarter, and they're talking about stocks, bonds, those kind of things, mutual funds. And most of those financial advisors are not allowed to recommend to talk about Bitcoin and those kind of products. And those dominoes are going to keep falling rapidly. And so you're going to have this army of financial advisors from traditional finance, I think soon, recommending Bitcoin ETFs to their own customers. And so we have this upcoming like Bitcoin marketing team that I don't think people are talking about enough. And I'm excited for it to happen. It's a win for the industry. It's a win for those companies, but ultimately consumers who they've heard of Bitcoin, but they don't know what it's about. And when they're sitting across the table from someone they trust and know, and now that person's telling them about Bitcoin, I think that's going to make a huge difference.
Would you say 50% are still not able to recommend, or do we know those numbers?
It is way less. I think it's probably 10%. And some of these financial firms have 20,000 financial advisors, 15,000 financial advisors that they're not allowed to talk about it. And I think in 5 years, they all are.
I mean, if you just even look at the top 5, they're not doing it right now, and that's like well over half, the total space. I'd probably rank that group maybe number 1. A close, second is just like all of the opening up the actual true retail, banks, brokers, all the large, with tens, hundreds of millions of clients. And then probably third behind that might be the government side of things. We're starting to see Mubadala has a position in Bitcoin and these types of things. I don't know where Michael is out there. I don't know that like the corporate treasuries is going to be like that big of a driver vis-a-vis some of these other pieces and just how much capital's out there. And then I think probably the other, institutions fall in line behind it, pensions, endowments, and so forth.
I think for me, this idea that institutions are driving this catalyst at the moment, I think is fairly true. I think there's 2 other things out there that will happen in the future. When, I don't know. But one is, we're on this journey where we're making Bitcoin easier and more accessible for it to become mainstream. So everybody in this room loves Bitcoin, right? But we don't want to be an echo chamber. How do you make it easy for my mum or your mum to be able to use Bitcoin so that you democratize finance through Bitcoin? Well, not everybody can think about seed phrasing or think about how to keep their coin safe. So there's going to be that sort of within the retail space. There's also much more that can be done to make Bitcoin much more mainstream and more than just sort of a price speculative asset. And that leads to the other catalyst, which we'll see probably longer into the future, which is using Bitcoin as a form of enabling cross-border payments. So at the moment, we think about, well, it's just a store of value. The payment use case is dead. I don't think it is. I think you think about the internet and where the internet was in the 90s versus where it's now with streaming. HTTP is still the same protocol, but think about all the layer 2s and even 3s that were built on top of the internet. And I think that there's still a lot of innovation that can happen on the payment side, but that's probably for the next cycle or maybe even the one after that.
Yeah, I think one thing we forget a bit is, 10 years ago, the discussion when we were coming here at the conference was, is Bitcoin a vaporware? Is it something that is actually serious? People were still debating if it's something that will even exist in a few years. So, something you have to remember is there's only 21 million Bitcoin, right? And so when you see all this company creating treasuries with Bitcoin, when you see all these countries creating strategic reserve, not just the US, there are more and more starting to look into it. At some point there will be this effect where there's not that many Bitcoin, and therefore the interest will keep going. And I think if you look at the past 2 years, like we had so much development, the ETF, all this IRA and 401ks that can now get access to Bitcoin easily, all this brokerage account that can access Bitcoin easily. You also have all the spot platform being democratized more and more. And so right now it's not about a question of like, is Bitcoin going to exist? It's more a question of like, how much can you get and how much can you hedge your company or your personal finance against Bitcoin?
Show of hands out there in the audience, how many of you guys were here at Bitcoin conference last year and saw my panel? Okay, thank you for coming out again. You guys will remember I was on stage with 2 of the members of this panel today. So I want to first give it to Johan and Dave. And last year we had a similar topic of retail versus Wall Street getting into Bitcoin. Since then, Bitcoin has exploded. So my question to you guys, I want to keep you guys honest. what have you done, or what has been done, to keep making sure retail has an edge in this big Wall Street accumulation in the last year, from you guys?
Ensure that retail keeps their edge. Look, I think the reality is that okay, so last year we were at a place where, you know, Wall Street was largely still in a place where they weren't increasing adoption whatsoever. Clearly the regulation, both here in the US and with MiCA in Europe and other places around the world, have kind of changed that equation, and adoption is now on the move, largely because of that driver. I think, you know, as far as like retail keeping their edge, we're still in a situation now where, for the most part, the institutions are going to, you know, have access to and experiment with, work with a fraction of all of what crypto has to offer. I mean, it'll be Bitcoin only, it'll be potentially, you know, borrowing, lending against Bitcoin in like a few narrow things, and not getting into the full set of services that a company like Kraken offers when you talk about 300 plus assets, staking across several dozen assets, derivatives, all these various different pieces that are already there available for individuals on kind of like a equal and open platform. So not to mention, we haven't even started with DeFi, which, you know, certainly doesn't have, you know, even regulation for the most part doesn't, you know, resurrect barriers for individuals vis-a-vis institutions there. So I think there's a lot of things that just point to this is, you know, there isn't going to be that dynamic that arises for crypto. Just given both the starting, where we've been, the current starting point of where we are in this adoption cycle, and then again, the existence of, you know, DeFi itself and decentralized finance.
Johan, do you guys have an Wall Street OTC arm, or is it just pure retail?
Currently, Robinhood is only pure retail. We do have an acquisition coming up of Bitstamp that we're supposed to close, and they do have an OTC desk. And we also announced the acquisition of WonderFi in Canada that also has an OTC desk. So it's definitely something we are looking at. And to answer your question on you know, the advantage of retail, I think it's just the speed of execution. You know, for most customer here in this room can learn about Bitcoin, can learn about how to get it. Compare that to, you know, an institution where you need to have 20 meetings at least to convince your treasury to start looking at Bitcoin. And then if you think about all the ETF, and at the end of the day, you don't really know the price of the underlying asset, right? Like when you buy on an ETF. And so most of these corporations that are using ETF for that have a disadvantage on retail. And I think the people that are curious and able to learn about Bitcoin, able to use platform like ours to buy Bitcoin, they can actually control everything. They can control the price, they can control the custody, they can transfer it out and keep it on their own wallet. You know, they have a lot of advantage compared to the institution that have like regulation where they cannot even decide where to custody the assets.
Seamus and Andrew, what are we missing? What happens to make sure retail keeps their edge in this next year?
So eToro, we've been offering Bitcoin since 2013, and we are passionate about empowering investors and educating them. And so something that we really press on is investor education. We have tons of courses, and we even started paying customers recently to take courses and take quizzes to learn about Bitcoin, learn about financial markets, learn about stocks, because we're that passionate about it. And we also have a whole social media platform within the same app where you can buy Bitcoin, crypto, stocks, ETFs, where investors can share ideas, look to each other for advice. Because all of us in this room, we get Bitcoin or passionate about it, but most of the people living their lives outside of this world, they're not as familiar with it. So we love being a platform where people can come and ask ideas, ask for advice. And I think just continuing to push into education and empowerment is going to be massive. And then like what I said before, these financial advisors from Wall Street are going to do a lot of free work for us in this community, educating their own customers along the way.
For us, as we think about Bitcoin in the retail space, most people think about Bitcoin as something that you have on an exchange. We think of it, you know, when you have your bank account at Zappa, you have a dollar bank account and you have a Bitcoin bank account. So we think of it as money. So if you think about what are the basic things that you expect when you open up a bank account, that your money is safe, you get an IBAN to send and receive money, you get a card to spend it, you get a savings account, some yield, and you can borrow. That's exactly what we have been trying to build over the last 4 or 5 years on the Bitcoin Bank side, which is replicating that same experience with Bitcoin. So it's Zappo, oldest custodian around since 2013, our infamous Swiss banker, Lightning, Bitcoin in and out, with stablecoins added to it. You can spend Bitcoin with your card, you can earn yield on your Bitcoin, and you can borrow against it. So all of a sudden, having a bridge between traditional finance and this Bitcoin bank account just adds superpowers to your Bitcoin. You've got all these things that you can do with your Bitcoin in one place. And I think that today, if you want to do anything with your Bitcoin, it carries a lot of risk. You have to move your Bitcoin around, or you have to take it out of self-storage. So I think we design our product for it to be super simple to use so that anybody can use it. My asset test that I give to my UX designers is, could my mum use this? And she does. She actually does have a bank account at Zappa. So I think that's what I think is missing. It's like, how do we move from beyond trading and thinking about Bitcoin as money?
I want to pose this next question to all of you, and it's something every single person watching this stream or out in the audience right now is wondering. Bitcoin price, just for fun, by next year. I want to start with Dave, because Dave, you're one of the guys last year on this panel that had the guts, in the depths of the price not moving, to say, by this summer, so this year, you thought Bitcoin would be at around $140,000. Has it played out like you thought?
What's the first day of summer? It's, I think, June 22nd, something like that. We're going to get there. Yeah, look, it's interesting. I'm actually been like a believer in the 4-year cycle, for what it's worth. I mean, I got into crypto in the earlier part of 2013, so I've been through this whole bear bull thing, or bull bear thing a bunch of times now. For the most part, I've kind of like, become a believer of the 4-year cycle. For what it's worth, I do think each cycle, each of the 4-year cycles become more muted than the previous one. The highs are not as high, and the lows are not as low, and so on and so forth. And so I think that is going to continue, probably to the point to where the 4-year cycle kind of dissipates. And I think we're almost probably going to see that around now, for what it's worth. But yeah, look, over the next few months, over this summer, based on the activity that we're seeing, the positive developments on the regulatory side, pushing in, more businesses, institutions that adopt. I think, frankly, a lot of the exciting things that we're seeing on tokenized real-world assets, driving more interest and adoption. We're launching tokenized equities this coming month as well. And so I think there's just a huge number of things that point to kind of continued adoption and growth and excitement and so forth. And so this summer, yeah, I think we're headed for higher highs at this point in time over the next handful of months and probably throughout the rest of the year.
And to reset the question, by when we're all on stage next year, just for fun, how high do you think Bitcoin will have gotten to?
All right, I'll jump in. When I face a tough question, I do 2 things. First, I ask my wife. And second, I ask ChatGPT. I will not say in which order I do that. And so I pulled both of these sources of information. ChatGPT, when I did this prompt, said 142,000 by the next Bitcoin conference. When I asked my wife, she said 150,000. After almost 20 years of marriage, I've learned to never disagree with my wife. But I will on this, and I think it's going to be higher. I think it will be close to 200,000 by next year for the various factors that we talked about here today.
Johan of Robinhood, I know you see the data, the on-chain data. What do you think?
Well, I usually love this question because I started to mine 15 years ago when you didn't even need an ASIC to mine Bitcoin. You could just do it with your computer back in the days. And obviously, I'm still here working, so I made some bad decision around pricing estimation. But I think, at this point, I learned my lesson from this year's, and my focus is really much more on the accumulation. and making sure that I can get as much of the 21 million Bitcoin as possible, and then we'll see where the price goes. But
Seamus?
Well, let me start by saying I normally don't like to play the price prediction game, because I always say my customers or tell my customers that Bitcoin is something that you should think about medium to long term. So don't obsess about the price, just hold it. But since you asked me the question, I think, look, this year we've still got some all-time highs to see. Might hit 150, 200, somewhere in that range. But my fear for next year, though, is I think it might go lower. And I know that's not going to be a popular opinion. But the reason for that is, a bit to Dave's point about cycles, I think we all want Bitcoin to do well, but you can't rush Bitcoin. Bitcoin will take its time to do what it needs to do. And as the adoption picks up, the US is doing a huge effort right now to bring the industry here. That's going to be incredible, but it's going to take time. And I think that maybe next year people will sort of get a bit impatient and go, well, I'm not sure what's going to happen, so I might take some profit. And then that brings the price back down. So I don't think it'll be a spectacular crash, but I think we might be back into the 90s sort of this time next year.
And I want to remind the audience, none of us know what the price will do tomorrow, let alone months from now. This is all for fun. Of course, there's on-chain data and fundamental news that give us clues. Thank you guys so much for joining us. My name's Austin of Altcoin Daily. We speak to an audience of over 3 million across all social platforms. I will leave it to these legends to give their final thoughts and then see us out on the floor.
Well, again, we got a huge opportunity ahead of us, an amazing history. Let's all go change the world and build a better financial system, not just for us, but our kids and grandkids. And like the song earlier, don't stop believing.
Good stuff. I think my first crypto conference was in 2013. I was setting up a booth for the company I'd founded. The first person I met at that conference was an individual setting up his booth across from me for Why Bitcoin magazine. This was David Bailey, who was the first person I met at a crypto conference. And been to many of these over the years, and it's just incredible to see where we've come over the past decade plus. Frankly, while it was the aspiration to get to this place and to have this level of attention and adoption and spread the word on crypto, it's probably exceeded my expectations, which is awesome. I think we have a lot more to go. At Kraken, our mission is exactly this. We are in this to grow crypto adoption, with the goal being to increase financial freedom for everyone across the world. And so let's keep it rolling.
I just wanted to say thank you for everybody in the room, for all your energy, for all your commitment to Bitcoin, for all the work, directly or indirectly, that you do. Because I'm sure if you're here, you're involved in the space, or at least working in it or interested. And also, thank you for supporting Xapo Bank over all these years. We've been around a very long time. Building a bank that touches Bitcoin, I can assure you, is incredibly challenging. We've had our ups and downs. But, check us out, give us a chance. We're here to serve you guys. So if you're a customer, thank you very much. If you're not a customer, please come and take a look. Thank you.
Yeah, same message, I think. Thank you for everyone that has been in this space for so long now. It's thanks to everyone believing in Bitcoin that now we are in this world where Bitcoin is a strategic reserve at the US government. It's part of treasury for many top 500 companies. It's such a journey, so really exciting to be part of it and really excited to see where we're going.
Thank you guys. Round of applause for these legends.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you so much for an incredible...
Welcome back to the Bitcoin Magazine News Desk presented by Mara. I'm Frank Corver, the political correspondent here at Bitcoin Magazine, and I'm joined by none other than Paula Penley, lawyer at Nelson Mullins, who represents Bitcoin miners. Very important work. Paula, please tell us a little bit about the work that you do.
Yeah, absolutely. So I'm a trial attorney by trade, and I represent Bitcoin miners, publicly traded miners like Mara, and litigation that they face, any kind of contract disputes, any kind of environmental claims, just kind of runs the gamut. We're a full-service law firm. But yes, I've been in the Bitcoin world since about 2021, and then just made some of those connections, learned about mining, and they've come to me for some of their litigation needs.
Okay, so litigation, we were talking off camera a little bit about litigation around maybe Bitcoin mining and the environment. So you were saying that the narrative isn't really changing. Maybe some of us here are familiar with the idea that Bitcoin mining might actually be the thing that catalyzes more sustainable energy, but that's not necessarily the narrative in the mainstream media.
Absolutely
and
not.
there's so please talk a little bit about what that's like, if you don't mind.
Sure. So you have people that are very anti-Bitcoin, just anti the industry, and it's really a lot of fear mongering, unfortunately. And so, like even the Skull of Satoshi that's here, right? Greenpeace designed that to provoke, and it did. But if you look back, like the legal reality of the art is that the claims, the environmental claims that they levy against miners don't hold up to legal scrutiny. And so we are really the branding of being anti-Bitcoin is definitely still there. So we're facing claims from environmental justice, which is like a branch that used to be of the Sierra Club, and you have the Greenpeace, and they're still very anti-Bitcoin. But the point, what they're doing though, is they're shaping the narrative and the public perception by increasing the fear from people who don't understand mining, and they make these claims that, you know, and it's too energy and like the housing price. Oh yeah, and the housing prices in the area have gone down if a mining's there, or the energy bills have gone up, or people are having headaches and the water's contaminated. But none of that holds up to any legal scrutiny. Like, you know, they can have a slogan, but you actually in court, when we're trying cases, you actually have to have evidence to support any of these claims. And so they just haven't been able to do it quite yet. So we are aggressively trying to change that narrative for the miners.
See, when I hear this, and I hear someone like you talk about this, I feel like you're one of the most important people here, really doing this amazing work to make America a place where Bitcoin mining is welcome, and we see a decent amount of the hash rate come here. What is it that needs to change? What is it about the psychology of these institutions that makes them feel that Bitcoin is evil and not potentially a force for good when it comes to renewable energy?
It's just something they don't understand it. If you go on Google right now, say you're in Texas, which is where I'm from, and I'm based out of Dallas, and if you're in Texas and you Google mining, it's nothing but negative press that you see. So say you're new to Bitcoin and you've heard about it in the news, it's being adopted. You have an administration now that's it's been very positive, and the momentum's kind of changed. So if you're truly interested in it, all of a sudden you pop on the internet to learn something. You're not seeing any positive press. It's only negative press. So we have to face it. In the litigation world, we are facing the court of public opinion and changing that narrative, putting out the real benefits of Bitcoin mining. And then in the courtroom, we're able to really pull back, and that's a whole other topic where, they make all these claims in the public and social media, in the news, on newspapers. But then on the other side of it, when you actually look at the complaint in court, they don't make those claims because they wouldn't hold up in court. So they make different claims, and they bring what's called it's a statute called an associate standing. And so you bring in an associate, and you don't have actually people bringing the lawsuit, you have community groups bringing the lawsuit. So they're just kind of infiltrating the residents in the neighborhood. They're usually like people that just don't understand digital currency, and they just find Bitcoin to be kind of the boogeyman, or the digital currency boogeyman. And so it's just changing that narrative and the public perception. And then we can really do that, and what we try to do that in court is get the kind of get the orders from the judges that are favorable that we can push out into the press, and that'll kind of slowly shift. But I mean, it's new, so even judges don't know it. So we have to educate the judges. You have to educate the court system. We don't have, it ends up being like cases of first impression for some of these judges, and the precedent isn't there. So we're kind of creating our own, and that's really making a big impact. And I think over time, it'll change.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, we're here. We have the media on our side here
Yes.
at Bitcoin Magazine. We have tens of thousands of people watching. What are some of the major victories you've had? What are you most proud of when it comes to the work that you do?
Well, yeah, just some of that, making sure that the residents now, we're actually, mining, the benefits of mining, okay? There are so many benefits.
Let's go.
And so, in Texas, for example, it helps. So every grid has to, essentially you have to stay at about, I think it's like 60 hertz, and you can only be within like a 0.5 on either
a variation of
that. So, and it helps balance the grid. Okay, so, and people just don't understand that, you know, miners, like, different from other, like, hospitals can't do that, factories can't do that, so they can help, you know, balance the grid when
so
there's
they
a
can
high demand.
Shut their power off if there's a high demand for electricity.
Exactly, and then you can use, you know, and there's abundant energy in Texas, right? So like they can use renewable energy sources, which is what they do, and otherwise that would all go wasted. All of that energy would go wasted if it's not used. So the miners can actually capitalize on that energy, which is a very green thing that you will not hear in the news. But all that energy that would be wasted, they're able to use. And then, you know, and if when the gas is flared, that's methane out into they're able to capture that and use that, and so. There's all these green initiatives that just don't get told. That story doesn't get told. So that's part of what we try to tell when we're actually in court, in front of a jury, and in front of a judge.
Okay, and just for context there, so Mara, I know there's one company they're trying to do work. I think it's even in not only with flared gas, but in dumps where there's methane emissions that come up. And for those that don't know, what is methane? Like 80 times more potent than CO2. Can you talk a little bit about what does that mean to take methane to turn that into energy? How does that process work actually?
Oh gosh, that's a little above my
two above your pay grade. But essentially, we're taking this waste gas, right? They're turning that into energy,
right.
And then it's coming back out as what? CO2, a less potent waste gas. So essentially, we're reducing the greenhouse effect.
Yeah, and I'll give a shout out to Daniel Batten. Actually, he's like an energy researcher, environmental research, and he's great at putting out the rebuttal, the other side of the story. And he's part of Mara's. I think he's on like the board. So he's excellent to kind of explain the real technical side of it.
Yeah, shout out to Daniel Batten and the work he's doing, and also a shout out to you, Paula. Thank you for the work that you're doing. We're about to head back to the Nakamoto stage. Keep it with us. We'll be right back after this.
Is significant because it has the potential to reshape the way Bitcoin mining looks on a go-forward basis. And so to jump right into it, are there any synergies that exist between HPC and Bitcoin mining, or are these two strategies just fundamentally different? Let's start with you, Jason. I would love to hear your thoughts on this.
Yeah, I think there is one primary underlying synergy, and that is both industries require large amounts of power. And wherever you can source a large amount of power, you have the opportunity to create substantial value. And what we have seen is, what we are doing is using Bitcoin mining as a tool to bring more power capacity forward that can then be used in other sectors such as AI HPC. We have a 1 gigawatt facility, as an example, 60 miles outside of Dallas, Texas. We started that facility 3 years ago when there wasn't a ton of tremendous value to that facility for anything besides Bitcoin mining. That facility got off the ground, and now we are looking to use the remaining capacity for building out a series of data centers. So I think these two business lines work together very harmoniously. And I think what we are going to see is companies such as all of ours using Bitcoin mining to bring more power capacity forward and doing a combination of both Bitcoin mining and data centers, or eventually transitioning the site to all data centers. Then at the end of the day, the valuable and rare commodity is access to power, and both of these industries, I think, monetize that better than anything else out there.
I love that. Harris, anything to add there?
Yeah, I think Jason covered the commonalities very well. Let me go over some of the differences. And so starting with, Bitcoin mining can be placed almost anywhere, and it's much more sensitive to the cost of power. Whereas HPC, it's much more sensitive to the location. You need it in a location where you can get fairly significant talent to work there. You need high bandwidth fiber, and you need a much larger footprint than a Bitcoin mine can accept. Footprints for HPC now are 100 megawatts and above, usually much larger, whereas for a Bitcoin mine, you can profitably mine it with a much smaller footprint. So there are some significant differences that way. Of course, there's very significant differences beyond that in terms of infrastructure costs and the business models for the two, but I think we could get into that later.
Awesome. And Nazar, would love to hear from you as well. You guys fairly recently announced an awesome partnership with Core42. I'd love if you could sort of walk us through what that sort of partnership looks like in sort of your guys' experience as you've built out infrastructure on the HPC side of things.
Yeah, in December of 24, we announced a deal with Core42, which is a subsidiary of G42. They were in the news a couple weeks ago with the big announcement in Abu Dhabi. They're building a cloud business here in the United States. They chose our site as kind of their first site and their largest deployment outside of Abu Dhabi. And part of what they were looking for, right, is kind of the execution of taking a site and actually delivering an AI data center. And part of it is the things that people talk about a lot, which is the design, the construction. But there's another component of it that I think often gets overlooked, and that's just the financing side of it. You know, how we finance these assets is different than most of us here have been financing our business historically. There is a significant credit component associated with it that is a deeper and larger market of credit available for that type of a product than was for any of us on the Bitcoin mining side. And so it was our ability to kind of outline for them the process in which we could both fund it, raise the capital, construct it, operate it, and then also have a roadmap for further growth. And as Harris just mentioned, each megawatt that we're building is roughly $7 to $8 million of CapEx. On the Bitcoin mining side, you know, just for context, we spend $400,000 to $500,000 per megawatt. So it's just a step change difference in the capital cost. And so when you talk about a 100 or 200 megawatt deployment, you're talking about, you know, a couple $1 billion of total CapEx that is excluding the hardware. And so that, therefore, that capital component becomes an important part of the execution as well.
Yeah. One of the things that I love that you touched on there is sort of talking about the capital component and the difference with HPC and how that differs with respect to Bitcoin mining. I'd love if you could touch on sort of the opportunity that endeavoring into HPC might present from a cost of capital perspective. And having this new sort of business line that has more stable, predictable forms of cash flow, does that help at all from, you know, that cost of capital standpoint with respect to how you might be able to finance and grow your mining operation? How do you think about that?
I mean, all of us have accessed the capital markets consistently for, you know, past 4 or 5 plus years. And so the tools that we've used have been different. You know, so I'd say, you know, capital has been available. Again, capital is one of those things that you get as much of it as you can when it's available because it's not always available. And so that's true for any industry, kind of any form of capital. But I think in this space, given the absolute sums that you're talking about, again, when you talk about 100 megawatts or 200 megawatts, this is literally a couple $1 billion of total capital. The absolute sums are greater, and therefore the need to have a more robust credit component becomes part of it. And so within that, you know, if you look at where we think, you know, we launched a financing a couple weeks ago. We're in the market for a $300 million financing off the back of the two buildings we're delivering to Core42. You know, we think we're going to price somewhere between, you know, kind of SOFR plus 400 to 500, and that'll be a fixed kind of return. Over time, you know, data center operators are closer to 200 over, and so we think, you know, there's probably a premium embedded in folks like us entering that market, which we think over time will kind of come down. But if you think about just 70, 80, 90% of your capital structure coming in at, you know, some spread of 200 to 300 to 400 basis points over SOFR, that's a very different kind of cost of capital than we've been recognizing historically. And so I think your question is, hey, will that help us further scale our Bitcoin mining operations? And I think so, right? I mean, I think there's a possibility when you start to value these companies, you know, generally people look at us and say you should be a high single digit, low double digit multiple in terms of your business. Whereas, you know, these data center operators sometimes get valued at 20 to 25 times. So there's definitely a gap there, right? So there's just a valuation gap, one. And then second, there's that cost of capital. So to the extent that we can get a meaningful portion of the capital raising at a couple hundred basis points over SOFR, that's very different than the instruments that historically we've been using.
Awesome. And so, Harris, I have sort of a question for you. How do you think about sort of capital allocation? Bitdeer is a vertically integrated business. It's pursuing HPC. You're also building out the seal miner machine, and you're also doing self-mining. So I'm kind of curious how you think about capital allocation across all of these different business lines. And I'm also curious to hear how all of these sort of come together and play a role strategically for the company.
So, yeah, I think that's a good question. And it really begs the question of why is a Bitcoin company really getting into HPC? And it really is about the cost of capital for us. In life and in business, you should really focus on where you have the best advantage, where you have your passion or your talent or your expertise. And for us, for Bitdeer, in our DNA is really making ASICs and Bitcoin. We've been in it as long as anybody in the business, and we're really good at it. So how do we lower the cost of capital for that part of the business so we can accelerate that, accelerate our ASIC business, our Bitcoin mining business? And part of that answer lies in, well, of course, being a public company, and two, having a portion of our power allocated to high-performance computing and AI. Because of the multiple that you can get on EBITDA that's generated from that, the goal here is to have a complement, something that's almost exactly the opposite in revenue terms and stability of what Bitcoin mining is. Bitcoin mining has tremendous volatility. It's difficult to predict what the profitability will be a year, 2 years, or certainly after the next halving cycles. But for HPC, at least if you're in the real estate side, if you're building a turnkey data center and leasing it out to a hyperscaler, you can get a 15-year lease from a counterparty that's extremely stable, very low credit risk, and have an underlying revenue and profitability that has a much higher multiple on it than the same amount of profit from Bitcoin mining. And that allows you to access more capital at a lower cost and really put that into where you have strategic advantage. And in our case, that strategic advantage is in making mining rigs and Bitcoin mining. So that's sort of our strategy around this. It is about cost of capital and about lowering our cost of capital so we can focus it on where we have the strongest play going forward.
Awesome. And so, Jason, I'm going to direct this question towards you to start. So I'm really curious to hear how you think about sort of the opportunity cost of a megawatt. You guys at Riot have talked about potentially exploring HPC sort of uses for the 600 remaining megawatts at Corsicana. And I'm curious to hear how you think about, from a planning and strategy perspective, potentially managing the risk of Bitcoin breaking out to, say, 150K or 200K, and we observe sort of this window of significant improvement in mining economics. How do you sort of manage the flexibility or adaptability of your power capacity to be able to make sure that you don't miss that opportunity?
Well, I don't believe we are at risk of missing out on that no matter what we do with our power capacity as a result of the treasury strategy that we've employed for several years. Riot has been holding Bitcoin on its balance sheet since its very early years in 2017 going into 2018. And today we hold over 20,000 or nearly 20,000 Bitcoin rather, $2 billion, a pretty good chunk of change at the current Bitcoin price. So I think we're very well positioned to get the upside from Bitcoin no matter what. But from a megawatt allocation basis, I mean, the foundation of our strategy is building a portfolio of power assets. We've continued to have that thesis validated by acquiring undesirable surplus power assets that over time become more desirable. And we'll continue to do that, and we'll look at the attributes of those megawatts of that site and determine what are the value maximizing uses. What is the value maximizing end use of that power? Is it using Bitcoin mining because it is undesirable for normal data centers at that time? Or is that site valuable enough that we can build out a data center platform and get all the benefits that Harris and Nazar were talking about, the higher multiple, the predictable cash flow, the blue chip counterparties? That's a tremendous value creation opportunity for us. And we are able to do that because of Bitcoin mining and because of Bitcoin. And we remain very well exposed to Bitcoin as a result of the treasury and our existing mining operations that we have.
Love that. Harris or Nazar, any additional thoughts on that?
Yeah, I think an important point that Jason raised is generally it's easier to move data than it is to move power. And so if you think about Bitcoin mining, it's the largest decentralized computational network in the world. You can mine Bitcoin in any corner of the earth and it shows up and it's an asset. And you can't move power from any corner of the earth to any other corner of the earth. And so generally, I think a lot of us are playing this general theme that at the intersection of power and data, it's always going to be easier to move data than it is power.
Love that. Harris, any thoughts? Or
Yeah, so I think, power is not equal everywhere, right? Our 600 megawatts in Bhutan is great for Bitcoin mining, and at the present time, probably not great for AI. Though over time, that could certainly change. Whereas our sites in Ohio or Texas are similar size to Bhutan, but probably a lot more appropriate for AI. So I think the location of the power is at least as important as the size of the power and whether you allocate it towards HPC or to Bitcoin.
Yeah, I think I'd sum up everything that we're saying is Bitcoin miners are uniquely positioned to be long power, like other industries aren't able to do.
Totally agree there. And so I want to pivot a little bit, and I'd love to get each of your guys' thoughts on sort of some of the hybrid sort of data center, I'll call it models that different groups have talked about. So is it possible for high performance computing infrastructure and Bitcoin mining sort of infrastructure to live under the same roof? Or are the requirements to ultimately support that infrastructure so fundamentally different that they really should be separated? And the last piece that I want to add on to that are advancements with things like hydro cooling, making it a little bit more feasible for a hybrid sort of data center model to make sense. Let's start with you, Jason.
Sure, I'll take the first part of your question. I think there is an opportunity, and I think what we are going to see over time, although for sure we're certainly in early days, is that Bitcoin mining is this incredibly valuable tool to enhance the economics of data centers. Data center operators will benefit from having a flexible, interruptible load like Bitcoin mining. Especially when you think about generative AI data centers where they are not utilizing all of their compute, or any GPU data center, they're not utilizing all their compute 100% of the hours of the year. But they still have to have secured power capacity and presumably are hedging out power for every hour of the year. They will, if they're not generating something, if they're not having any economic output of that power during hours, they're effectively losing money. Bitcoin mining fills that gap. Bitcoin mining, in those cases, monetizes that surplus energy. And this folds into our broader longer-term theory at Riot that you're going to find Bitcoin mining in every component of energy systems and grids all over the world because it is a tool like none other that can monetize that excess power.
Harris, what do you think?
Yeah, so I think I'll take a more technical slant at that question, and that is that there is a lot of commonality now between the hydro-cooled Bitcoin mining rigs and AI, which is also hydro-cooled for the most part going forward. So I think there's more commonality in the infrastructure going forward than there has been in the past or even now. And another thing, I think we can probably safely say that going forward, AI data centers will not require, or will require less of the 99.99% uptime and, complete backup capability, because it's one thing to have backup capability for a 50 megawatt or 100 megawatt data center. It becomes increasingly difficult as you get to a 500 megawatt data center to fire up 500 megawatts of diesel for backup. So I think just for practical reasons, and I'm not saying they're doing this now, but going forward in the coming years, I believe that the AI data centers will come a little bit towards Bitcoin in terms of how they operate, a little bit, not too much. And then, of course, Bitcoin has been moving towards sort of traditional high-powered computing models by using hydro-cooling. So that gap is closing. Right now, the gap is huge, but I think it will close partially over the next, say, several years.
Nazar, any quick thoughts?
Yeah, just you asked the question, can they live under the same roof? I don't think they can live under the same roof, but they are complementary loads. And so if you look at the grid in general, there's a huge demand that's out there that people are worried at how they're going to meet this upcoming big demand. And so having demand-side flexibility is critical. And Jason touched upon this a little bit, saying that Bitcoin mining is this unique tool that is, I call it the most economically rational electric load that exists. In any 10-minute increment, you know exactly what you're getting or what you're kind of giving up. So having this as a synergistic tool to help shape and balance the grid out is going to be invaluable. And so I think Bitcoin miners have, in some sense, I think it's like the largest lab experiment that's happened. If you think about what we've done over the last 5, 6, 7 years, we've shown the market what a large, scaled, flexible load can do. And it's not just a discussion, it's not theoretical, it's application. And so I think going forward, the synergies that you're going to see between a flexible load, such as Bitcoin mining, and other loads that may not be as flexible, those are going to have to be paired together to be able to transition from where we are today to where we want to get to kind of 5 and 10 years out.
Awesome. And we have time for maybe just one final last question. I thought I'd try to come up with something a little bit spicy for this. So I'm curious to hear your guys' thoughts. Do you think that pure play Bitcoin miners can survive or ultimately compete with the Bitcoin miners that are diversifying their power capacity to other uses such as HPC or AI workloads? And I'd love to hear what you guys think about that. Maybe try to give a sentence or two. Start with you, Jason.
Yeah, I think there's room for both types of businesses. I think you have different investor profiles and you have different assets that you can work on. So I think both will continue to exist, but I think with those with large quantities of power, the opportunities with AI HPC data centers are just going to be too much to ignore.
Yeah, I agree. I think there's room for pure play mining and mining that's associated with power generation or utilities. I think over time, we will see more mining associated with companies that do power generation or utilities. I think it's a natural fit for them. And if we do our job right as BitDeer, it should become easier and easier to have mining rigs as part of your infrastructure. So, right now it's almost all pure play mining companies, but I think there's going to be a natural shift over time. Both will exist, but I think there will be more mining among utility and power generation companies.
And Nazar, do you want to quickly finish?
We're all ice cream. We're different flavors. And so fundamentally, we're taking power, converting in some way. So pick your flavor. Some people like different flavors. We're all just different flavors of ice cream. We'll all survive.
Awesome. Well, that's all we have. I want to give a big thanks to all of our panelists. It was an amazing discussion. Thank you all for joining, and enjoy the rest of the conference.
Awesome. Thank you so much for another.
Welcome back to the Bitcoin Magazine News Desk presented by Mara. I'm Frank Corver, the political correspondent for Bitcoin Magazine, and I'm joined by none other than Dom Bay, firefighter and Bitcoiner, a Bitcoiner who is running for a board seat for CalPERS, which is the largest public pension fund in the U.S. Dom, welcome. Please tell us a little bit about what you have going on.
Yeah, so, been a firefighter for 16 years. Got a bunch of unions to learn about Bitcoin. They ended up getting involved. Some added it to the balance sheet and learned a ton about pensions through Bitcoin and prior. And so I'm running now for a board spot on CalPERS, the largest pension in the United States.
Okay, and what will your responsibilities be like? So I'd imagine you're going to win. You got the personality for it. You got the Bitcoiner spirit for it. What will your responsibilities be in this position?
Yeah, so the board has plenary authority over the pension, which means basically everything. What's most important and why I'm running There is a fracture in the incentive structure on the investment side of CalPERS. Years of underperformance, multiple chief investment officers. They've had 4 different CIOs in 5 years. So realigning the incentives, something Bitcoiners know all about, are the incentives, and then bringing education and just countering 10 years of misinformation from a very hostile, agenda-heavy mainstream media.
Okay. When it comes to education, what does that look like? Is it just sitting down with people one-on-one? Are you hosting meetings? What do those efforts look like?
Yeah, so obviously, you know, the pension can educate individuals. I have a nonprofit. We work with educating unions. The main thing to breaking the misinformation is meeting people where they are. People have seen the headlines. All the viewers at home have seen the headlines. Person loses seed phrase. Bitcoin collapses and the price drops. Criminals use Bitcoin. How do you neutralize those and go, okay, assume those are true. Let's still learn about this thing. Can you put $1 of Bitcoin in self-custody and see what it does, what it feels like? Can you learn what they're doing at USC or UCLA and why they have a Bitcoin club? That starts to chip away at that misinformation. And so that's a cornerstone of everything I've ever done in the Bitcoin space.
Amazing. Do you actually give people that hands-on experience? I find that that's really one of the most powerful things, right? When people think about assets, they see their Fidelity or their Charles Schwab thing and they look at their portfolio, but Bitcoin is a different experience, right? We have to learn how to hold those private keys. We understand that it's a much different, it's almost a bodily experience that we have to learn. There's an excitement that comes with it. There's a responsibility. Do you go through that with people?
100%. I always say, do not pass self-custody, do not pass go. Bitcoin's greatest features are its most simple features. The fact that I can hold access to Bitcoin in my own custody, not need permission from a bank, and I can carry it with me, but yet I'm not carrying the asset, I'm carrying the access to the asset. That's groundbreaking. We don't have to do more than that. Yeah. The fact that I can send Bitcoin peer-to-peer without permission.
Appreciate that. Sorry, I just got news that we actually have to go back to the Nakamoto stage. Dom, thank you for all that. We really appreciate it. We're heading back to here now from Irene Gao from Bitmain with a special announcement. Keep it live. We're here at Bitcoin 2025. We'll be right back at the live desk after this.
Thanks, Frank.
What we're doing at POW Mining and the new announcement, the exciting news about the U3 S23 hydro miners. So we're founded in 2013. We're headquartered in Singapore, and we also have global operations for the strategic purpose to support our clients locally. We have an office in UAE and the United States, one in United States in New York, the other one is in Irvine, California. So we will give proper support to the clients where need us. And we are not providing mining rigs, but also provide a comprehensive solutions to build a better POW ecosystem. We partner with the Nasdaq-listed cloud mining company, Bifufu, to provide cloud mining hash rate to the clients from everywhere. And we also work with the world-class mining pool and pool to support the clients who are the largest in this industry. And we also provide lending business together with Antalpha to ensure our clients can have their crypto assets security and have a more abundant usage and friendly usage of their capitals. And we also work with some energy providers to provide a better hosting solutions to our clients across the world. And here is a process about how we keep the innovation of the technology. You can see from S1, the efficiency per miner is 2,000 jar per terahash, and now we delivered 9.5 jar per terahash energy efficiency machines to the industry. Whenever we make a movement, this is a true leap forward for not only Bitmain, but also the entire mining world. So today, we're very excited to be here and successfully launch the latest server SaaS product, U3, S23 Hydro. It reached a new peak of hash rate, 1,160 terahash per unit, with the energy efficiency at 9.5 joule per terahash. What does it mean? It means it's the most efficient miners in the world. The efficiency have 27% increased, and the hash rate density just doubled. It means you can use less to produce more. You can consume less energies, you can have better economies, you use less space, but have a higher hash rate density. This is a truly game changer to the mining world. We're not only produce the most efficient miners, but we also want to have a smarter project. So this is a unique project that the first time to have the new business been introduced to crypto. That's because the miner can be compatible to the AI data centers. You can actually have a workload converge of both business and have a double benefit through it. Additionally, our clients can use the heat generated from their large-scale mining data centers to channeling to no matter residential use or the greenhouse operations to have a byproduct benefit through it. And everybody knows the hydro cooling products will give you the lowest operational cost, and you don't need a lot of maintenance on it, but have really good efficiency and performance. And we know that the Bitcoin mining industry is helping to the grids to balance the load. So you can also use these usury miners to optimizing the peak and off-peak period to ensure you can get the best energy efficiency as much as possible. And except of the usury miners, we also provide all-in-one solutions. When we talk about the deployment, we want it as easy as possible, as fast as possible. That's why we introduced these containerized solutions. With the intelligent PDU on it, you can have a real-time monitoring of your performance of the miners and have a remote control of it. And as it's a modular design, it's very easy and independent operate and easier maintenance. It means you can easily deploy it where the power is. You don't have to build the transmission lines, or even it can be run behind the meter. So those rapid deployments enable you to have those projects being set up in days instead of months. And I will give you two concrete examples for the solutions. One is the latest hydro cooling solutions with the dry cooler, plus the most advanced traditional hydro miners. We just announced it yesterday, S23 Hydro. So, which each container is powered by 1.5 megawatts. It can supply 308 units, deliver a really high density of the hash rate. And it's very easy to be deployed. There's a really, really amazing power usage efficiency of this containerized solutions. It's only 1.02. And it's a dry cooler system that's mostly data center been applied, very efficiency, and it's a scalable turnkey solutions plug and play. You can have a rapid deployment for 100 megawatts within the shortest time of period. And the second example is the immersion cooling solutions with S23 immersion and Nspace MD5 together with the dry cooling towers. So each containerized solution is powered by 0.9 megawatts, and it can support 160 units of miners. What makes these miner so unique that it can work with dual performance modes, high energy modes and normal energy modes. The high energy mode's performance is 12 joules per terahash with 442 terahash per unit, while the normal energy mode is 11 joules per terahash with 368 terahash per unit. What that means? It means no matter you want to prioritize your mining performance or energy efficiency, you can just switch according to the real-time data, which makes you have as much flexibility as you can in your mining business. And we also believe this flexibility gives the more opportunities for the future mining. Additionally, according to our clients' needs, we put monthly efforts to invest in more to the US production lines. We work with local manufacturers. We also invest in more to build more manufacturers to ensure that miner can be made in the US. Our clients want to have a fast delivery and want to have the goods in US. They want more services in the US and shorten the turnaround time of after-sales support. And now we have that available just in the US. You can pick the goods or have the repair services from one of our warehouse and get it within a land transportation within 7 days. So we'll keep continuing investment in this aspect, ensure it can satisfy the needs of our local customers. And we can give prioritized shipment of the goods made in US for US clients, especially for the new generation of the equipment. And that shows our commitment to give not only the best products, but also the best service to our clients in the US. So we are not providing products, but also keep the technology innovation and provide best services. And we think all the things we are working on is because this endless support from our clients, our friends and partners. And we want to keep going and work together with you guys and provide more support, and let's work together in the future, and let's build a better POW mining ecosystem together. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Irene. Mining truly is such a key part of our industry, and having more mining here in America always sounds incredible. I know you guys are really excited for what's to come, so we're going to move on swiftly to another keynote. This is an announcement from Lava Loan, so please join me in welcoming to stage Shazan Moredia from lava.xyz. Let's go, guys. Let's get some energy. Shazan!
Hey everyone, my name is Shazan Moredia, and I'm the founder of Lava. So to start off, I want to thank everyone for being here with me today. So how many of you guys here have used the custodial platform? FTX, BlockFi, raise your hand. BlockFi, Mt. Gox, Celsius, Voyager. Seems like basically everyone here. Well, in just the last few years, these custodial platforms have lost more than $100 billion of customer funds. And one of the main reasons people resort to custodial platforms is to borrow against their Bitcoin, which makes sense. Because Bitcoin is the greatest appreciating asset of all time. If you can avoid having to sell it, why wouldn't you? And people borrow for all sorts of reasons, to buy a house, to buy a car, to fund a vacation, or other day-to-day expenses. But what if you could borrow without giving up self-custody? Today, I'm announcing Lava Loans, the first non-custodial way to borrow against Bitcoin. Lava is the first loan product where you can verify in real time and on-chain that your collateral is not being rehypothecated. Our team of cryptography researchers have spent years embedding the logic for a loan into a smart contract, a Bitcoin smart contract, so that when you borrow, no one can trade your Bitcoin and you can verify it. With Lava, you get cryptographic proof, not just legal or reputational assurances that your collateral is safe. And not only is Lava the most secure way to borrow against your Bitcoin, it's the easiest way to borrow against your Bitcoin. Lava is already global, it's permissionless, it takes you have to answer just 2 questions, and you can get a loan within seconds. And at any time, you can open the app and view your Bitcoin on-chain and make sure that it is safe and secure. And today I'm announcing that not only is Lava the most secure way to borrow against your Bitcoin and the easiest way to borrow against your Bitcoin, but it's the most flexible and lowest cost way to borrow against your Bitcoin. We have secured the capital so that we can now fund loans in any size, from $100 to $1 billion. That's better than even any custodial platform on the market. And with Lava, you get the lowest rates. We're 20% lower than the next best custodial platform. And for everyone out here in the audience today, for the next 24 hours, we're running a promo, so you can borrow at 12 months for less than 10%. This is better than any other platform on the market. Full stop. If you want to try out Lava today, scan this QR code. Thank you.
Amazing. Thank you, Lava Loans and Shay Zan. I told you it was going to be super rapid on this stage. And we have another big announcement for you guys. So this is titled A New Dawn for Pakistan. History in the making. We're making history already today, but let's hear from Bilal bin Saqib, the Pakistan Crypto Council, Government of Pakistan. Let's get a big round of applause, everyone, for Bilal.
Good afternoon, Bitcoin Vegas. It's an absolute pleasure to be here. It's an honor for me to represent my country as the Minister for Crypto and Blockchain. And I want to take this as an opportunity to honor every single one of you. Because when others were fudding, you were holding. When others were laughing, you were building. You have essentially helped save this movement. And now the world is catching on. We are entering into a new era, an era where the power is going from the very few towards the masses. An era where from closed operations now we are looking at open rails. An era where we were too nervous to ask for permission, but now we can talk about possibilities. I want to take this as an opportunity to also congratulate the United States of America for always being at the forefront of innovation and for embracing bold ideas. I also want to congratulate and recognize President Trump for not just being a great peace builder who recently de-escalated a war situation in our region, but essentially as the president who saved crypto. He didn't just save crypto, he gave crypto the movement that it requires. He was able to recognize what most world leaders were too afraid to say, that Bitcoin is not a threat, it is an opportunity for innovation, an opportunity for freedom, and an opportunity for sovereignty. And today, on those premises, I bring you a message from Pakistan, a country which is oftenly misrepresented, people don't see it from the right lens. People see it from the lens of conflict, but our contributions are mostly overlooked. So let me introduce you to Pakistan from a lens of crypto. We are the 5th most populous country on earth, 230 to 250 million people, 70% under the age of 30. The median age of the country is 23. We are home to around 40 to 50 million crypto wallets. And that is not out of great regulation or luxury. It is out of great tenacity, resilience of the young tech-savvy population of Pakistan. We produce over 50,000 IT graduates every single year. And our youth is tech-savvy, they are online, they are on-chain, and they are unstoppable. They do not wait for permission, they are building. And today I am representing them, which, they are also one of the leading freelancer markets of the world. So today I am not here as a policymaker for them. I am here voicing them. I am voicing this generation that wants to build, wants to contribute in the global ecosystem. They want Pakistan to be innovative, just like the USA, and want Pakistan to be globally connected. And today marks a very important and remarkable day in that journey of Pakistan. Today is a very historic day because today I will announce that the Pakistani government is setting up their own government-led Bitcoin strategic reserve. And we want to thank the United States of America again, because we are getting inspired from them. And this wallet, the National Bitcoin Wallet, is not for speculation or hype. We will be holding these Bitcoins and we will never ever sell them. Pakistan is a great case study when it comes to blockchain. We are also announcing 2,000 megawatts of electricity to mine Bitcoin and for AI data centers. So we want to welcome all miners to come to Pakistan, all the infrastructural players to come to Pakistan and build with us. And this is just the beginning, because we have over 100 million unbanked people. They lack tools for saving, for investment. And we want to change that. We want them to break their economic classes. And I really believe that crypto and blockchain can help us take that quantum leap. We receive over $36 billion in remittances. That's a beautiful case for stablecoins. So we are looking at the Genius Act very carefully. We want to tokenize our illiquid assets. We want to do digital IDs. We want to create a public infrastructure to increase government efficiency. So Pakistan is really forward-looking at all of this tech. And there's something that is very close to my heart, is that Pakistan and Bitcoin has suffered from bad PR. We were looked at it being dangerous, risky, and unstable. But that is not the case. Once we look beyond these headlines, we can see a lot of potential, resources, and talent. So Pakistan is looking for allies. Pakistan is looking for access, because Pakistan wants to build. And hence why I think that today could be that remarkable day where Pakistan is seen from a different lens. It is not seen from a lens of fear. It is seen from a lens of possibility, of innovation, of building. So let today be the day where it's not just a new dawn for Pakistan, but for the whole world, where Pakistan can become that case study for emerging markets, where we can then help the belt from Morocco to Malaysia and all the other emerging economies in the South on how they should adopt digital assets framework. So let today be remembered that Pakistan is open for innovation, and we look forward to welcoming you all. Thank you.
Wow, thank you so much, Bilal.
Welcome back to the Bitcoin Magazine News Desk presented by Mara. I'm Frank Corva, the political correspondent for Bitcoin Magazine, and I'm joined by Matt Cole, CEO of Strive Asset Management. Matt, it's a pleasure to have you here with us.
Thanks for having me, man.
Yeah, pleasure's all ours. We want to talk a little bit about what you guys have going on. I know Strive just raised a lot of money. We have a Bitcoin treasury company. You had a cool announcement today. Please fill us in on what's happening.
Yeah, so a couple weeks ago we announced that Strive is going to be a Bitcoin treasury company. We announced a reverse merger with the publicly traded company asset entities. And then just 2 weeks later, we announced a massive raise. So $750 million plus the potential for an additional $750 through warrants. So potentially $1.5 billion. And the whole idea here is you have to start a Bitcoin war chest. We also talked a little bit about how we're different. So we're going to deploy all of the known beta strategies that we think are great. I mean, massive fan of what Strategy's done, what Metaplanet's doing, all these innovators in the space. We're an asset manager, so my background is driving alpha strategies, and I think there's an ability for innovation in this space. So we actually have a real differentiator in that we have a handful of multi-strategy alpha strategies to outperform Bitcoin, regardless of if Bitcoin is going up or down. So it's going to be doing both. It's not an and, it's a both, and I think there is a lot of room for innovation in this space, and we're pushing other companies to adopt Bitcoin as well.
Yeah, I think speaking to what you were just saying, people say these treasury companies, the volatility is a feature, not a bug when it comes to the treasury companies, right? Could play the market either way if that's the case, yeah? Mm-hmm. Yeah, so the other thing too, I think there was an announcement about Meta today. Did something happen with Meta? What was that?
Yeah, it wasn't even an announcement. So we put a proposal for Meta to put Bitcoin on their balance sheet. And so they gave us 3 minutes to give the pitch directly to Mark Zuckerberg. And so we actually did this backstage. They put it live on the stage, and it was laying out what is the best case for Bitcoin adoption. And I think Meta's interesting in the sense that their operating business is actually really strong, but they can take it to the next level. They have $70 billion of cash that's losing purchasing power effectively every single day as the debt crisis accelerates, money printing continues. And instead of just letting it lose purchasing power, maximize value to shareholders, adopt a bold Bitcoin strategy. And I mean, if you didn't know, Zuckerberg actually has a goat, and the goat is named Bitcoin.
I've heard this before. I wasn't sure if it was true, to be honest.
It's real.
You can't believe everything you see on the internet, but I'll take your word for it, for sure. When it comes to a company like that with $70 billion on the balance sheet, and you have a conversation with the owner, with the founder, what are you talking about? 2% allocation, 5%, 50% allocation? What does that look like?
Yeah, so for them, I would say the bigger the better. I mean, they have the ability to drive as much capital as they want. For people that aren't Bitcoiners but just want a little exposure, I think a 3 to 5% allocation is a percentage that you may not be a true believer. You could lose it and you won't actually go out of business. But if you actually understand where we're going and you understand the debt crisis, and I'm a former fixed income portfolio manager, was one of the largest buyers of U.S. Treasuries, which is kind of funny given the global debt crisis. But I saw this, and as you actually understand it, it's as much as possible. I think it's the right answer for corporations, for states, for nation states like the United States, everyone.
Appreciate that. Appreciate the perspective. Thank you again for joining us, Matt. We are going to head back to the Nakamoto stage to hear from Brian Johnson. We're live from Bitcoin 2025. Stick with us. We'll be right back after this.
Live at the Bitcoin conference with Brian Johnson. Brian, how is this whole conference feel? It's like both of your worlds colliding in a way.
It is, yeah. Actually, I built a company, Braintree Venmo, 10 years ago, and we integrated a Coinbase to accept Bitcoin. So I was very early in believing Bitcoin as a powerful medium of payment and also new finance. So yeah, I'm excited to be here. It's amazing to see this community thrive.
I have to ask, was Venmo inspired by Bitcoin?
No, it was just trying to solve a very practical question. How do you move money between people in a seamless way? And then Bitcoin answered the question in a more elegant fashion.
This is your first official Bitcoin conference. What's your main takeaway?
That everybody needs to get more sleep. I spent a lot of time with people like, you will make more money in Bitcoin if you make sleep your number one life priority. So my primary role of being here is to help people make health their number one life priority. There's this idea, well, I was an entrepreneur as well. Nobody had my back in saying, Brian, if you prioritize sleep, you will feel better. If you prioritize sleep, you may not be as depressed as you are. And so like, it's a really significant thing. So I want to be a positive voice in people's ear to say, make good life choices, prioritize health and wellness, and you will be a better, happier person.
I love that. Before I used to like pull all-nighters, but I heard all-nighters actually make your brain dead.
Yes, it does. So bad sleep is brain damage. It really does. It just is catastrophic for the body. So you want to prioritize high-quality sleep. You will be a better human. You'll make more money. You'll be a better partner if you prioritize sleep.
Prioritize sleep, and there you have it. But don't go to sleep yet, because we still have more with the news desk. All right, wait.
Welcome back to the Bitcoin Magazine News Desk. As Isabella said, the last thing you want to do right now is go to sleep, because I am here with Matt Cole, CEO of Strive Asset Management. Matt, you talked a little bit before about a 3-minute pitch that you made, that a member of your team or yourself made to Mark Zuckerberg. How do you get the message across to someone like Mark Zuckerberg in 3 minutes?
Yeah, I mean, to explain Bitcoin in 3 minutes is a challenge, right? So you have to make it quick. So the first thing is, why Bitcoin? So we talk about how large of an asset class it is, because for these large companies, before, if it's a $100 billion asset class, you can't allocate to that for a corporate strategy, even if you believe in it. Now it's a $2 trillion asset class, right? So enough size to actually allocate to it. We talk about the rise of M2, the debt crisis, how cash is losing its purchasing power. And inflation in and of itself is not the place to look. You actually have to look at the rise of stocks. You have to look at the rise of home prices, right? That M2 is actually driving prices up. And what is it driving the price up most? Bitcoin. It's the fastest horse. It's the most hard, scarce asset as we move into this world of abundance. We lay that case out. And the second part of it is, what makes that for Facebook or whatever company unique? And so we laid out for Facebook how they're in a position of strength. Their operating business is super strong, but if they want to be the largest company in the future, I mean, they're going to have to compete with strategy, frankly, and they could do that by adopting the Bitcoin treasury strategy.
Adopting the Bitcoin treasury strategy, competing with MicroStrategy. This is what Matt Cole has going on at Strive Asset Management. We are about to head back to the Nakamoto stage to hear from none other than the sons of the President of the United States of America, Don Jr. and Eric Trump. We're heading over to Nakamoto. We're here at Bitcoin 2025. Over to Nakamoto. We'll be back here after this.
We continue to accelerate, to do things that no one ever thought that we could do. We are creating history today and forever. Right, guys, so let's go with this incredible panel. This is titled Bitcoin as a Public Asset, the Rise of New Bitcoin. So let's get lots of energy out there. Join me in welcoming to stage our moderator, Aaron Arnold from Altcoin Daily. We have Eric Trump. Let's get a roar, everyone. We have Donald Trump Jr. We have Mike Ho from American Bitcoin. And we have Matt Prusak from American Bitcoin. Let's go. This is an incredible panel. Enjoy, everyone.
All right. Let them hear it, guys. Woo!
How are you, Las Vegas?
Take a seat, gentlemen, please. It is amazing to be on stage with these legends. Guys, promises made, promises kept. How does it feel to be building a Bitcoin company in a Bitcoin-friendly country?
Woo! Well, Las Vegas, we love you to death. We absolutely love you to death. Our family loves you. Hey, guys, we're bringing Bitcoin to America, and America is going to win the crypto revolution. That much I can tell you right now. We finally have a competent president in the White House. And we have a president who loves this industry and is behind this industry 100%. Hey guys, I'm telling you, we as a family could not be more excited about this, and amazing things to come with this group of people on stage right now.
Listen, I agree. It's amazing. I know my father made a lot of promises to the crypto community, to the Bitcoin community. When I see the growth from Nashville last year to this, you understand you're really on the precipice of something special, and that includes all those who've been in this. From our standpoint in the private sector, I mean, between Eric, myself, I think we could show our true level of commitment when you look at all of the things we're doing in this space. Obviously, you have what we're doing here with American Bitcoin from the mining side.
I think you saw all the announcement yesterday. Truth Social, TMTG, committing $2.5 billion to a Bitcoin treasury. And then, the trifecta of crypto, you have what we're doing with World Liberty and USD1 from a DeFi platform. And so, we didn't just talk about the sound bites. We're actually executing on all of the things, and we're very long crypto. I mean, it's a huge part of everything that we do right now.
And, so my name is Aaron Arnold. I've millions of followers online at Altcoin Daily. Of course, you know the Trump brothers. And guys, anytime, at any point, feel free to jump in, and we're all going to have a conversation. I want to get to know these two guys right now, the leaders of American Bitcoin, the Trump's mining company. And, tell us, you guys were working in Bitcoin mining before President Trump got elected. You have been here for years, and you're here this year. How is it different this year? Is it a night and day difference?
There was a chance that we would not be sitting here today. The previous administration and their anti-crypto rhetoric, the proposed bills, the proposed 30% excise tax to miners, we wouldn't be sitting here today.
We could be an orange for Bitcoin, but it'd be an orange jumpsuit based on some of the ways they were prosecuting these things, right?
Absolutely.
Slightly different kind of orange, not exactly for me.
And on that point, now you have regulators hosting roundtables with the industry leaders working hand in hand in charting a path forward. I'll give an example. I'll give an analogy. I'll give a metaphor. Before, if you wanted to get from point A to point B, and you knew the path was littered with landmines, but you didn't know where they were. And when you find out, it's too late. That's enforcement with lawsuits. Now imagine getting from A to B, but the regulators are there, side by side with detectors. You cross from A to B together while mapping out where the landmines are for everyone else to know how to get past safely for the next travelers. It's truly incredible to be making America the crypto capital of the world.
I could not agree more. You could feel it, Mike, right? You could just feel in the air. Things have changed, right? We've obviously been through so many roller coasters, ups and downs, but every time the up is higher, right? Every time is a little bit better, and the time truly is now.
I think one of the things, I don't know, everyone didn't have the benefit of doing this. I was in yesterday and I spoke on this stage, and the vice president then had a roundtable with David Sachs, who's the crypto czar for the White House. And I got to just sit in on the room and listen. Obviously, some of the biggest leaders in the space. I'm sure you all know every person that was in the room, and you could see just in the responses, it wasn't your typical DC politician. Like, here's the 4 things that someone gave me sound bites that I had to read off, and we checked that box. You could actually see everyone in the room just breathe a sigh of relief, because not only did the vice president, but obviously the crypto czar had such a fundamental understanding of the issues, of the space, invested in it themselves. These are people who've been in it for years and got it. That's such a big deal, where in Washington, the people who are making these rules, hey, crypto's big, it's sexy, so we're going to put the person who has the most tenure. They don't have to know anything about the space. They're going to make trillion-dollar decisions that they know nothing about. You could see everyone in the room was like, oh, thank God, they get it. And I think that's going to bode very well for the community. We getting called off?
They're a violinist?
Was that bad?
Let me ask you guys this, because I've been talking to the tens of thousands of people watching the conference right now, and of course there's millions and millions watching at home, and it's very rare we get both Trump brothers to talk about crypto on the same stage. And this is something that people have been wondering. Which one of you got more into Bitcoin first?
I'd say Eric was a little bit earlier than me, actually. I got a lot of my time for the last decade has actually been focused on politics, and it's sort of nice to be like, hey, we've run our last race. Now I'm fully, out of that space and to get back into focus. I think we all sort of experienced it a little bit in that, between the two of us, I think we're the most subpoenaed people in the history of the world. I think I've done more congressional testimony than anyone, and what we learned in those processes, as we were debanked, as we lost insurance, as people that we would have been able to call and they would have picked up the phone call on the first ring for decades,
no longer even answered, we realized how many of the traditional sort of TradFi systems were actually broken. I always likened it it was a Ponzi scheme that we were a part of that we didn't realize we were a part of. We were just so far up in the pyramid that it just sort of worked. And you realized how many people in America probably were getting screwed, whether it was because of political beliefs or things that they had done, and they didn't have those opportunities. And so this whole notion of democratizing finance, that's not going to be done in the traditional banking ways. That's going to be done in crypto.
Every single person in here got those calls, right? I mean, Don and I were getting these on behalf of commercial buildings, on behalf of hard assets. Hey, guess what? Your bank account is gone. You know, the 600 people that you have working in the hotel that's 700 yards behind us right now that I built, you no longer have a traditional bank to bank that hotel because they don't like the fact that you're wearing a hat that's red that says, "Make America Great Again." Guys, we probably would have never found crypto had it not been for the very same scumbags that were coming after all of you. I mean, how many people in here? I've heard the stories from everyone. How many people in here had Wells Fargo call them up and, you know what? I owned 1 Bitcoin, and because of that, they found out and they canceled my accounts. I mean, my accounts just stopped working. And guys, you realize how corrupt the system is. I mean, every single person this system was weaponized. Traditional finance was absolutely weaponized. And, I always say, the enemy of your enemy is often your friend. That's what happened between the Trump family and the crypto community. And I'm not sure if we would have won the same way. I think we would have won, but I'm not sure if we would have won in the same decisive manner had it not been for this incredible community that was by our side the entire time. And I hate using the word hate, but honestly, I would love to see some of the big banks go extinct, because honestly, they deserve it. And the fact that they've been allowed to get away with murder for as long as they have is honestly kind of shocking. I use this analogy all the time, but obviously I run a very big real estate company. Every Friday at 5 o'clock, we're waiting for a wire to come in. The SWIFT system is broken, but not a single person outside the crypto community has talked about this system that's so fundamentally flawed. It works 40 hours a week, barely. You have traditional banking in this country that runs 9 to 5 with an hour and a half lunch break. Go try and get a mortgage on your house. It takes 120 days, of which case at the end of it, they deny you even though they've banked you forever. They say your money's safe when, you deposit $1 million in a bank and they keep $100,000 of it and they go spend your money somewhere else. You go try and pull out more than $5,000 and you're on some terrorist watch list somewhere. I mean, the whole system, guys, is broken. And now all of a sudden you have crypto, which solves all the problems. It makes everything cheaper. It makes it faster. It makes it safer. It makes it more transparent. It makes the whole system more functional. And you wonder why these massive buildings that dot the skylines of every city around the world, you wonder why these buildings even exist, and the thousands of people that are pushing antiquated paper in these buildings. And guys, they're fearful of this room. They're fearful of all of us, and they better adapt, otherwise they're going to get run over, and they're going to get run over really, really quickly.
Let me ask the Trump brothers one more question, and the next ones I'm going to throw it to these guys over here, the American Bitcoin team. But like I said, I've been talking with everybody in the conference, and something that you revealed in Bitcoin Mina, Abu Dhabi, Eric, on your speech, is that you have known Michael Saylor, both of you, for 20 years. And he in fact helped kind of talk to you about Bitcoin and get you to realize the value prop. And now, Michael Saylor, he's always so tactful. He never likes to reveal personal conversations between him and the Trump family. Could you tell us what Michael Saylor said to you that finally got you thinking, maybe there is value here?
So Michael's been a great friend of mine. And by the way, everybody needs to give him a round of applause because he's great, truly one of the greatest. Bitcoin is so fortunate to have him. Crypto is so fortunate to have him. But he's truly one of the great spokespeople. But I've known Michael for 20 years, long before he even went down the Bitcoin route. We were friends from New York. But I was with him about a year ago. He goes, Eric, here's the play. You need to mortgage Mar-a-Lago right now. You need to take $2 billion out on Mar-a-Lago right now, and you need to go long Bitcoin. And I go, I don't know if I mortgaged my father's house right now. I'm not sure if he's, and by the way, he's a total Bitcoin maxi, but I'm not sure if he's going to be thrilled. But, you know, the amazing thing about Michael Saylor is he is truly one of the most pure, incredible people. He tells everybody, including Mike, right, including Matt, including our entire team, he goes, guys, do what I'm doing. Do what I'm doing. There's such incredible opportunity. I've never seen that in any other industry where you have the titan of the industry that's literally advocating for smart people to compete against them. And that's how much Michael Saylor loves this industry. And I think all of us owe him a tremendous debt of gratitude because what he's done for all of us is tremendous.
So we have the American Bitcoin team up here. And, you know, it's been about 2 months since the announcement of Hut 8, a Bitcoin mining company, joining up with the Trump's American data center. And explain to me what's going on, what's new since then, and what is like the business model. You're a little bit different from a normal mining company, correct? In that you're not just competing for the most hash rate ever, you're also competing for the most Bitcoin ever, kind of like a MicroStrategy.
Well, to your first question, we've been busy stacking sats. Our mandate at American Bitcoin is simple. We want to increase the Bitcoin per share for our shareholders. And we do this through a variety of ways. I think I actually mined my first Bitcoin before I had my first legal drink. I've been in the space for some time. I've seen the industry evolve. I've seen it scale. I've seen it institutionalize. We're known to be one of the most efficient, lowest cost operators. We've been doing it for a very long time. So we see Bitcoin mining as just a foundational layer of being able to accumulate more accretive Bitcoin for our shareholders at a discount to what the market can buy Bitcoin for, a significant discount. And then there's a value in the volatility of the stock. Usually volatility carries a negative connotation, but in here, it's the volatility that allows us to raise very low cost converts to even accelerate our accumulation of Bitcoin. But measure our success by increasing the Bitcoin per share for our shareholders. When you buy an ETF, it's always a ratio of 1. The value of Bitcoin will probably go up, but your ownership will always have a ratio of 1. At American Bitcoin, we're an actively managed company, and our aim, measure our success by increasing that static number year over year.
What I would say is that, you know, to Mike's point, we are looking for ways to accumulate as much Bitcoin as fast as possible, right? So we're running lean, we're stacking sats via our mining operations, we're going to stack sites with accumulation. How do we maximize that balance sheet? How do we make sure that we're a leader in the space? How do we create data centers here in the United States? How do we use energy here in the United States? What can we do to make sure that if there's hash rate globally, we're making sure that at the end of the day, we're making sure the US stays a category leader in Bitcoin mining and in Bitcoin accumulation?
Guys, let's talk to the average American right now. You know, I talk to millions of people every day on my channel, and what I hear a lot is, well, Bitcoin's already over 100K. I can't buy one whole Bitcoin anymore. You know, I could buy maybe 0.1 Bitcoin or a fraction of a Bitcoin, but I don't know, it doesn't seem worth it. What would you tell to somebody that is saying, you know, should I buy 0.1 Bitcoin? Is a fraction of 1 Bitcoin worth it?
I think without question. Listen, I think for everyone, the second you get in it, right? Even as a student of finance and whatever it may be, once you're vested, all of a sudden you're paying attention. You're in the details. You don't have to buy 100,000, at Bitcoin. Like you buy as much as you can, whatever percent you can, and once you have that vesting, you're all of a sudden committed. You're paying attention to the details. You're understanding the game a lot more. You figure it out. I mean, people have said, "Hey, Bitcoin's too expensive." They said it at 1,000. They said it at 10,000. They said it at 50,000. This is a story that's pretty old right now. This has been going on for over a decade, where it's too much. So, I think it's just important to get people in the game, to start understanding that, to utilize the other platforms, to be able to figure out DeFi. I think the more you do that, the more people are vested, the further away you get away from the traditional finance systems, and I think the whole community grows accordingly.
Guys, there's one other aspect about this. I mean, all of us travel all over the world. Don and I travel hundreds of thousands of miles a year. I'm telling you right now, everybody in the world wants Bitcoin. I don't care where you are. I don't care if you're, royal families. I don't care if you're the biggest, financial institutions. Everybody wants Bitcoin. Everybody is buying Bitcoin. If you go back 12 months, there were probably less than 100 companies that were treasuring Bitcoin that really had any. And now every single day it's another sovereign wealth fund. Look what GameStop just did. Look what Truth Social did. Every single day, people are allocating billions and billions of dollars to it. 0.1 Bitcoin is going to be worth an absolute fortune. And, look at the OTCs. The OTCs have the least amount of Bitcoin ever on their books, right? I mean, the arrow's going straight down as the price of Bitcoin is going straight up. I've got a dear friend. He spoke on the stage before, Simon from Metaplan, and I asked him, what's the hardest problem? And he goes, honestly, we're running out of Bitcoin. It's hard to find on the exchanges. I mean, guys, everybody wants it. No one wants to get rid of it. Everybody wants it as a balance sheet item. Every family, and this isn't America. This is the entire Middle East. This is Africa. This is all of Asia. This is Fortune 500. I mean, this is the biggest private offices. Everybody wants it. No one wants to get rid of it. It's designed to buy in fractions of integers. We just are so early to the game that some of us have been lucky enough to buy full Bitcoin or many full Bitcoin, but don't let that deter you from getting in there, because this is an asset, and this is an asset that is absolutely unstoppable.
I think it was only a couple of weeks ago that marked the anniversary of the infamous pizza purchase, RIP. It wasn't that long ago that it took 10,000 Bitcoin to buy just 2 pizzas. 0.1 Bitcoin at that time would maybe equate to a crumb. 0.1 Bitcoin today is like 1,000 pizzas. Take that into perspective. 0.1 Bitcoin today, 1,000 pizzas. Tomorrow, someday in the future, a luxury car, a house, a plane. It's not about the ownership of Bitcoin. It's just the love for Bitcoin is so clearly growing and spreading across everyone. Just start accumulating. Just start accumulating once that 10 Satoshis, 100 Satoshis, it's never too late.
Well, they agree, and that's worldwide, right? You just got to get off of zero, Mike, right? Just get off of zero. That's it. Start one Satoshi at a time, stack the stats, get off of zero.
All right, guys. One of my final questions. Listen, we could talk about the intricacies of Bitcoin mining. We could talk about policy. Let's get to what you guys really want to know about. Bitcoin price outlook. Right? Now, Don Jr. said the other day he believes Bitcoin's going to the moon. Eric said about 6 months ago in Abu Dhabi he believes Bitcoin eventually hits $1 million. Let's take it on a little bit of a smaller time frame. I want to make some headlines, guys. Let's think about 1 year from today when all of us are back on stage for Bitcoin 2026. And thinking about what we hope will happen by then, stablecoin bill will get passed, market structure bill will get passed, maybe if we're lucky, Bitcoin Act bill will get passed. Certainly the ETF adoption will have grown. Certainly sovereign wealth adoption will have grown. So 1 year from today, and I want to get answers from all of you, finish this sentence. Bitcoin clears at least this price by 2026.
The moon.
Really, the moon? All right.
I think it clears 170,000. That's my prediction.
Don, what do you think about that? 170?
I was going to say between 175 and 150, somewhere in there.
Okay.
Well over 200,000.
Right. No, guys, I think Bitcoin's in the 6 figures, and if we do things right, it's going to 7. Got to put that out there.
And of course, none of this is financial advice. Got to hold these guys' feet to the fire to get an answer. But then besides price, like just, nothing to do with price, just as this industry is changing, and you guys are like 100% full in this industry now, and you guys have been for a while, like what are your predictions for how this industry does change, whether it has to do with, Bitcoin adoption, crypto adoption in the US specifically or around the world? What are you guys seeing?
I think you're going to have an industry that, if you look at the maturity of this conference, it's unlike any that I've been to before. This is the most mature conference that I think has been held in crypto. And if you go back even a year, right, it's very different. You have an industry that for the first time has a lot of really beautiful voices, a lot of really strong voices. You have an industry that's self-policing itself. You have an industry that's starting to focus on hospitality, and user experience. You never had that before in crypto, and those were all kind of hindrances of the industry. And so the maturity of what's taking place, and by the way, the antis can no longer deny what's happening out there. I mean, every single day you had CNBC that was shitting on all of us and everything that we believed in. Now all of a sudden they're embracing it for the first time. I mean, isn't that a really beautiful thing? You had Jim Cramer going out there and saying that Bitcoin was going to go to 0 before it was going to go to 200,000, and now all of a sudden...
Inverse Cramer, baby. Inverse Cramer.
Now all of a sudden they're kind of biting their tongues. And so I think the best days of this are ahead of us. There's no question we're in the dial-up mode right now. The next 10 years are going to be absolutely parabolic, and the people that get in on the ground floors, I think, are going to make an absolute, fortune. And I think I just, if I could quickly say, on behalf of this group, the ABTC group, it's not even just getting in at par. These guys, based on how good they buy energy, are literally mining Bitcoin at $40,000 a coin, $41,000 a coin. There's no commodity in the world. Gold, you go out and mine gold right now, you're pretty much buying, you're mining gold at par, and you're selling it using complicated options and things like that to make small little spreads. What commodity in the world can you mine at this kind of margins if you do it the right way, if you have the backbone that HUD 8 has, if you have the power grid, if you have the cheapest energy in the world, which we're doing in the United States, in the great state of Texas, which the Trump family absolutely loves. And so it's so cool. It's like, you're able to go out, physically build these buildings, physically mine, use American energy in America to grab, one of the greatest assets the universe has ever seen that's appreciating at 50 or 60% year over year, and acquire it for 30 cents, 40 cents on the dollar. To me, it's like the coolest business model ever. And I've never been more proud to be part of something than we are with these incredible guys. So had a lot of fun. Consider these guys unbelievable friends, and sky's the limits for American Bitcoin.
And then final thoughts.
We
Anybody?
love you.
Thanks, Eric.
So I would say a decade ago, the crypto community we were seen as the misfits. It wasn't mainstream cool. It wasn't. But now that rhetoric is completely flipped. It's completely flipped. Now we're on par with where the sentiment of gold was 50 to 100 years ago. It was everyone's dream to own a nugget, a gold bar. Crypto has so much room to run, so much room to go. Bitcoin today is only 2 trillion. There's, I think, $400 trillion in the world across asset classes. It doesn't take very much. It doesn't take very much. It is, and I have to say, there are no two better people than the brothers on the stage here to bridge worlds. From hard assets to strategic finance, from private markets to capital markets, and to have a common tongue with so many different groups of people, from traditional finance to the crypto community and to the general public that haven't orange pilled yet. We're so excited to be on this mission with you guys.
Likewise, man. And we're excited to help, bring those people there. Like I said, relatively speaking, compared to the people in this room, we were late adapters, but we were pushed there out of necessity. We were pushed there because the conventional options were literally rugged from underneath us. And once we commit to something, though, we go all in. We are innovators. We're not just adapting this, we're adapting this out of necessity. And I think there's a lot of other people that perhaps don't have our platform or the ability to get it out there that way, that have been under those same pressures, and we're doing this for them.
It is ridiculous that Bitcoin Conference only gave us 30 minutes for this panel. We need 30 minutes per person. But guys, this was it. Give a big round of applause for Matt, Mike, Eric, and Don.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Vegas. We love you.
Let's go.
Guys, let's stand up on the front of the stage for pictures. Let's stand up here for pictures.
Thank you so much for that incredible panel. Wow, look at this crowd. This is incredible. This excitement is insane. I know 30 minutes was not enough for this incredible panel. Some super bullish predictions on this stage as well, which was incredible to listen to. And thank you so much to this incredible crowd as well. I love this excitement. It's incredible. I've got my astronaut suit. We're going to the moon, guys. We are going.
Let's go.
Let's go. Thank you, gentlemen, so much. That was...
I think the new type of censorship is going to be far more intelligent, and I'm already seeing a lot of signs of it.
The tide of free speech has turned, and it's unstoppable. At Rumble, creators are unfiltered, uncensored, undeniably bold. Powered by our own cloud, we are completely independent. Through the Rumble Advertising Center, we're rewarding authentic voices. This is where crypto creators and communities who value freedom and authenticity belong.
Welcome back to the Bitcoin Magazine News Desk presented by Mara. It's day one of the largest Bitcoin conference in history. You just heard a super bullish panel there with Eric Trump and Donald Trump Jr. talking about how Bitcoin is going to rip in price and go to the moon. The problem, they said, is that there's too much demand and not enough Bitcoin. I'll read a few quotes. Quote, the anti-Bitcoin can no longer deny what's happening. Quote, this is one of the greatest assets the world has ever seen. Here to break down everything you just saw, we're welcomed by two special guests. Dom Bay, founder of Proof of Workforce, and you know him from his panel earlier where he called on Meta. Yes, the Facebook product-owning giant. From Mark Zuckerberg, we have Matt Cole, CEO at Strive. Guys, want to bring you into the conversation here. Obviously, there is a huge amount of demand for Bitcoin, and it's happening at all levels. Corporates, states, governments. It sounds like you're active at most at the state level. Dom, can you tell us a little bit about why you think this is a huge growth area for Bitcoin?
Yeah, so hey, we've seen Bitcoin now in the top 10 assets globally by market cap consistently, right? It's no longer a luxury to learn about Bitcoin. Scarcity remains one of the key cornerstones of Bitcoin. And so funds like pension funds, private wealth funds, they have to find this scarcity because it is only going to keep running out and becoming more scarce. So no matter when they find it, it's going to continue to be more scarce at whatever that time is.
Matt, let's bring you to the conversation here. Obviously, you're talking to some of the biggest CEOs in the world, trying to get them to adopt. Where do pensions fit into the story? We really haven't heard that much from pension funds. It's been talked about as a potential class of investors that could get interested. What's the latest?
Yeah, now is the time to drive corporate Bitcoin adoption, pension adoption. That's why I'm so excited for Dom to run for the board of CalPERS. I was there for 16 years before I was the CEO of Strive.
And this is one of the largest pension funds in the U.S. and the largest. Okay.
The largest, about $500 billion of assets under management. But like many pensions, they're underfunded. So about low 70% funded ratio. And this is after the great financial crisis. Think what's happened since 2008, 2009 to now. Equities at all-time high. Bitcoin at $100,000, yet these pensions are stuck. And we're moving into this world of abundance with AI, right? Where a world of abundance, there's going to be demand on what is scarce. Now is not the time to load up your portfolio with debt. We have a debt crisis. You actually need to look for a scarce asset, and it's Bitcoin, and that's why I'm so excited to see Dom doing what you're doing.
Yeah, Dom, I want to talk to you a little bit about just the number of options that these institutions have. We've seen pension funds adopt Bitcoin, but they're not buying and holding Bitcoin. They're usually getting exposure through another vehicle. It's historically been the ETFs, maybe an IBIT, maybe a MSTR. What's the exposure level look like there, and is there a certain path that you'd like to see the pensions go in terms of their allocation?
Yeah, me and Matt talked about this before coming on. Pension funds, don't typically hold hard assets. ETF was a groundbreaking thing that happened in January. We saw Wisconsin. We were lucky to play a small role in educating the Board of Trustees at Wisconsin. They were the first out of the gate. The ETF is the structure of choice. I would like to see pensions have some kind of in-house staff learning about custody and Bitcoin, the asset, even if just having an idea about it and still deciding to go with the ETF, because they can hold it. There is a way where they can hold it without third-party risk.
Matt, quick thoughts before we go back to the main stage. You were calling Mark Zuckerberg and Meta earlier. Any response?
Yeah, so we gave it directly to Zuckerberg. So he heard us. They actually voted it down, similar to Microsoft. But it's important to note that, so before we were pushing for corporate Bitcoin adoption, we were fighting against DSG. And when we would fight against DSG, these proposals would get less than 1% support. What has happened? ESG has collapsed. And this can happen with Bitcoin as well. And so my prediction is over the next 10 years, you're going to see most companies in the S&P 500 own some Bitcoin.
Well, of course, history happening. It's day one of Bitcoin 2025 underway. We've got Blockstream CEO Adam Back, a legend in the computer science space, about to take the stage. Stay tuned across YouTube, Rumble, and X. Announcements are happening live.
Hello. Hello, Bitcoiners. So I think Bitcoin is still early, but more mainstream players are starting to become involved. It's becoming the foundation of global finance. So at Blockstream, we spent the last decade building the infrastructure around Bitcoin, protocols, hardware wallets, custody, layer 2s, and our mission has remained the same throughout. Bring Bitcoin to the world with self-sovereignty, security, and scale as we go from 100 million users to 1 billion users. Today, we're taking the next step. We're announcing a new chapter for Blockstream organized around 3 core business units: Blockstream Consumer, Blockstream Enterprise, and Blockstream Asset Management, to provide services to different new sectors, the new people that are coming into Bitcoin. And I think one very interesting thing about Bitcoin is that the social layer appears to be scaling extremely well, which is to say that if you look back a few years ago, people would have wondered, how will businesses become involved, governments and politicians, and will it dilute the ethos? But actually what seems to have happened is the opposite, which is that people in all layers of company management, politics, themselves have become orange-pilled. So you see phenomena like El Salvador, where the president was actually patient zero, bringing Bitcoin into the country. So we think Bitcoin is becoming the dominant financial asset. In 2009, one day after the Bitcoin network launched, a friend of mine, Hal Finney, made the projection that Bitcoin's addressable market, the monetary premium in assets globally, was $200 trillion. So today we are a lot closer to that situation. And as I say, it's still early for Bitcoin, but the beginnings of institutional investment, of enterprise use, of companies adopting Bitcoin as a treasury asset are coming into play. And at Blockstream, we're here to provide the infrastructure to enable that. So for consumers, we are simplifying self-custody and asset management, but keeping the power user features. For businesses, we're enabling asset issuance and transfers over Bitcoin-backed infrastructure. So if you think about Bitcoin as the internet for money and internet for assets generally, it's an open fabric for financial use cases. And for investors, institutional investors initially, we're providing access to Bitcoin-focused funds and institutional-grade custody with Blockstream Asset Management. So today we're going to talk through some key parts of it. With Blockstream Consumer, our commitment is to the individual Bitcoiner and their self-sovereignty, not your keys, not your coins. So over the last decade, we've built many of the tools that make self-custody real. We're involved in the protocol level in all kinds of things, like the seed phrase standards, miniscript, PSBT. So all of those things are generally getting wider and wider adopted throughout the Bitcoin ecosystem. And we have our own building blocks within that interoperate with other Bitcoin providers. So with Jade and Green and Liquid, we're converging many of these things to work for the consumer, the enterprise, and in the longer term for financial institutions. So we're announcing today rebranding the Blockstream Green app as simply Blockstream, which will keep the ease of use, improve the onboarding, and enable more actions within the application to buy Bitcoin, stack regularly safe Bitcoin, and enable stablecoins and other use cases in there too. Blockstream Enterprise turns Bitcoin into infrastructure also. So with Liquid, powering next generation of financial markets, you can already see actually 3.3 billion of real-world assets. I think in terms of real-world assets, like assets that people are actively investing in, trading with, or acting as the settlement layer or the digital certificate or digital share certificate for different use cases globally. These are real uses with real organic demand, so there's no kind of wrapping of assets that are still in the same user's ownership. And we're bringing enterprise custody solutions to market as well to help with treasuries, asset managers, sovereign wealth funds, backed by robust APIs like FIX and SDA integrations. At Blockstream, we take a Bitcoin-first approach. Everything we build is designed to work with Bitcoin natively without adding complexity or unnecessary dependencies. Our focus is robustness, building infrastructure that lasts. It's a long time preference. You can see that we've been in market for 10 years with singular laser focus on Bitcoin. And we're creating a complete ecosystem so that every product connects, every layer reinforces the next, so that users, businesses, and investors can operate seamlessly on Bitcoin without fragmented solutions. If you are interested to learn more about what we've covered today, from the application architecture, enterprise custody, asset issuance, and even asset management, we're here to talk you through it. Our team is on site, including product leads, engineers, R&D team members, and indeed people from our new asset management division. So we're available to answer questions, run demos, and discuss use case. You can find us in the Expo booth 2121. Thank you very much. All right.
Thank you so much, Adam. That was awesome. Wow, guys, there are so many of you out there. This is such an incredible day in Vegas. I love this energy, front row. This is why you're in the front row, because you're excited to be here. You're enjoying it. We are celebrating.
You just heard a special presentation from Dr. Adam Back. Welcome to the Bitcoin Magazine News Desk presented by Mara. Day one rolls on, but still so much more to come. You've seen GameStop buy Bitcoin. You've seen New York City announce the first ever Bitbond, and you've seen Pakistan launch a strategic Bitcoin reserve. Here to break it down, we've got another all-star panel. To my left, American Hodl. To his left, we have Aaron from Altcoin Daily, and to his left, Austin from Altcoin Daily. So we're going to bring the conversation back to what we were talking about before the cameras were rolling. How much Bitcoin is enough at the present moment? Talked about on stage in the fireside with Eric and Donald Trump. American Hodl, over to you. You were famous for the meme 6.1525, allocate, reach that stacking goal. What is the new stacking goal that you think people out there should achieve?
Yeah, so I mean, when I first came into Bitcoin, the stacking goal was 21 Bitcoin, which is, you know, $2.2 million, something like that right now. So I mean, that's very unreasonable for the average person. And so we lowered it, or, you know, I lowered it to 6.15 became the default stacking goal for, you know, 3 or 4 years there during an epoch. And I think every epoch has its own stacking goal. And I think right now the stacking goal is something still like 1 Bitcoin, because very shortly 1 Bitcoin is going to run away from you and you're not going to be able to get your hands on. Now, again, still, like, that's 6 figures, right? Like, that's a large amount of money for the average person. But I do think that the more we go on and the more Bitcoin becomes de-risked, the larger the goal gets in terms of, you know, fiat monetary value.
Some more analysis to come. We're going to throw it over to the main stage for a special announcement breaking right now. MasterCard is on stage. We'll be right back.
How does the card play in your wider product ecosystem?
Yeah. The Bitcoin credit card was really built by Bitcoiners for Bitcoiners. It's a great way to invest passively on everyday purchases. So anytime you spend fiat, you earn Bitcoin back. It's a great way to not have to sell your Bitcoin. You just continue to earn Bitcoin. You don't have to track the price. So it's super simple to earn Bitcoin through the credit card. And we also are really excited because it provides an opportunity for people who are new into crypto to start earning Bitcoin. A lot of people don't necessarily want to trade or pay attention as much to the prices. We're all glued to the prices, but a lot of people aren't necessarily quite as glued to the Bitcoin price. And so this is really a great way to bring more people into the ecosystem, because you can just passively earn Bitcoin through everyday spending.
And I really saw you out there in the front line giving out T-shirts, engaging with customers. And what's the feedback? Because we see a lot of crypto cards out there, right? Some let you spend crypto, and for those that want, I think that's very fair. That's utility. But what do your users say? What's the feedback you get from the crowd?
Yeah, the feedback has been really positive overall, and we've loved to see people posting their rewards on X. So if you do have the card and you want to share your rewards over time, we love to see it. And there's a stat, I think it's 176% growth in rewards over the last year of people who have earned Bitcoin back on their credit card. So really impressive growth over time, and we have had really positive feedback so far. And you know, if anybody gets the card, you can go to Gemini.com/card and let us know what you think.
Very cool. And I understand I don't have to be an existing customer to get the card, right?
Yes, you can sign up for Gemini and apply for the card right away. And it's a MasterCard product, so we're really grateful to have MasterCard as a partner in this, and WebBank as well. And you know, MasterCard has been doing a ton in crypto and in Bitcoin, so we're grateful to have you guys as partners.
Thank you so much, Olivier, for telling us about the new card. And to all you that don't have a Gemini card yet, or the card, just walk over there, follow the orange, follow the Cybertrucks, and thanks for the partnership. Thanks for being here with us.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Olivia and Christian. Wow, guys, we keep the news coming to you. So many amazing announcements, so many incredible keynotes, panels. It has been absolutely insane. And we're here in Vegas. So you guys can party tonight as well. Let all that energy out. And then we have one last day tomorrow with even more insane speakers. So for our next amazing keynote, I have to say I got to chat to this gentleman earlier, and it really was an honor because he was one of the reasons why I got into this space when I read his amazing book. So this is titled Bitcoin and Tether, Drinking the Dollar Milkshake. So guys, let's get a very, very warm welcome for Safedine Amos, the CEO. Safedine, come and take it away.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you everybody for coming out, and thank you to the organizers for having me. It's a pleasure and an honor to be here. Today I'm going to be talking about Bitcoin and the dollar, in particular about Tether. And a lot of people think that Tether is going to be something that is very bullish to the dollar. And you know, to be fair, they found a whole new generation of bag holders around the world to buy the treasury shitcoin. So you would think that that would generally be bullish. But I'd like to take a closer look at it and see how bullish it actually is. So let us run some numbers. Let's assume, as a thought experiment, let's assume that Tether grows 100-fold over the next 10 years. That's a compound annual growth rate of 60% per year. So it gets to about a $20 trillion market cap by 2035. And now assume that they continue to put about 80% of their treasury and their backing of their notes into all maturities of US bonds. Currently they're only buying short maturities, but assume they start buying across the curve, across the yield curve. And to try and estimate the impact that this would have on the budget, I've looked at the literature on the impact of purchases of bonds on the yields. So there's a lot of studies that have been done on what was the impact of QE, you know, when, say, if you buy 10% of the debt and you put it into what the impact would be on yields. So I think generally the literature says every 10% of the debt, if you buy 10% of the debt, you can bring yields down by 0.2 to 0.5%, but I'm going to assume 1%. I'm going to just have a maximum, most optimistic scenario in all of our assumptions here to try and see how this would work out. So you buy 10% of the debt and you bring the yield down by 1%. So if we assume this is the case, and then we project the impact on the US budget, well, currently the debt is about $37 trillion. The budget deficit is about $2 trillion. And so if we assume that the budget deficit, the debt, and the liabilities continue to rise at the same rate over the next 10 years, as they did over the last 10 years, we could project it into the next 10 years. And, you know, this is an extremely conservative assumption because it's assuming that the next 10 years are going to be as inflationary as the previous 10. And I don't think that that is a warranted assumption, but we're going to go ahead with it anyway. I think there's been a new normal since COVID, and I think this new administration confirms that the budget is going to just continue on the new normal level of spending that happened after COVID, and it's going to be different from what was taking place before COVID, which was relatively very fiscally and monetarily responsible compared to what's been happening since then. So, you know, looking now, we see Doge is seemingly not going to work. They're not going to be managing to bring down the budget by anything more than, you know, rounding errors. There's a bunch of wars coming up likely. Israel wants more land and, you know, they like more war. It's been a while since the US has fought a major war so likely there's going to be another one. So if you project those things, likely the budget is going to get a lot worse over the next 10 years, plus also the tariffs and the impact that they'll have. So if we run these projections, we'll see that basically by buying a lot of treasuries, growing at 60% per year, as we see in this table here, we grow the treasuries of Tether by 60% per year, and we see that this is going to bring yields down, right? That's the way in which buying treasuries helps the US government in a practical sense. The more treasuries Tether buys, the lower the yields become. So we try and calculate this and try and project it onto 10 years from now. And basically, the most optimistic scenario, according to these assumptions that I've just presented, which are all basically erring on the side are becoming more and more optimistic, it reduces the debt by about $3.7 trillion, or 5.4% of the debt over 10 years. This is, I think, maybe the most optimistic scenario you could probably present for the impact that Tether could have on the US public debt. And in conclusion, basically, nothing stops this train, as Lynn Alden always says, and not even Tether. Tether cannot fix what a century of fiat democracy ruined. There's been a century of inflation, a century of debt, a century of liabilities piled up, and you're not just going to find an enormous number of bag holders that are going to be able to buy this. Ultimately, I think another point that is often ignored here is that a lot of the demand that is coming for Tether is displaced demand. A lot of it is coming from people who are giving up on financial instruments that would have demanded treasuries otherwise. In other words, when a currency collapses and people in that country start using Tether, they're decreasing the demand for treasuries by the central bank of the government whose currency has collapsed. So it's not entirely new demand. And even if it were entirely new demand, even if we assume that 80% of it, as we did in the previous example, we still see that the impact on the debt situation in the US is not likely to be significant. It's not likely to make a significant difference because the amount of budget deficit is enormous and it's continuing to grow, and the debt and the interest are continuing to grow, and it won't touch the entitlements, it won't touch the defense spending, and so therefore all of this new extra demand is not really going to make a big difference. It's ultimately no way to escape the inevitable fate of default, devaluation, or default by devaluation, which are essentially all more or less the same thing, that a lot of people who are owed a lot of liabilities are going to find out that they're not going to get what they want from them. So this is ultimately what I think is more likely. Yes, it can help the fiscal position of the US government that more and more people are buying Tether, but I don't think it will make that big of a difference. But where does that leave Tether? I think there's an interesting question here to ask, which is, what is the impact that is going to have on Tether, given that their reserves are being devalued or that they might default on? So devaluation is not a big problem for Tether because their liabilities devalue as well. When the dollar goes down, the value of their liabilities and their asset goes down, so that's not a big problem. The bigger risk for them, of course, is default. Default is the main risk, and in particular, could be that the US government defaults specifically on Tether's bonds. Specifically, after they buy a lot of bonds, the US government could just say, oh, well, somebody was involved in some criminal transaction with Tether, therefore, all of your bonds are canceled. They've done it with Russia. Maybe they'll do it with Tether again at some point. Now, Tether are smartly hedging against this and protecting themselves from this by doing the smart thing that everybody should be doing, which is buying Bitcoin. It's the smartest thing that anybody could do. So currently Tether has over 100,000 Bitcoins, which is worth more than $10 billion. And their US dollar denominated reserves and treasuries are around 120 billion. So currently they've got more than 10 times as much fiat as they do Bitcoin. However, if there's one thing we know about Bitcoin, it's that it has number go up technology. And if there's one thing we know about the dollar, it's that it has number go down technology. Now, one thing keeps going up, the other thing keeps going down. Inevitably, the thing that goes up is going to overtake the things that go down. And so, whether through default, devaluation, or both, Tether's Bitcoin reserves will likely eventually overtake its US dollar reserves. The ways in which we get there might be different, but as long as Tether keeps buying more and more Bitcoin, which they seem not to be stopping, and which seems to be a very wise thing for them to do, because it's the only way to protect themselves from devaluation of the dollar and default on treasuries. As long as they keep doing that, the value of their Bitcoin reserves is going to continue to go up, and likely it's going to overtake their US dollar reserves. Now at this point, something that the Tether fraudsters have said would happen might actually finally happen. You know, we've always heard that Tether is going to break the peg. And maybe it will happen in this situation, because ultimately the real risk for Tether, the riskiest part of their business, is the treasury bonds. Treasury bonds, which are usually presented as the safe haven, are actually the main risk for Tether. And so over time, as their bonds devalue, as their dollars devalue, their Bitcoins appreciate, and so therefore they will be able to break the the backing of Tether with the dollar, but they would break the peg upwards. In other words, it would be possible for them at some point to revalue Tether upwards, and so to make it so that one Tether is redeemable for $1.02. And then they could keep doing that further and further. They keep revaluing it upwards as the dollar drops. So Tether becomes relatively stable coin while the dollar keeps devaluing. If they offered the world a dollar plus 2% per year or 1% per year, that would be more attractive than the dollar for a lot of people. And so therefore we enter into this cycle where Tether can increase its valuation, which is going to increase demand for Tether at the expense of the dollar, which is going to then increase the amount of Tether purchases of Bitcoin, which is going to drive up the Bitcoin price further. And the key thing here is that even though Tether puts only a small percentage of its reserves in Bitcoin, because Bitcoin is so much smaller than the US debt market, that impact on the Bitcoin market is a lot more significant than the impact that they have with the majority of the reserves going into the debt, the US government debt. So the US government has got some $37 trillion in debt, which is enormous. Bitcoin is only $2 trillion. So a tiny amount of money going into Bitcoin causes it to go up a lot more than the same amount of money going into the bond market. So Bitcoin price appreciates the more that Tether buys. That causes the Tether reserves to appreciate, and that then helps them revalue their currency further and further and further. And eventually, what we see is, because of the fact that Tether is accumulating Bitcoin reserves, it can effectively grow its way out of being a Bitcoin, of being a dollar stablecoin, into becoming a stablecoin that is backed by Bitcoin. It can eventually redenominate itself in Bitcoin terms, eventually making it so that it just becomes another mechanism for the scaling of Bitcoin. I think the key point to keep in mind is that the ability of Tether to prop up the debt market is extremely small, because the debt market is so enormous and the world is already saturated with dollars, and there's just not that much possibility for new dollar demand, because the vast majority of financial sector assets are essentially dollar-backed assets. On the other hand, the Bitcoin market is very small, and so small demands into Bitcoin will go up, and over time they're likely to maintain their value a lot better than their dollar reserves are going to do. So what we're having emerge right now is essentially, rather than being a way to boost the dollar, I think Tether is a good way to transition away from the dollar, because by putting some of their reserves into Bitcoin, they're allowing the world to access the dollar now, but they're allowing the world access to Bitcoin as well. Now add in the fact that by getting people to think about money in a digital way, by getting people to think about money in terms of private keys and public addresses, Tether is helping people think about Bitcoin. So the bottom line is that even the most bullish scenario for the US dollar, even the most imaginable way in which the US dollar's fate can be improved, is finding an enormous amount of bag holders all over the world to buy US dollar treasury shitcoins. And yet even that scenario is a lot more bullish for Bitcoin than it is for the US dollar. Ultimately, even a lot of buying of treasuries is likely going to be a lot more bullish for Bitcoin. It's going to make a lot more of a difference for Bitcoin, because of the fact that Tether is accumulating Bitcoin reserves, because it's smart for them to accumulate Bitcoin reserves, because this is the best way for them to protect against the devaluation and the likely default that might happen. So I don't really see this as being something that's going to boost the dollar. I don't think it can make enough of a difference in the dollar. And on the contrary, I think it's going to be more and more bullish for Bitcoin. Thank you very much for attending my talk. And if you're interested, I'll be selling and signing books at the exhibition stand. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Safedine. Awesome. Wow, guys. This has been electrifying. Such incredible speakers. And we're going to keep the energy rolling as well. I know you guys love some entertainment, some music to get you in the vibe.
Welcome back to the Bitcoin Magazine News Desk presented by Mara. You just watched Seyfedin Amous, author of the Bitcoin Standard on the Fiat Death Spiral. We've got a packed panel here to break it down. We've got American Hodl to my left. To his left, we've got Aaron from Altcoin Daily. And finally, last but not least, Austin from Altcoin Daily. American Hodl, over to you. There's this idea now in Bitcoin land, in the Bitcoin world, that alt season is over, publicly declaring that institutional capital is broadly favoring an allocation to Bitcoin, and there will not be a retail return to the kind of products you've seen like meme coins or NFTs as in past cycles. Is alt season over?
In my opinion, yeah, alt season is over. I think that alt season has failed to find a narrative. I think meme coins kind of gave up the game on alt season, which is, hey, this is all just a game of hot potato. You got to pass this to the next guy before you get stuck holding the bag. People can see it clearly. I mean, even the dumbest person you know knows that a dog picture on the internet is worth precisely $0. And so people can't buy into that narrative anymore. And so I think the new narrative, the narrative du jour, is going to be Bitcoin treasury companies, all these SPACs, all of the MicroStrategy copycats, things like...
Well, we'll get to Bitcoin treasury companies. I want to give Aaron and Austin a chance to defend the position. Obviously, meme coin hype cycle over. Maybe there isn't a new narrative right now. Are you bullish on an alt season, whereas the Bitcoiners are not?
Alt season as we know it, I don't think it's going to happen where, it was this wealth effect where people holding Bitcoin, it went up Bitcoin, we felt wealthy, so some people were like, I'm going to put some of my gains into lower cap coins. Meanwhile, new people came in going, well, I missed the boat on Bitcoin, I'm going to put my money into these lower cap coins. I think that's always going to happen. That's just human psychology, but not every alt will go up. There's plenty of crap out there, as American Hodl just stated, and the fact is, there will be altcoins that make it farther than others. I mean, Bitcoin Magazine loves to share Matt Hogan of Bitwise or Larry Fink on how bullish they are on Bitcoin, but those guys are just as bullish. You can find them talking about Ethereum or certain coins specifically as well. And I'm not saying it's right or wrong, but the fact is Wall Street is adopting crypto.
But it does feel like the energy is out of the room, especially when you're thinking about Ethereum. Was the intellectual vanguard of the industry now a bit broken? No thesis, no narrative, openly kind of wondering what's next. Austin, your take?
I think Bitcoin is fundamentally different. There's a huge Bitcoin conference for a reason. None of these altcoins, which are highly speculative, would be here without the value that Bitcoin brings, and then the rising tide lifts all ships. I will say for me personally, there's a lot of fundamental on-chain and even macro Bitcoin charts that I think all of us agree on with the MVRV. Bitcoiners love charts like this. For me, where my goal is to accumulate more Bitcoin and just learn about the space in general, I personally believe in one more chart, which is the Bitcoin dominance. Humans will human. Eventually, Bitcoin dominance will go down. And at the end of the day, you want to be holding more Bitcoin.
But what has been built, right? We've seen the 16 years of narratives. We've seen them come and go. American Hodl, haven't we seen enough from the altcoin world?
Absolutely. Kill them all with fire.
Austin and Aaron, your
just
thoughts?
lobbed American Hodl straight down the middle. Don't you think they should all die? Hell yeah.
Well, I mean, in terms of defensible things, you talked about holding Bitcoin, Austin, Aaron. I mean, are there products that you're using on a daily basis?
99% should die. I think it's about, there's tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands. But when Altcoin Daily, we speak to an audience of over 3 million. We cover the whole market. And when I learn that Swift, which has tons of active users, an archaic system that should be updated, is choosing to use Chainlink. When I see that BlackRock is building, or JP Morgan is building their privatized chain, which is the antithesis of Bitcoin, total opposite. I'm just saying they're using it on Ethereum. To me, that says that they see value from the utility of that. Doesn't mean price go up.
American Hodl, your take on the fact that Larry Fink is saying one thing to Bitcoiners, maybe saying another to the crypto crowd?
I think that we as Bitcoiners have an ambivalent relationship with Wall Street, where basically we're frenemies. We are aligned on number go up, and we're aligned on literally nothing else. Wall Street wants to stab us in the back the first chance they can get, so it doesn't surprise me at all that they are duplicitous scoundrels. Pete, back to you.
Bitcoin treasuries, let's introduce this subject because it does feel like there is another type of altcoin season happening. It's just a different flavor, right? We've seen these companies capitalize, put Bitcoin on the balance sheet, but they're trading publicly with stocks, tickers. This is an experience that's maybe very similar to something like CoinMarketCap. You look like a Bitcoin treasury. You see a different ticker symbol with a company that owns Bitcoin. Is this something that is catching on in the altcoin world, Aaron, Austin?
We're talking about companies like MicroStrategy, like Nakamoto, correct? These companies that put Bitcoin on their balance sheet, and probably the main reason people are buying the stock is because they want exposure to that, like a little bit more than just Bitcoin. The fact is, we are seeing a lot more of this, while once, at least in my mind, it was really
But is there an interest in your audience in investing in this class, or do they want the next dog coin?
You know what? It's always changing. I would say MicroStrategy has just kind of broken through where there is interest in that. And we are, we cover like Jack Mallers all the time, so they're familiar with Nakamoto. And really, when you get these different, I don't want to say figureheads, but these leaders that break through with their messaging, there is an interest in that, but just generally speaking, I would say no. But if you can kind of break through.
American Hodl, there's some criticism within the Bitcoin community about these Bitcoin treasury products. Maybe in 2021 you saw Michael Saylor on stage, but he wasn't talking about MSTR. He wasn't talking about his public stock. The focus was on Bitcoin. These Bitcoin treasury companies, in a sense, trading like altcoins, no?
I think absolutely we are in the beginnings, the infancy of a Bitcoin treasury bubble. I think there is the potential for this Bitcoin treasury bubble to grow to gargantuan proportions. I mean, it could be potentially as big as the .com bubble. What we're going to see here is a bunch of Bitcoin get hoovered up by companies that are like MSTR and MSTR copycats. And many of these companies will not have the access to debt that MSTR has. They will take on bad debt, and then they will be forced in a bear market or a liquidity crunch to puke out those Bitcoins that they have. And so we're going to basically get a run up in price and then a collapse in price, and these Bitcoin treasuries are going to be the precursor that causes the next bear market.
American Hodl, I want to stay with you. Should Bitcoiners be allocating capital to these vehicles?
I think the safest and most conservative play is just to go Bitcoin only. And if you do have money that's stuck in like a retirement account or something like that, you have like fiat accounts where maybe you can do a little bit of trading tax-free, like maybe that's okay. But like most of your position should be in Bitcoin, in spot Bitcoin, in self-custodied Bitcoin. I think that is the safest and most defensible position for any exogenous shock that we're going to see in these markets.
I agree. Well, thanks for watching on YouTube, Rumble, and X. We'll be right back with you. We're going to throw it over to the main stage. Nakamoto, still 2 hours to go. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
We're at this really interesting point right now, but could you take a few steps back and share your journey in founding Lightning Labs and building the Lightning Network, and that can lead us into the point we are today. But let's start with a little bit of history.
Well, first, it's great to be back here with the Bitcoin community that's here today, the world's largest Bitcoin conference. And it's incredible to think how far we have come as a community of builders, of enthusiasts, of people that are part of this community and spreading the word about Bitcoin. The way that I think about Bitcoin is we are a movement of people that believe in freedom, decentralization, a global open source technology that anyone can participate and be a part of. And for those of us that have been building with Lightning and in the Lightning community, it's also incredible to think 10 years ago, this was merely an idea. It hadn't been built out. And I'll never forget one meeting I had nearly a decade ago where a few of us that were working on Lightning had a chat with somebody that was at a major technology company in the US, traditional technology company. And they were really big into this concept of blockchain, not Bitcoin. Does anybody remember blockchain, not Bitcoin? The idea was going to be blockchain would be the technology that transforms the world, but we don't care about Bitcoin. But actually, it turned out that the answer was Bitcoin, not blockchain. Ooh. And what this person said to us, and this was in the very early days of when Lightning had just been an idea and been something that was a white paper. He said, everyone thinks that Bitcoin is crazy, but they think Lightning is even crazier and it will never work. And I took that as an incredibly motivating statement to say, no, actually, we are the crazy ones and it will work. And to see the progress in that time frame has been absolutely incredible. For example, so we at Lightning Labs have been looking at data around the Lightning Network and transactions. And a couple years ago, maybe 4 or 5 years ago, Lightning annually was doing tens of millions in volume. Today, we're doing tens of billions, and soon we're going to be at tens of trillions. We 1,000x'd in a matter of a couple of years. And this is a testament to the community. Like Bitcoin, no one controls Lightning. It's a decentralized network with tens of thousands of nodes. We have node runners, we have builders, we have companies that are a part of it. We have users, communities, enthusiasts all around the world that are using this technology. So we have an opportunity right now to make Bitcoin the technology that the entire world uses when it comes to transacting, when it comes to bringing financial freedom, when it comes to enabling global, instant, interoperable payments that anybody can be a part of anywhere around the world. And a couple years ago, this was an idea and something that was in its early phase, right? There was a lot of promise. And now we're in the phase where it's not just the promise phase, it's the execution phase and the phase where this is all coming to fruition. And this is in no small part due to every single person here in this room, everyone in the Bitcoin community, and really building out this decentralized global network that is scaling Bitcoin to the next billion users.
Yeah, Elizabeth, I want to just give you and your team and the Lightning ecosystem and the whole, really like a large part of the Bitcoin ecosystem some flowers. I think we've all been in that state where we keep refreshing the price of Bitcoin to see, how much richer we just got. But working with the Lightning team, it's always been about adoption. It's always been about how do we get the next billion people who are left out of the economic pipelines, how do we get them empowered, connected to the Bitcoin system. I've always been inspired by your team's focus on that, and through a lot of headwinds and a lot of haters and doubters, and it's really cool to see the network.
By the way, I welcome the haters because it motivates me.
Love that. So, all right, let's talk about this a huge opportunity right now, stablecoins. So I had the honor of joining you and Paolo down in El Salvador a few months ago. The theme of that talk was it all comes back to Bitcoin. That was a very exciting announcement. Few people know that Tether actually started on Bitcoin, and really it's grown largely on other chains where there's lower fees or whatever reasons it largely proliferated on other chains. And so what we announced was bringing Bitcoin, bringing stablecoins to Bitcoin using Lightning Labs Taproot asset technology. So Elizabeth, can you expound on just what that announcement was, number one, but number two, how is that going to help get the next billion people connected to the Bitcoin system, the network?
So in the early days of even thinking about a global, decentralized, scalable network that would bring Bitcoin to so many people, that would enable millions of transactions per second, there was always this idea that Bitcoin itself would be a glue connecting all sorts of other assets and enabling people to, say, transact in a variety of currencies where Bitcoin was underpinning those transactions. Today there's still this concept of a cross-border payment, which if you think about it doesn't really make sense because we don't have a cross-border email, a cross-border tweet, and yet we should be able to transact globally, seamlessly, natively on the internet, and that's what Lightning enables. So it made perfect sense to us in the community and at Lightning Labs to build out a protocol to enable financial transactions on the Lightning Network, starting with stablecoins. So a couple months back, with Paolo, who I know is going to be speaking here as well, his first time in Vegas, by the way, we announced that Tether is launching on Bitcoin and the Lightning Network to bring its 400 million users to Bitcoin and 10 trillion of annual volume. No big deal. And, some people might say, okay, well, we're Bitcoiners. Do we care about dollars and stablecoins? And the answer is I believe, and we believe, that all of these people want Bitcoin. They just may not know it yet. They think they want a faster horse, but actually they want a car. And these are people all around the world living in economies with hyperinflation. The government might have taken money away from them. They want what they consider a stable store of value. But Bitcoin can serve as a long-term asset for them and a means of transacting globally. So with the 400 million users of Tether today, as they onboard to Bitcoin and Lightning, well, it turns out the fees on Lightning are lower than anything else out there. The scalability is better than anything else out there. And these users care about fees. They may be in Argentina or India or Nigeria. And, they might be saving $100, $1,000, and they're using stablecoins to do that. So as they onboard to Bitcoin, they're going to be able to say, use a stablecoin, maybe in their day-to-day transaction, maybe just say, okay, I want to go 50-50. I'll have half in stablecoins and half in Bitcoin. And then we're going to Trojan horse them into using Bitcoin because they're going to realize the value and the benefit of a true global decentralized currency that anybody around the world can use. So one of the really exciting things about bringing stablecoins onto Bitcoin is we know there's a massive amount of transaction volume. But the way it works on Lightning is all of the transactions are using Bitcoin to transact. There are nodes on Lightning that are using Bitcoin to route the dollar payment. So it goes from dollar to Bitcoin to dollar. And it actually can go from just dollar to Bitcoin. Within a Lightning transaction, a user can send dollars, stablecoins, receive Bitcoin, and vice versa. So how many people here have heard of Steak and Shake? Anybody? Shout out to Steak and Shake. I'm from New York, and we don't have any Steak and Shakes there. But it has 436 locations within the US. And just recently, working together with a company called Speed, they started accepting Bitcoin. And did anybody here pay with Bitcoin at Steak and Shake? All right, shout out. They're using Lightning. They're running the technology that we're building at Lightning Labs. And not only were users posting videos of paying with Bitcoin, we actually heard here at the conference yesterday that the CEO said it's faster than credit cards, and they're saving 50% in fees over credit cards. So this is saving companies money. It actually works seamlessly. We watch the videos on our team. We love seeing this in action, the real-life use cases. And it all went through, quickly, and we were like, wow, we've come so far. This is incredible. And one of the really cool things was, one of my team members, Ryan Gentry, paid with, there's a bridge Tether today, native is coming soon. He paid with Tether. And Steak and Shake received Bitcoin, and it happened natively in the protocol. There was no exchange involved. There's a node that just did the conversion within the Lightning transaction. And what this means is, anybody that accepts stablecoins will now natively in this protocol be accepting Bitcoin. Anybody can pay with Bitcoin with any business that accepts stablecoins and vice versa. And Lightning is becoming this global FX network where Bitcoin is underpinning all of the world's currencies and transactions.
I get so lit on this. We're using the international demand for dollars for stability to educate and tap or connect all these people into the Bitcoin ecosystem and introduce them to Bitcoin. It's just such a beautiful thing. It's just starting now. And thank you for your team's development on this and the community's development on this. It's one of those things where as an American, not many people even cared or knew about stablecoins for a long time until we could not ignore it anymore. It got so big that it just became its own meme. But it represents the global thirst for these assets, and now they're going to be running on the safest, the most secure, the fastest, the best chain in the world in Bitcoin. So very excited for that.
Think about it this way. Today, about at least 5% of the world's population is using stablecoins, and they're going to all be Bitcoiners soon. They're pre-coiners, as I like to call it. They really want Bitcoin. They just don't know it yet, and we're doing the work to onboard them, and we're going to bring Bitcoin to the next billion and beyond.
Amazing.
Okay, so we've talked about onboarding humans, and there are many exciting ways to do that. But there's also a key element of onboarding both machines and then humans that are working with machines and AI in particular. So Brian, you do a lot of investing in AI. You're based in Silicon Valley. What is your take on the intersection of Bitcoin and AI, especially when it comes to development?
Yeah, so as someone who spends a lot of time in both worlds, I'm a Bitcoiner and I also, as you said, invest in AI companies and spending a lot of time there. Both these communities, they want to connect somehow, and I think a lot of people have been putting a square peg in a round hole. I go to a lot of these hackathons where Bitcoiners are trying to infuse AI, and it's something having to do with paying Satoshis for GPU tokens or something. It never really felt like a perfect fit. And I actually think the real tailwind for AI and Bitcoin is going to be much more simple. And I actually got some slides I wanted to share with you all to convey these points. But the main thing that AI is doing is, well, it's doing a lot of things, but is dramatically, AV team, could you pull up the slides, please? Thank you. Awesome. Who here has vibe coded? Anybody? We got some vibe coders?
Okay, so for those that may not be familiar, vibe coding is what I like to call human-guided AI coding.
Yeah. It's basically like coding is hard. You know, if you have no technical background, you look at a terminal and you're like, what the heck is going on? AI makes it easy. It's natural language. You just tell the AI what you want to make. And there's all these tools out there like Replit and SourceGraph and Cursor and V0. They are dramatically reducing the effort and cost to create things. And when that cost and effort goes down, it means there will be more creators. Everybody in this room can make whatever app they think of. Literally, like, we're there. You just have to start using these tools and working with the AI, and you kind of feel your way through working with the AI. But the number of creators is going to skyrocket. So that's point number one.
And by the way, the way that Bitcoin is democratizing access to financial services, AI is democratizing access to coding and creating apps.
Yes, and I'm gonna make a finer point on this towards the end here. But okay, so that's one trend, and then so you have all these developers making these new apps. There's this company Stripe. I'm sure you've all heard of it. Stripe got huge because they make it really easy to integrate payments into your application. Every app developer wants to, not every, but almost all apps want to integrate payments in some way. I think Bitcoin is going to be the successor to Stripe in terms of making it very, very easy to integrate payments into applications. The Lightning Network is here, Bitcoin is hardened, stablecoins are coming, and it's turnkey. It almost feels, so I've had experience building these things, it almost feels like the AI prefers it. So I just put this table together here. Bitcoin, no bank account is required, no KYC or AML is required. It's available everywhere, it settles instantly, it's P2P, there's no fees. It's just sort of obvious that this should be the default value transfer mechanism in applications. So as these legions of vibe coders come to be, and as they start to get more familiar with just integrating Bitcoin, I think it's going to become the default mechanism for value transfer in these applications. So it's not about paying sats for GPU tokens. I think it's just it's a better money system, and there's going to be more creators, and they're going to by default implement Bitcoin. And we've got a story to share in a moment, but yeah. It's a big part of this trend.
Okay, so Brian, you have taken up vibe coding with Bitcoin as a hobby, and you've involved some members of your family. Let's hear about it.
Okay, so I've got 4 daughters. They're 9, 7, 5, and 3.
And they are all Bitcoiners?
They're all Bitcoiners. One of them was Satoshi for her historical figure project recently. And I've always wanted to somehow, like, I always teach them about Bitcoin. Like, literally my 3-year-old talks about Bitcoin all the time. But I always wanted to somehow like weave it into their lives. We're pretty anti-screens in our house, but I wanted to do something. And I also wanted to learn about this vibe coding, and I got my 9-year-old to start vibe coding with me. And we decided to create a little chores app So my wife and I will go around our house, take pictures of like a messy room or weeds in the backyard or whatever, and we'll attach some Satoshis to the issue. We'll post it, and then we'll give the kids an iPad that they can, it's like a little treasure hunt for them. And they go around, they fix the issue, they take an after picture, the AI compares the before and after, and if they did the job, they get the sats. And they are obsessed with Satoshis now. And so, it was a proud father moment, but and I just wanted to show you, like, literally this is how easy it is. So I use this thing called V0. This is a literal screenshot from my session. I said I want to implement Bitcoin payments using Voltage. Shout out Graham and the Voltage team. And this was the response. Great, we have now implemented the core functionality for Bitcoin Lightning payments in your app. Let's summarize what we've accomplished. And it worked. And I know Graham from Voltage, so I had him do a session with me afterwards. And I was like, is this actually like how it should be? He looked at the code, he's like, yeah, this works. So, and there was, no bank account, no nothing. My daughters are signing up using that. This is the output of the app. It's pretty cool. And it works, it all works. And there's no friction involved in doing it. No bank account, no business entity, no nothing. They just started signing on and earning Satoshis. It was just a beautiful thing. So,
okay, so then someone in your family earned some sats. How did that work?
yeah, they literally they log in. It kind of looks like Instagram with the issues, and they tap an issue, they fix it, and then they take an after picture, they submit it. Grok's AI service compares the two, and if it confirms that it worked, they just get the Satoshis. And they are stacking sats every day. Now they're asking me and my wife to create new chores for them so they can stack more sats. And when you feel something, you experience something firsthand, you feel the future. I felt like there's going to be more creators, and Bitcoin is going to be the native way that value moves around these systems. It just is. So anyway, very exciting.
Okay, so anybody in the audience that has kids or a family, this is the way to get your kids to do chores.
Yeah, make them Bitcoiners early. This is how we bring Bitcoin to billions, starting with the parents.
All right, well, again, I just want to reiterate that as a community, I'm so proud of everything we have done, and we have come so far. But as Bitcoiners, we are focused on utility. We're focused on creating technologies that enable use cases to bring financial freedom to the world. And we're going to 1000x from here. Thanks all.
Let's go. Thanks, everybody.
Incredible. Thank you so much for that fireside chat. It's always
Welcome back to the Bitcoin Magazine News Desk presented by Mara. It's day one. We're winding down here. You just saw Lightning Labs CEO Elizabeth Stark talk about AI, stablecoins, the future of Bitcoin, intertwining our panel here. You know him from the last few segments. We've got American HODL, Austin from Altcoin Daily, and Aaron from Altcoin Daily. The topic now, I think we're in agreement. This is a bull market. No matter how you slice it, altcoins or Bitcoin, things are going up. Maybe a little bit more on the Bitcoin side. How do we survive the coming bull market? American HODL, over to you. What are your tips, tricks, advice?
So, yeah, two things. The number one and most important thing is do not take leverage. A lot of people think that leverage is a time machine to being an OG, and it is not. Leverage will wreck you 9 times out of 10. Only the best in the world can survive it, right? Don't do it. Okay, number two is you got to know whether you are more susceptible to fear or more susceptible to greed. If you're a person who's generally bullish, like me, I'm a permanent bull-tard. I just think Bitcoin's going to $1 million tomorrow, every single day of my life. I'm very susceptible to greed, right? But in the bear market, I do pretty well. I can calm my nerves when fear comes up. And for some people, it's the opposite. Some people who are generally bearish, they're very good when others are greedy, but they're very bad when others are fearful. So you got to know yourself, and you got to plan and manage your emotions accordingly.
Wise words from American HODL. Of course, trading, always a difficult activity. HODLing, the easier path. Sending it over to Austin or Aaron, thoughts on how to survive a bull market?
Biggest piece of advice that I still have to remind myself in a bull market and a bear market is take emotion out of investing. During the hype cycles, it feels like, oh, I want to buy more. But really, that's the time you should scale out, take profits if you're a trader, or understand, am I a trader or a long-term investor? And if you're a long-term investor, then have that thesis and act in the plan you set originally. Or when it's dipping hard and feels like, oh, everybody's saying this is going so much lower, that's the time you take out positions. Take emotion out of it. And the other number one thing is patience. It's not going to happen tomorrow.
Aaron?
Yeah, I would just say personal finance is personal for a reason. It really depends on who you are. You have to really know yourself and your risk tolerance. Cost averaging Bitcoin has always been a smart idea. I think back to when Bitcoin was hitting all-time highs of 50K, 60K, like months ago, year ago, and I didn't want to buy then. I don't want to buy Bitcoin at 65K. Now I wish I could buy a little bit more. And, besides that, if you're trying to, trade the altcoins, understand that it's fleeting gains, that in a bear market they will drop heavy. So have a plan to take out your initial investment, have a plan to take profits, and understand when there's a narrative, all the derivatives pump with it, and those are definitely crap. And just try and get a sense of bull markets come and bear markets come, and you have to kind of figure out where we are. And we're in a bull market, but it won't last forever.
Of course, we're talking about survival here. A lot of headlines recently making this a lot more real. Threats on Bitcoin and crypto owners more prevalent during the bull market. We've seen some really wild headlines talking about kidnapping, torture, some stuff that we really wouldn't like to talk about. So surviving the bull market maybe even applies to your physical life. American Hodl, your thoughts?
Yeah, I think, listen, OPSEC is imperative. I think you got to really be low-key about your Bitcoin and your Bitcoin holdings. Don't tell people how much Bitcoin you have. Don't go around, in the bull market, you want to brag about it. I was right. I told you so. You should really try and tamp that down because people get jealous, they get envious, and then you become a target. It's interesting, there are new startups that are forming like AnchorWatch, which is a Bitcoin insurance company, which prevents against things like wrench attacks. I think American Bitcoiners have the advantage because we got guns. I think European Bitcoiners are sitting ducks. So if I was in a place like France, I don't know what I would do. I would probably leave France because France is gay.
Austin, Aaron, your thoughts on survival security. How are you taking your personal security more seriously at this time?
I think stay humble, stack sats, and that topic reminds me of a quote from Bill Murray where somebody came up to him and said, I want to be rich and famous just like you. And Bill Murray says, well, try just being rich and see if that doesn't solve 90% of your problems. The fame will get you. These CEOs or these influencers or whatever that are getting held at gunpoint, not good. But also, this is a cautionary tale, and use that to learn for yourself.
Aaron, quick thoughts?
Yeah, if you think your Bitcoin or crypto or whatever is going to be worth a lot of money someday, treat it as such. Protect it at all costs. And don't just, after you do it, leave it there for years. Keep checking up on it. Make sure you're doing what's best.
Now we're going to go over to the world record attempt. We talked earlier about the Guinness Book of World Records happening right now in Las Vegas at the Venetian, an attempt by the Bitcoin community to enter the most official record book of all time. Up on the screen right now, we have the amount of payments that have happened today across the conference for all types of goods and services, everything from t-shirts to art being sold for in Bitcoin, paid in Bitcoin. We have 3,390 transactions. Still some more to go to this 4,000 threshold mark. Thoughts now on what you guys have seen on the floor, the activity, excitement around payments, purchases. Aaron, Austin, any thoughts of what you've seen on the floor?
I have a very unpopular opinion on this, but it is, I'm not interested in spending my Bitcoin. I want to do everything I can to hold my Bitcoin. But I do think that is cool because I'm an American. I have that privilege. I don't need to spend it. This is a signal to the rest of the world.
You're not contributing to this world record, is that what you're saying?
I will not be contributing on principle, but I'm holding like crazy. And I think this is a message to the rest of the world that you do not have to use the fiat system. There's another system out there. You can choose.
Aaron, do we want to support Bitcoin merchants? People are using this in real life.
I would say, yeah, definitely support them, especially if you're really into the ethos of Bitcoin. That being said, the market tells us what's being adopted, and store value is kind of what Bitcoin, digital gold, and it's less about payments. But, that being said, go ahead, spend it, whatever. Spend and replace.
Well, we'll be keeping you updated as we go on. Of course, the world record at stake. We'll be right back. Keep it tuned to X, YouTube, and Rumble. We'll be over at the main stage. Back in a moment.
Adam, what do you think? You're a cypherpunk. By the way, this is for an aside, but I get a lot of email spam. I heard you had a solution for that. I don't know why it hasn't been adopted. From your seat, what do you think about, you don't live in the United States. What is the view around the world of Bitcoin in your mind? You travel a lot. Are people adopting it in that way?
Well, I mean, clearly Bitcoin spent the first 10, 15 years as a kind of internet money for individuals. The unseizability, I think it reduced the barrier to entry to asset protection. So people have different financial instruments and strategies for asset protection. Bitcoin made the cost of entry for that, a smartphone, basically, where normally it would be maybe $1 million of liquid assets to be worthwhile doing something like that. So it's got that. And I think at this point, at Blockstream, we've been talking with pension funds, endowments, and sovereigns because we're entering the asset management space for institutional investors. And so you can see that when you have a conversation with them, they're asking intelligent questions, but it feels like it's 2015, right? They're asking questions that other people were asking in 2015, so it's still early in their thought process, but it's due to sort of conservatism and the obligation to protect, pension fund clients' money. And so I think a number of things that have happened in the last few years have made that much easier for them to cross the line to get off zero. So namely the spot ETFs, not in a direct way, but via the courts, and now a number of regulations that have been streamlined, BlackRock being there with a very successful spot ETF, and BlackRock itself making an allocation recommendation of 2% Bitcoin for general diversified funds. And the one thing I would add to that is funds typically do quarterly rebalancing, should not rebalance the Bitcoin. Let it run for 5 years at least.
Go ahead, Dan.
Well, one other thing, I think, look, store of value, maintenance of our purchasing power, an asset that you believe in over the long term that can maintain your purchasing power, if there's enough liquidity, it's a macro asset, right? I think that's sort of at the core of, why it's a macro asset.
We do see that on big rate moves, bond traders moving $1 billion in and out of Bitcoin, like as Jay Powell speaks. Yeah, that is possible now.
Yeah, that's trading stuff, though. I mean, I think that, it's part of that macro framework. So if you're a macro portfolio manager like Dan and I were in the old world, it would be an asset that we would, buy or sell. But I don't think that's what makes it really attractive, right? It's the fact that over a long period of time, your purchasing power is going to be maintained. You're not going to get debased against any asset, let's say, that you're holding in the fiat world. And that can be real estate, bonds, stocks, whatever. If the dollar is the denominator or a fiat currency is the denominator, you're in trouble. You're in trouble.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Dan Moorhead, you've been investing in this space for a long time. Tons of venture investments you've made over the years. And you run the first Bitcoin fund at Pantera. You told me a story about flying out to Japan to check on some of your Bitcoin investments that were at Mt. Gox. How would you maybe tell a little bit of that story, but also how would you compare that experience to the much more institutional, mature Bitcoin infrastructure that we have today?
No, it's shocking how much has changed. That when we tried to launch the first crypto fund, we sent a couple $1 million to a startup that had one employee. We investigated doing a trade with Mt. Gox, and I flew to Tokyo and met the founder. Well, not the founder, actually, the guy who bought it. And it didn't make any sense. So luckily, we didn't send any money there. But we did send $2 million to a tiny startup that had one employee, and we tried to buy 20,000 Bitcoins. And a pop-up said, your limit is $50. And in Wall Street, sometimes people use the word bucks to mean millions. This was one Ulysses S. Grant. And so I wrote him a frantic email, and we got back 4 days later. The one employee, this guy named Olaf, wrote back to say that our line was increased to $300. We'd still be trying to do that trade if that were true. And now the market trades $50 billion a day. That's just awesome.
Adam, since you first learned about Bitcoin, it's also been a lot of changes, right? I wanted to ask you a pointed question, if I may. Does this institutionalization threaten Bitcoin's cypherpunk values? Has it, can Bitcoin, the core original idea, survive in this growing institutional world?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's one area where the incentive mechanism of Bitcoin has surprised to the upside. I think if you'd asked people this question, I don't know, 5 years ago, they would worry that there would be dilution of the kind of permissionlessness and bearer nature of the asset with institutions coming in. But actually what seems to have happened is Bitcoin's hard money incentives, the bearer assurances, seem to capture the imagination of all the people it comes into contact with. So if anything, it seems to have orange-pilled, the presidents of countries, politicians who are clearly personally invested in Bitcoin, and even today, the president of the country and his son who was just on stage. So I think, for example, with Blockstream's asset management, we recruited Sean Bill, who I think Dan knows, and he got the first Bitcoin into a public pension fund in the US, but he was personally investing in Bitcoin for years before he was able to do that, right? So you can see that people in all kinds of roles in society get enamored by Bitcoin. So really it seems to be so far scalable at all the levels it's touched in terms of going to bigger institutions, to institutionally managed money. The other thing I would say is that, for the consumer outlook who's not used to the money management world, that ultimately most money that is managed professionally is on behalf of individuals. So, the pension fund beneficiaries are, maybe a transport authority or teachers or something like that, right? So giving them access to Bitcoin is a positive, ultimately.
Either of the Dans, do you have a take on this? Whether from when you got in to now, or let's say in 10 years, does Bitcoin look the same as a asset? Or does it, what if nobody owns it? What if it's only owned by fiduciaries on behalf of others, right? Is there still a world for the individual Bitcoin wallet user in the future?
For me? Yeah, I think, look, I came at this Bitcoin from the gold space. I'm one of the few guys that's actually, super pro-gold and pro-Bitcoin. And from the physical gold space.
And nobody pays with gold today, but it is still widely owned.
We won't talk about gold today. But the bottom line is, I really have always believed in that physical ownership, that the individual has the right and should be able to own his own asset. And so I started this physical gold business years ago in 09 and 10. And it's an idea about being able to secure your own wealth and to have something that can preserve your purchasing power. Now, I wish, of course, I started that with Bitcoin in 09, 10, not gold. But the reality is, I think there will always be a world, just like today, there are people who want to own paper gold, they own futures, and there's still a huge cohort that want to own physical gold. I think it's the exact same thing. I think our focus today, all of ours, is to further adoption and the elevation of Bitcoin. I think the understanding of Bitcoin as an important asset. I think Adam mentioned it's still institutionally a very, very small percent. I mean, we have, probably only a handful of, let's say, pensions in the United States, trillions and trillions of dollars that aren't even aware that, let's say, Bitcoin's at 100,000. So I think it's still very early.
Alex, I would say I love that question, whether individuals still have space in this. They drive this, right? The people in this room that are driving it, and this is the first asset class I've seen in 40 years of investing where the, quote, smart money isn't in yet, right? It's individuals they're driving this, and surveys say 30-something% of institutions have direct exposure to either cryptocurrencies themselves or blockchain venture. That means 2/3 have zero, like literally 0.0. And so that's why I'm still so bullish that if individuals really have driven this new asset class and the majority of institutions have zero exposure, it's not over yet.
What happens when they do? Go ahead, Dan.
I was just going to say also that, we think, with the advent of the ETF, the institutions have arrived. I mean, it's a complete joke. The institutions have not arrived, but the ETF, the Bitcoin ETF, most successful ETF of all time, and yet, I think Dan and I, especially talking to a lot of people in the traditional world, are still really nowhere, which might be a surprise for people in the audience to hear.
What do they need to get there?
I don't know, $1 million on the price, or 500,000 or whatever the number is. I don't know. It takes some doing actually to understand things. I mean, if even trying to understand the white paper is a complex thing. So I don't want to, fault the smart guys. It's a hard thing to learn and understand, especially if you've had tremendous success already in the old world. You don't have a motivation. But I think it's, the ETF was the start, and this administration has been extremely important in elevating the profile. There's no question. It's been night and day from 9 months ago.
Adam, Blockstream, you founded an important development company in Bitcoin, a big Bitcoin mining service provider. But you're doing some new stuff. Congratulations, you did a big fundraise also. What role will Blockstream play in this new institutional future in your mind?
So, apart from we made an investment in institutional custodian, because the way that traditional finance interfaces to equities even is via an independent custodian, and so that's clearly an interface for Bitcoin as well. And we entered the asset management space to try and get the pension funds and the endowments and the sovereigns off zero. So I think you've heard both of the other panelists talk about how that adoption is currently very low. So you see something like the Abu Dhabi Sovereign Wealth Fund, one of those, investing 450 million, and people will say, oh, that's great, but actually it's a very small allocation because it's an enormous fund, right? Now, in the ETFs, there are disclosures in a BlackRock ETF. Somebody went through and they could see that about 33% was institutional. But given the size of the BlackRock ETF and the amount of money managed by institutions, again, it's very small. So I think it's a mistake. I think the institutional adoption is not here yet. And for the companies, the firms that have made announcements, they will start with a subset of their clients, and it will take them months to develop guidelines and playbook for their advisors to talk to clients. So I think it hasn't really landed yet, and you can see it by the numbers. So I think that's all ahead of us. So that's why I'd say while the institutions are, a lot of the risk perception has been cleared up by the improved regulations and the references of looking at each other, I think it's still early because not that much of that managed money is in play yet.
Where do these Bitcoin treasury companies fit into this growing macro future? I don't know, Dan Moorhead, do you have a take on those?
I do think they're important. We've been very early on investing in them, and I think we're the largest investor in Cantor Equity Partners and DFDB in Solana because it's allowing access to people via the public markets. And you've seen there's a tremendous, I would say, kind of frustrated demand for people in the public markets to get exposure to Bitcoin and other crypto assets. MicroStrategy has done well, but there's really only a couple public companies until your company Galaxy went public on the NASDAQ recently. That is allowing institutions, say a 40 Act mutual fund, to get exposure to Bitcoin or Solana or whatever. And so I think they're very important. Maybe 20 years from now they won't be as important as they are today, but they are necessary now. So I think it's one of the important themes of the market.
Adam or Dan, do you have a take on these companies?
Yeah, we haven't yet invested in any of them. We invest in the operating businesses in the space. And I think that one of the ways, Trump has said he wants to make the U.S. the crypto blockchain capital of the world. I think one of the ways is to encourage as many of the sort of larger businesses to list here on NASDAQ and NYC. And so one of our companies, eToro, had a successful IPO last week. We had another company a few weeks ago, Deribit, purchased by Coinbase. Circle, another company we've invested in. And I think there are going to be quite a few more. For many, I would say, larger American institutional investors, they want to own an operating business that has income statement, balance sheet, looks like other companies. And I think there are plenty of them. Galaxy, of course, now has just become public. So I would look in that direction sort of over the next sort of 12 to 24 months.
Adam, do you want to give us a bull case here?
Yeah, so in effect, Blockstream is one of the first Bitcoin treasury companies. We've been around since 2014, and we worked with our investors to put Bitcoin on the balance sheet back then and since then. But I think the way to look at the treasury companies is Bitcoin is effectively the hurdle rate. It's very hard to outperform Bitcoin. Most people have invested in things since Bitcoin around have thought, oh, I should have put that in Bitcoin and not in that other thing. So and many of the people in the audience who are invested in Bitcoin will get to a stage of thinking where their personal savings are denominated in Bitcoin. So one Bitcoin is one Bitcoin. They just want to get a little bit more Bitcoin each year. And so with that mindset, you need to start thinking about how to operate, how to invest with a Bitcoin base. And so I think that's why you get companies switching to a Bitcoin standard, because it's the only way for them to compete with Bitcoin. It's like they start with a Bitcoin capital base, they use the operating revenue to buy more Bitcoin, and then they are able to participate in this kind of macro arbitrage between Hal Finney in 2009, the second day of the Bitcoin network, projected the addressable market for monetary premium around 200 trillion, obviously a lot closer to it now. There was no market, no transactions then. And so there's an arbitrage between the fiat current world and this 200 trillion fully adopted world. So I think there's a very scalable effect where many companies, even big companies like Berkshire Hathaway, Microsoft, Apple, to put their entire cash reserves into Bitcoin if they chose. Now, they probably won't do it or anytime soon, but it's very scalable because that arbitrage is enormous, and this effect is just another funnel into it, other than individual investors, traders, allocations within macro funds, and so on.
Dan Tapiero, you're an investor in a lot of later stage crypto firms. This looks like what may be the golden age of the crypto IPO. When those companies that you're invested in do go public, or in general, should they hold Bitcoin on their balance sheet? Maybe not do the whole strategy, but...
Well, they already do. I mean, they already do, and sometimes quite a lot. And they also own other things aside from Bitcoin as well. So I think it's, it's just normal for them to hold, of course. So the answer is yes.
Yeah. BlackRock has put out some model portfolios that have Bitcoin in them in small percentages. Are we going to see, even if they haven't figured it out, the institutional investors, I don't know why it's so hard. They can learn all about Apple and every little intricacy about how the company works, but they can't read the white paper, but that's fine. Yeah. Is that going to sort of be the sly roundabout way that this ends up in everybody's portfolio?
I don't think it's that they haven't necessarily, it is that they haven't figured it out a little bit, but it's also, these larger groups, they work via consensus, and you have an investment committee, and something gets proposed, and you just need one or two people to say they have some doubt. I think that is part of the resistance. And also, look, the reality is the volatility is not going away. And I think most larger investors, even if they have a multiple return over some period of time, if there's a year where the asset goes down 60 to 70%, that person is potentially fired, And it's very hard, for instance, for a Canadian pension to own, let's say, Bitcoin directly, and then all of a sudden hits the newspaper that, oh, they own Bitcoin. It may be up 10x, but in the year that it's down, that's when it gets all the press. So I still think that that's a natural resistance, and I don't think that's going away.
I was going to say, I've been evangelizing for Bitcoin for 12 years. And when we started and met, Adam back in 2013, there was an incredibly long list of reasons to say no. No custodian, no this, no that. The last one was regulatory clarity. And we just got that, right? We have a change in the government in the United States, change in many of the agencies. Congress is working on it. And to my mind, that is the big unlock. That you would hear that all the time. We can't invest because of regulatory uncertainty. Within 18 months, that all gets sorted out. And I do think that unlocks this huge wave of investors. And Adam reminded me that Hal Finney said on the second day of Bitcoin that the target market was 200 trillion. That is actually a pretty good, an estimate for day two of all of Bitcoin.
That's 100x from here, guys. Before we wrap, Dan, let's go down the line here. Dan Moorhead, I'm going to pick an arbitrary date. Let's call it 5 years from now. What is the price of Bitcoin, Dan?
750,000.
Well, that's close to me. I was thinking in 10 years we're at $1 million. So that's my...
Split the difference there. Adam, what do you think?
Yeah, a million, easy.
Is there... Love that. And lastly, what should people in the audience, maybe just a couple words, take back, and what should they tell people at home that ask how their time was at the Bitcoin conference? What's your big takeaway?
Oh, I think it really is all about education. It's just, we need to bring more people into the industry. It's great to see, 35,000 people here, but there's 4 billion people with a smartphone.
I think you just have to get people to just buy a little. Just, even just a little, get your wallet, just buy a little bit. Taste it, and then you'll learn.
Yeah, I mean, I think the best way to learn is by doing, and you get the incentive to understand. And I think the other message I would say is that people feel they missed the boat, and so they kind of oscillate between thinking it's too expensive and then you get scared when the price falls back. So I think you just got to start, and I think it's still early. You can see from the institutions asking kind of intelligent but early stage questions that they're not even there yet. So it's still early for the retail investor. And as Dan Moorhead said, it's unusual here that the retail investors were first and they front ran it all by years already.
You heard it from Adam Back. We are still early. Thank you, Adam Back from Blockstream, Dan Tapiero from 10T and 1RT, and Dan Moorhead from Pantera. I'm Alex Thorne from Vibes Capital Management. Keep those vibes up, everyone.
Thank you.
Thanks so much for that awesome panel, Adam.
Welcome back to the Bitcoin Magazine News Desk, presented by Mara, the world's largest Bitcoin conference, happening behind us at the Venetian in Las Vegas. World records in play still to come. Peter Schiff versus Trace Mayer, the golden Bitcoin debate, Lynn Alden of the Lynn Alden Investment Strategy, and more. So stay with us on YouTube, Rumble, and X if you're watching. And now our new guest panelists need no introduction. We'll introduce them anyway. Max Kaiser, founder of the Max and Stacy Invitational Golf Tournament, and Stacy Herbert, director of the El Salvador Bitcoin office. Before we talk about the latest news with them, we're going to go to Isabella Santos out on the floor. Stay with us.
I just heard that Peter Schiff has a booth here at the Bitcoin conference. If you don't know who Peter Schiff is, he is Bitcoin's biggest critic. If he's Bitcoin's biggest critic, why is he at the Bitcoin conference with a booth? So we're walking down and we're trying to find it and be like, bro, what are you doing here? And as you can see, right now we're passing through Bitcoin mining. This has something to do with gold. Obviously, we know Peter Schiff is a gold bug. So how ironic is it that he's also next to the Bitcoin miners? As you can see, it doesn't feel too crowded. But inside this convention center, there's 55,000 people. How crazy is that? All right, so we keep walking. We're walking and talking. I'm walking right here at the orange carpet, and I see it. How close are we to the Peter Schiff booth? Is the Peter Schiff booth here? See? Where is it? Where is it? Okay, we see it. I see it. Come on, let's go. Where is it? Where's the Peter Schiff? Down? Okay, we're going to keep walking and talking. Walking and talking. For those of you that are not home, how was that JD Vance speech? How was having 2 of the Donald Trump's sons on stage? That's insane. But also here in the Expo Center, we're having so much fun. There's, I don't know, for those baby boomers, if you watch Fox News, there was Jesse Waters, the show. That was on here. That was happening. We're passing the Safe House. And the Safe House, for those of you that don't know, has all the Bitcoin books. So you can gift everybody that you want in your family the perfect Bitcoin books. Anyways, over to you guys in the news desk while we find the Peter Schiff booth.
A tour of the floor from Isabella Santos. Lots going on. Bitcoin versus gold. We've got Max Kaiser and Stacey Herbert here. Bitcoin versus gold. This debate is settled. Max, come on. There's nothing to debate anymore.
I'm working on my Michael Saylor impression. At Strategy, we've developed an infinite money glitch. And for every $5 in peanuts, we were able to raise $50 gazillion in a preferred convertible MicroStrategy bond and buy another $1 billion in Bitcoin. The gold debate with Peter Schiff versus Bitcoin, that ended a long time ago, of course, and Bitcoin
Right, Peter
won.
Schiff famously dismissing Bitcoin at roughly $10, maybe even less.
$10.
Of course, to add an accolade to your records, you were both Bitcoin journalists when the price was 10 cents. You implored Peter Schiff to adopt. Here he is. Is this his capitulation at this conference, having to come to a Bitcoin conference? I know gold is up this year, but isn't this a bit humiliating? Isn't this?
No, it's his shtick now. I think he makes a lot of gold off of it. He buys his gold, stacks his gold.
Interesting. So
Do you remember the show Game of Thrones?
Yes.
And remember the character of Reek? Okay. The guy who was in the dungeon.
I will say
and
I
he
did
came
not
by,
watch
the Lord came by and beat Reek up every day and peed on his face. Okay, Reek is Peter Schiff. And the Bitcoiners are lining up to pee in his face and just say, you disgusting, wretched whore. And they just insult him and throw tomatoes at him and humiliate him. And it's a humiliation ritual. But the thing is, he likes it. So we let him, engage in his preferred activity.
You should live stream that bit to OnlyFans.
Right, okay. Well,
You
that
can
would be a
earn
new
big
channel for Bitcoin Magazine, so
Yes,
we'll have to talk to the
yes.
team about spinning it up. I think a new type of content. Of course, you can follow us on YouTube, X, and Rumble if you're watching at home.
Exactly.
So this debate we're going to have, is there anything to gain, or what do we have to win?
Now, you might as well just come watch Max and Stacey perform outside.
Oh, okay.
Well,
what are you performing?
Yeah.
Okay, well,
That's how
a late addition to the agenda if you're following at home. I think we're going to take with Max and Stacey maybe a bit of a tour of the arena. I'm not sure if we can do that, Spencer. I got a Guinness Book of World Records attempt happening here. I'm not sure if you both are aware. There's a quest of the conference to set a new payments record.
Yes.
Let's talk about what's going on the floor. Have you all made payments at the conference? What have you seen?
No, because we overslept and just slept the whole day.
So you're just arriving.
We just
Okay,
woke
okay.
up
Yeah, well,
right
welcome.
now. And so we joined you here, and we haven't spent any. But I see there's a steak and shake right
There is.
nearby.
There's a steak and
right
shake.
behind us. Yes. I do have some Bitcoin right here,
Oh,
and
whoa.
I'll go buy
we have
some.
we have the graphic. It sounds like 3,735 payments have happened here at the Venetian today. These are real payments where buyers buying goods and services with Bitcoin. Everybody out there in the crowd, we need you to get out there and support our merchants, support our booths. Get out there and make some payments. Get your Lightning wallets.
Somewhere,
loaded and ready.
Roger Ver is crying.
Yes.
And people are buying coffee with Bitcoin here at the event. Oh my God, it's terrible. But maybe if they let him out of jail, we can hear in person.
Well, speaking of a sobering subject in jail, Max, you have a new article out in the latest print edition of Bitcoin Magazine on newsstands now. This is the Freedom issue. You can see the Ross Ulbricht on the cover. Of course, we're all awaiting him to give the final keynote speech on Thursday. Max, you really wrote a really beautiful piece about Ross. Do you want to tell the folks at home your sentiments?
Yeah, sure. First of all, a big shout out to Ross's mom, Lynn. She's really the hero of the story.
Yes.
Lynn has been going
heroic
yes. Every conference for years, and it was always tear-jerking because we all know that her son was unfairly incarcerated for politicized reasons for an extraordinary length of time. But she, the love of a mother for her son is an extraordinary.
And we have right now the art exhibit over there. You can actually see Ross is auctioning off some of his maybe not memorabilia is not the right word, but totems, items that he accumulated during his time in prison.
Yeah, and also Bitcoin Magazine and David Bailey, yes. I think also are key in the story because they leveraged their FaceTime with the President Donald Trump to really focus on this getting Ross out of jail idea. And it really came through. And as a result, some of the message, I've been critical on others, it's not a Bitcoin only message. The President of the United States is dabbled in other stuff, and yes. it was a bit of a mixed message. But if the cost of that...
He's not the only president that's done that, though. There's been dabbling.
But
that was about Malay.
If the cost of that was getting Ross free, I'm willing to accept it. It's a noble and very humane action. And the Bitcoin Magazine and the whole team, really, I think it represents the ethos of the magazine, and David Bailey and the team, and you, and all the people that have been involved for so many years.
And Lynn announcing her new nonprofit, Mothers Against Cruel Sentencing. You can go to mothersagainstcruelsentencing.org and find out more about how she's looking to continue the work that she started with Ross. But really, this is going to be a moment. I don't think any of us are prepared for the industry. I mean, I've been thinking about it. I've been professionally working in the industry for the entirety of the time that Ross has been in prison. He missed a decade of advancement. It's going to be a welcome home, but there's going to be some emotional weight.
Yeah, I mean, before we were on air, we were talking about the nostalgia for the past,
right.
and unless you were there, it's hard to describe the significance of Ross, what it meant in those early days of being in Bitcoin in 2010, 11, 12, 13, when he was arrested. And it was a very small community, right? And we all knew each other. Nobody knew him personally.
Right,
he was quite
a cloaked figure, the Dread Pirate Roberts.
Yes, he would issue proclamations, very, now seeing him, he was a young guy, right? Idealistic guy.
But he was doing interviews with Forbes as a kind of cloaked figure, and it was very salacious at the time.
Yeah, and it was a pivotal moment in Bitcoin when he was arrested, because that's also, in a way, kind of what it took it up to the political level, because then there were hearings in the Senate about Bitcoin. And I remember it being covered on the news, on the mainstream news. Of course, we were already covering it on the alt press. But that the mainstream media and the U.S. Senate were paying attention to Bitcoin,
Then for the wrong reasons, so a bit of a...
For the wrong reasons. We were all a little bit nervous, right? Everybody was nervous about what came next for everybody.
Yeah, for us it was an eye-opening experience that what we were doing in Bitcoin, covering it so much and being so identified with Bitcoin. We actually deferred going back to the United States for a few years because we felt that we would be on some list or something like that. Yeah. So it was really the beginning. Charlie Shrem, of course, also got arrested and served time.
Soon after that,
But now the lawfare hopefully over. You can check out Max Kaiser's excellent article in the new Bitcoin Magazine, the Freedom issue, on the stage now. We're going to main stage talk right now on a subject you heard today when Eric Adams announced that New York will be the first city to issue government debt backed by Bitcoin, the Bit Bond. You'll hear more about it on stage right now. We're going live. Stay with us.
In infrastructure.
What is the key to progress? Is it more machines? More money? More buildings? Or are those just the outcomes? What if progress relies on having purpose?
I think the new type of censorship is going to be far more intelligent, and I'm already seeing a lot of signs of it.
The tide of free speech has turned, and it's unstoppable.
At Rumble, creators are unfiltered, uncensored, undeniably bold. Powered by our own cloud, we are completely independent. Through the Rumble Advertising Center, we're rewarding authentic voices. This is where crypto creators and communities who value freedom and authenticity belong.
And so it's not enough to just have one diehard Bitcoiner on the committee, and he can't just push through, hey, we're going to buy a spot commodity that is very volatile, that everyone will panic when it's down 30%. They have to find products from whether it's sovereign grade issuers or other forms of Bitcoin-backed credit so that they can actually negotiate with the other stakeholders in the committee process with the board of directors, where you might have folks who still see Bitcoin as Beanie Babies and a Ponzi, that it opens up the door for education so that they can understand, okay, here's how to have a downside protected exposure and start to learn about Bitcoin and start on the Bitcoin journey instead of constantly saying no to what is the greatest opportunity in the history of humanity.
Maybe one quick point on that is that pensions, insurance funds, they don't typically buy the full asset of many types of securities or loans. They don't buy a full commercial mortgage loan. They don't buy a full auto loan. They don't buy credit card loans. And obviously, when you think about Bitcoin, if you can actually provide downside protection, their mandates are often to earn 7%. And you have Bitcoin that's growing at 30% per year, that you can actually provide some downside protection to them. It's a massive win for them and still give them low double-digit returns. And then for other people that are Bitcoin bulls, you can have some upside to Bitcoin beyond that. It's a win-win.
So I think we've seen, Bitcoin treasury companies and Michael Saylor kind of address this issue for how do you package Bitcoin for an equity market investor or a index fund. We've seen, issuance of convertible bonds. How do you package Bitcoin exposure for the convert market? What's the size we're talking about here that could be unlocked for Bitcoin by packaging it for the fixed income market specifically?
So structured products is a multi-trillion-dollar market. And so I think you could think of it as some sleeve of that. I think it's $500 million to $1 trillion, which might seem crazy if you look at the market cap of Bitcoin today. It's such a massive portion of it, but I think if I was giving a pitch to the board of directors of a pension, like when I used to work at CalPERS, and I could pitch to them downside protected Bitcoin with still decent upside, I think that's how you bring a lot of these institutions in, and I think it's a massive opportunity.
I also think that when fixed income investors think about Bitcoin and they think about the risks, they also have to put those risks into the perspective of the other forms of collateral that they're lending against and looking at what comparatively are the risks and how do they sum up. Because if you only look at the risks in one dimension of, oh, well, what if we lose the private keys, right? Well, you can also make the argument of, well, what if a building burns down and you have a loan against it? Well, you have insurance. There's insurance products around Bitcoin as well. And so there's lots of risks that can be mitigated and thought about. And they should always be looked at comparatively with other asset classes where, for sovereigns, we saw in Europe, there was a sovereign financial crisis. So it's not like every other form of collateral is immune from any kind of risk or that Bitcoin is particularly vulnerable to them. What they're thinking about in terms of the volatility is how nascent it is. Bitcoin is 16 years old. I think we should acknowledge that that's pretty young, but we should also look at there's a quantitative track record of Bitcoin's price appreciation that is driven by fundamental adoption, and we can reason about why are people adopting Bitcoin because of its decentralized properties, its scarcity, its ease of use, 24/7 transactional global capabilities. We were just hearing about the Lightning Network, right? So there is that utility that is driving the financial appreciation of Bitcoin, and it's really important for us to have ways to communicate that to the broader market.
I think that the volatility is only volatile because we're measuring it in US dollars. And if you measure the Bitcoin right, and if you measure the Bitcoin in Bitcoin terms, it's not volatile at all. And you can't say that about gold because every year, and I know Peter Schiff is backstage and he's going to come out, but every year, but they are making for the 250th anniversary a Liberty Bell shaped gold coin. So in case you want it, every year there's about 2% more gold that's discovered every year, mined, and that's based on current industrial capacity. And of course AI is going to help mine gold more efficiently, and maybe there is gold on the asteroids or the ocean floor or who knows where or what. But if you got an ounce of gold 35 years ago and you pulled it out of the drawer, you'd still have that ounce of gold, but measured in terms of purchasing power on the gold network, it's half as much because the amount of gold around you has doubled. The amount of Bitcoin around you has not doubled, and it will not double because we have a programmatic monetary supply. And it's only volatile because the thing that we're measuring it in has no upward bound, which is US dollars, euros, yen, sterling, Canadian dollars, Chinese yuan, and all of the rest. And when you begin to understand that the real risk, the real existential risk that is facing institutional investors today is in the credit portfolio, where if they just get their money back in 5, 7, or 10 years, what that actually means is a 50% erosion in the real value of the principal, then you understand that that is the urgent challenge that has to be addressed from an asset management point of view. And the cost of not doing so is the cost of letting down our teachers, our firefighters, our civil servants, and frankly, I mean, all of us, right? All of the people that we care about. So it's time to really reimagine credit, and I think Bitcoin is the perfect tool to do it.
Well, and obviously this is a phenomenon we've seen, particularly in Europe over the past few years, the past decade, where bond returns measured, inflation adjusted in real terms have been negative yielding. And so I want to pivot the conversation a little bit to talk about what this means for America. Andrew, I know particularly you've been very active on the federal level, also the New York State level, working to educate policymakers, the Treasury Department around what could a sovereign bit bond look like?
I think that this is so exciting. I mean, Senator Lummis has gotten a lot of shout outs from the stage of this conference, but she deserves another. Her leadership for this community has been second to none. She deserves it. She deserves it. But you know, Bo Hines has been doing an amazing job, and David Sachs, when he spoke here yesterday from the main stage, he reiterated that the president, in his executive order, has instructed Secretary Besson and Secretary Lutnick to acquire Bitcoin, provided that it's cost neutral to the federal government. And I think that they're taking that very seriously. I know that they're taking that very seriously in the Congress and in the executive branch. And what the BitBonds proposal enables is to actually go one step further, and that's for the president to be able to say, we're building the Bitcoin strategic reserve at a net savings to the United States government because it reduces our interest rate on the federal debt. And with the interest rate now, what is it? Most recently, 1.2 trillion, but defense expenditures, 850 billion. It's not in the right position. We all know that that's not in the right position. It's not sustainable. So if we can lower that, and of course we started rationally. You know, we said, let's do 2 trillion. 2 trillion, it's actually less than 10% of the total US Treasury market. So it sounds like a big number. It is a big number, but it's not a big number. But let's start with, let's start with 25 billion. Let's start with 50 billion. Let's work out the kinks. Let's build the market interest. And we can see with MicroStrategy and the success that Michael has had, which is phenomenal and phenomenally innovative, that buyers are going to come because they're thirsting for a solution. Fixed income investors around the world are thirsting for a solution to the same challenge of inflation that we're all thirsting for here in this room. So I think it's a very sensible proposal, and I would encourage everyone, please, if I could just say one thing, pick up the phone, look up the telephone number of your congressperson and your 2 senators and give them a call and say, I want you to take seriously the BitBonds proposal and the strategic Bitcoin reserve. The strategic Bitcoin reserve is the locomotive. The BitBonds are the fuel for that locomotive. They power it faster and further. We want you to take it seriously and give me a call back and tell me your opinion on that. And if every single person, if 35,000 people do that, it in and of itself will add so much momentum to the initiative.
I think there's urgency in adopting the BitBonds proposal. Our core belief as Bitcoiners is fix the money, fix the world. We don't want to see the world burn down or collapse, right? We want to upgrade the monetary system, upgrade the financial system to a better world. And I think BitBonds offers a really great bridge to that. And it's really incumbent upon us as advocates for Bitcoin to drive forward adoption at every level, in our communities, in our families, and at our state level, at the corporations where we work, and of course the pension funds that are providing retirements, the insurance companies that have to pay claims. They also have the same financial needs and the same urgency to getting exposure to Bitcoin returns as anybody else in this audience.
I totally agree. And to me, the message for us as Americans is we have to put America first. I'm always an America First maxi before I'm a dollar first maxi. And the reality is we have a debt crisis. I would love for the dollar to be the reserve currency forever into the future. I would love more for America to be the most dominant superpower forever into the future, even if that means potentially sacrificing the dollar a little bit. And so to me, the first country that stockpiles a war chest of Bitcoin will win. And I think it's great that we have people from the government coming here, David Sachs, Bo Hines, Cynthia Lummis, the Trump brothers, coming here and saying this is important to us. And we know that they're taking it seriously. And I do agree with Andrew that do not discount if every single person in this room picked up the phone and called. You can just make things happen.
And you know, it's like, well, what's the alternative? I mean, really, like, okay, if we don't do this, what do we do? You know, I mean, in 1981, we crested $1 trillion of funded federal debt. Now we're at 37 trillion. That's a compound annual growth rate of a little bit more than 8.5% per year. It has transcended all presidents since then, all Congresses since then, and now, at this moment, for the first time, and really in my lifetime, there's a popular swell of support and a political movement that has formed around fixing the money and fixing the world, as Pierre said. And I just think, you know, if not now, when and why not now? And with Mayor Adams and his leadership, New York City is a trendsetter. And I think it's a great opportunity for us all to take advantage of this moment.
Well, I think the moment's never been better, especially as you look over the past couple of weeks. We've seen recent weak auctions for treasury issuances coming to market. We've got the crushing weight of this sovereign debt load on America. And with the budget bill that just passed through the House, you have a lot of politicians essentially admitting defeat to cutting spending and resorting to the theory that we'll be able to grow our way out of this debt load, which we have to keep refinancing at higher and higher rates. So how can BitBonds solve this issue for America?
Well, I'm just actually reflecting, you know, Mayor Adams, I do want to give him credit and his whole team because it's just a little bit of an inside picture. David Bailey really pushed behind the scenes to get them to focus on the BitBonds opportunity, and a lot of people were supporting that. But it really came together with a lot of momentum and a lot of focus over the last several days, and in particular on the evening of Memorial Day, that team, that group of public servants from the city of New York was switched on, tuned in, and working to put Mayor Adams in a position where he could make this announcement today. And on that call, Mayor Adams said, well, what would you say would be the biggest risk? And I didn't really have an answer because I think it's a good program. It lowers the interest rate, it puts the Bitcoin on the balance sheet. But now that you mention it, Tyler, I think I do know what is the biggest risk. And the biggest risk is that we don't do bit bonds. And if we do bit bonds, we don't do enough of the bit bonds, because then the institutions that are important to us in our country, such as the city of New York, the city of Philadelphia, the city of Los Angeles, the city of Chicago, by the way, the state of Illinois, $54 billion budget last year, $11 billion pension stabilization program. Why do you think people are leaving Illinois? That tax burden is crippling, and it cannot last. But if you put Bitcoin on the balance sheet, you're putting an asset onto the balance sheet that is poised to appreciate more rapidly than the liabilities are poised to grow. And that's the same situation for the federal government. By issuing the bit bonds, we have a program, because paying off the debt, we're not going to pay off the debt. That's not realistic. But what we can do is we can grow the asset side of the balance sheet much more rapidly by adding Bitcoin to the balance sheet than the liabilities increase. And then we can achieve a really remarkable strengthening of the credit ratios and the credit position of the United States, which puts America in a much better position to start our next 250-year chapter.
Bitcoin is the only way we can grow ourselves out of this crisis of the national debt. Look at what's going on with AI. AI does not pay income taxes, right? AI cannot grow our way out of the national debt. Humanoid robots do not pay income taxes. They're not going to grow our way out of the national debt. What we need is to take the asset that has been growing the fastest for the past decade and harness that in the right way to not only help the federal government and other governments and other institutions meet their mandates and their requirements, but also on the investor side for the normal Americans who they might not necessarily have anything against Bitcoin, but they get a little nervous looking at the price chart. Well, let's make sure that they have a product that they can invest in so that they're also participating in this rising tide lifting all ships.
Gents, this has been a great discussion. That's all we have time for, so we'll leave you.
Welcome back to the Bitcoin Magazine News Desk, presented by Mara. Day one coming to its conclusion here at the Venetian in Las Vegas. For those at home, a world record was just broken here at the Venetian today. There has been an effort by Bitcoin Magazine to break the world record for the most Bitcoin payments in a single day with 4,000. That is now completed, so history has been made. We're back with some special guests, Max Keiser, Stacy Herbert, and someone very special, Lynn Ulbricht, who, for those at home who are not familiar, fought a very heroic fight for 11 years to free her son, Ross Ulbricht, from prison. President Donald Trump granting a full and unconditional pardon for Ross this January, really the end of a decades-long effort to make sure that justice was restored. And the subject of our print magazine. Lynn, welcome, and thank you for sharing this moment with us.
Thanks so much. And to everybody who supported us. It's been a long time, a long fight, and it's hard to believe it's real. It's a miracle, but here we are. It's wonderful.
Maybe you can share a little bit about what it's like to be here. Obviously, Ross's talk tomorrow, there's a lot of anticipation. People are excited to hear from Ross and to see his thoughts and what he'll be sharing with the community. What does it feel like to be anticipating something like that after so many years where it was a struggle?
Like I said, it's kind of surreal, honestly. But I think it'll be great. I think I've heard some of what Ross was preparing, and I think it's really good. And yeah, I'm looking forward to hearing it.
Well, there's some wonderful testaments, of course. If you're unfamiliar with Ross's story or Lynn's story, you can pick up a copy of the latest Bitcoin magazine. Ross Ulbricht on the cover, and a great piece from Max Keiser, one of our continuing reporters, contributors. Max, maybe you can tell a little bit about what it's going to be like for you to watch Ross on stage tomorrow.
Absolutely, Pete. And with Lynn here, Lynn, we've seen each other over the years at many, many conferences. And it's always been a heartbreaking experience because it was known that your son was the victim of a political prosecution. and persecution, and that ultimately what I've been telling people is a mother's love. This is a love story between a mom and her son, and it's so incredible. It's moving, so moving to see that you two come together. The Bitcoin story is really a sideshow, in my opinion, for the power of love, and it's really great to see you.
Thank you. Yeah, a mother's love is very powerful, and I felt kind of trapped by it, to be honest. It's like I had to do it. I could not go on with my life thinking that Ross was rotting in there and would die in there, because he had a life sentence double life sentence without parole. And I just, couldn't see going off and following my bliss or whatever I would do with Ross in there. And so I just knew I had to do it and just couldn't give up. So I kept going.
Well, really something that brought together people from across the world, uniting them. You'll be continuing this work, announcing in the magazine a new nonprofit, Mothers Against Cruel Sentencing. They can go to the website. If you're at home, mothersagainstcruelsentencing.org. Is that correct?
Yep.
.org. Maybe you can talk a little bit about what Bitcoiners, out there should know about this effort and why they should get involved.
Yeah, thanks. Well, over the years that I was visiting Ross in prisons, I interacted and got to know families and their stories. And there's just so many people in there for too long. These sentences are way too long. They really violate the 8th Amendment of the Constitution's prohibition of cruel and unusual punishment. There's not many nonviolent drug abusers, for example, in prison serving life or virtual life. We personally know one who was arrested for a user amount of crack cocaine in his pocket, not dealing, using. He's an addict. He's a life sentence. And his daughter grew up without her father. And, it's just not right. And so once Ross was out, I couldn't forget these people and thought, well, I'm certainly in a position to at least shine a light on it. And so, so we started Mothers Against Cruel Sentencing, or MAX for short, and we want to do that. We want to really call attention to really it's un-American. It's against the Constitution, and it's wrong. It's just too much. And it contributes to the fact that the United States is the biggest incarcerator in the world.
Well, you shared a beautiful quote I wanted to read in there. You said, I hope Bitcoiners will join us and help build a future where justice includes mercy, fairness, and redemption. Stacey, I want to talk about this idea of fairness. Ross getting this second chance to come back and help our industry and move it forward. What does this mean?
Wow. Well, it's a good thing that Bitcoiners from 2013 were supporting you through this whole journey, and that Bitcoiners became so influential and important globally. Because I think if that hadn't happened, then we wouldn't have risen to the level of the President of the United States.
And so many efforts over the years with Free Ross DAOs, NFT collections, Bitcoin fundraisers, really a global movement.
Yeah. But for the fairness, exactly, that this was a totally nonviolent offense and exaggerated claim. So, all the Bitcoiners were really rooting for Ross the whole time, and it was good that we were able to help you at the end of the day, because all these other families facing the exact same thing that you are. But now that Ross has the attention of the President of the United States, your organization could also have a lot of influence going forward, I think.
I hope so. Yeah. And I do want to express my gratitude to, these people up here who are supporting us, and so many out there, and that meant all the difference. I knew I wasn't alone, and I could come to I started with the first Bitcoin conference, and just we're always given so much support, a place to network, to have a platform, to keep Ross's name alive. So many people go into prison and they're just forgotten. They're buried alive, really.
I remember, I forget where we saw you first. It was like 2014 or 15.
I think it was Freedom Fest.
Yes,
I had a picture of you guys holding up free Ross, you know.
Yes, when was that? What year? 2015? 14?
Bad on years.
Yeah, it was a long time ago.
Well, of course, we'll see Ross on stage
time
tomorrow
ago.
giving the final keynote. If you're here with us in person, Mothers Against Cruel Sentencing, Lynn Ulbricht's new nonprofit. Please check it out. For now, we're going to go back to the main stage for some more exciting announcements. There's still more yet to come on day one of the Bitcoin Conference 2025.
Warn people about this destruction that comes from fiat debasement. But we've taken different sides when it comes to Bitcoin. So first, I would just love to get both of your takes because you have seen the sound money movement evolve over the decades. Trace, you embraced Bitcoin as it emerged. Peter, you rejected it forcefully. Let's start with you, Trace. Why did you decide to embrace this new technology?
So I came from it with a worldview of monetary sovereignty. My blog was called Run to Gold, launched in January of 2008. And so when I came across Bitcoin, I could see that this limited amountness that it had, along with its ability to be portable over communication channels, could be very disruptive. And so, you know, that's one of the main reasons I started talking about it.
And Peter, why did you decide to reject it? And when? You've known about it since it was $1.
Well, first of all, some of us are advocating for sound money, and some of us just think they're advocating for sound money. But you know, actually, before I answer your question, because a lot of people are even saying, why is Peter Schiff even at a Bitcoin conference, right? And so I got to tell you something, because I know this, I learned this from personal experience at this event, right? And this is not something I'm proud of, right? But this is a fact. Based on what I've been told by countless people who have asked me to pose for selfies with them, I am probably responsible for more people owning Bitcoin than any other person at this conference. And every time I tell you guys not to buy Bitcoin, you buy more. So you can thank me, or you can blame me. But if you want to know the reason that I didn't buy Bitcoin when I first learned about it, and it wasn't Max Kaiser, he likes to credit, he wasn't Max Kaiser who told me about it. It was people at my Senate campaign in 2010 who were working with me, because some people were donating Bitcoin in 2010. I don't know what the hell happened to that Bitcoin, because I've tried to find it. And so people in my campaign said, Pete, why don't you buy some of this Bitcoin? Like, what the hell's that? And they explained it to me, and I actually thought about buying it. I'm like, you know, I mean, it was, I don't know if it was $1, less than $1 more, I can't remember exactly. But the main reason I didn't just take a punt on it, I thought about throwing 10 grand in or 50 grand, I don't know, I was gonna buy some. And I remember asking the guy, he told me, well, what's to stop somebody else from coming up with another one? I mean, can you have another cryptocurrency, or is it just Bitcoin? Well, I said, no, I mean, you could just make another one and have another name and it can have the same properties. So in other words, there's an unlimited number of cryptos that can be created. So it's not really that unique, it's just the first one. And they can make more. And they said, yeah, they can make more. And that was kind of what, I said, well, then what, you know, what do I, you know, why buy it? And, you know, and obviously, you know, went way up. And the next time I thought about buying it was after it went up to 1,000 and it came down 300, 400, it was there for a couple of years. And some people I knew, smart people, investors, were buying it. And I was like, what are you buying this crap for? And I thought, you know, but if they're buying it, maybe more fools will buy it. Maybe I should just buy some for the hell of it. And my biggest mental problem was I couldn't pay $400 for something that I didn't want to buy at $4. And so, you know, but I just never could have imagined today, all of these people, right? Because I was telling people not to buy Bitcoin before most of you even knew what it was. And I never could have imagined that so many people would find so much value in nothing.
Trace, why don't you educate Peter in the eloquent way that you speak about why Bitcoin is so special? Even though we have so many other cryptocurrencies, Bitcoin is unique and stands out and has value, even though it's digital.
Well, when we look at value, it's all subjective value theory. So things have value because individuals value them, and it's not on us to put on someone else why they value something. I ran into a lot of these similar issues because when I first started talking about Bitcoin, I targeted the gold bugs and the libertarians. The gold bugs because they should know what sound money is, and the libertarians because they're just kind of crazy. And it would be great, if Bitcoin were successful, it would be great for these two particular demographics to have a lot of wealth. And so, you know, I had emails with Lou Rockwell about having LouRockwell.com accept Bitcoin, and encountered resistance in 2012 to that. One of the chief gold bugs, James Turk, who founded Gold Money, and I was actually an investor in Gold Money before I got involved in Bitcoin, like 2007. James Turk, one of his main hangups was that Bitcoin was not tangible. And that's, I suppose, a difficult issue to kind of attack, right? And so what I did is I went into because ideas can only be overcome by other ideas. You have to be able to, you know, lay out your argument and persuade somebody if they're going to like freely value something. And we have to really understand these things in order to be a true hodler. You've got to have conviction. And that conviction comes because of the understanding that you have in your mind about it and what you desire in your heart to do with it. So I wrote this article about why Bitcoin is tangible. And the reason it's tangible is because the word tangible comes from tangent, which is a math term, means to kiss. And further down in the etymology is that it has to do with reality. And so I distinguished between tangibility and corporeality. Corporeality being the physicality, but tangibility being something that's based in reality, not a hallucination. And so mathematics, for example, is tangible, but not corporeal. And in Bitcoin's case, we have special numbers which act as these private keys to move and transfer the Bitcoins, just like we have special atoms that act with gold. And so, you know, we have very similar analogies between the two, and we have to have a little bit more abstract thinking on these ideas of Austrian economics with subjective value theory and then number theory and monetary theory to get to where we're going with Bitcoin. But like, it's sound. Why? Because it's limited in its internal characteristics. Just like gold with atoms, it's limited by math and numbers and thermodynamics, and therefore it's not limited in amount by extrinsic characteristics like counterfeiting laws.
So Peter, Bitcoin is math, so do you not believe in math?
No, I believe in math. I just don't believe that Bitcoin has any value because you solve a mathematical equation to create one. Just like I don't think Bitcoin is energy just because you waste energy to make one. You know, I mean, I disagree with what Trace said about, you know, Bitcoin not being intangible. It is intangible, but that's not why it doesn't have value. I mean, intangible assets can be very valuable. And my problem with Bitcoin isn't the fact that it's not a tangible asset. It's because you can't really do anything with it. It doesn't have any real use. The only thing I can do with my Bitcoin is I can give it to somebody else. I mean, I can sell it to somebody, I can gift it to somebody, but what are they going to do with it? They can turn around and give it to somebody else or sell it to somebody else. But why does somebody want Bitcoin? Because they think that they're going to be able to turn around and sell it to somebody else at a higher price. And why does that person want it? Because he has the same expectation that he'll be able to sell it at a higher price. So everybody buys Bitcoin simply because they think that someone else will pay more. And so it's just a giant, you know, literally a blockchain ledger. It's built on the same foundation as a pyramid scheme. And now you've got all these Bitcoin treasury companies now that are basically, you know, pyramiding the Ponzi's. And everybody is buying this with the expectations that they're going to get rich. And a lot of people have gotten rich if they bought it early enough. But, you know, JD Vance was here this morning talking about all the wealth that has been created by Bitcoin and crypto. No wealth has been created. I don't care how many of these coins are in existence. They're not wealth, they're not value. But a lot of wealth has been transferred A lot of people who bought or created these tokens and who sold them got wealthy because the wealth of the buyer was transferred to the seller. So it's like we're in Vegas. This is a gigantic casino, right? And the casinos, you have winners and losers, but then you have the house that rakes everything. But some people make money because other people lose money. That's how crypto works. People are going to make money who get in early, but those gains are going to be offset by the losses of all the people that get in late. Now the question is, and you can look around this room and see all the people here and all the money that's been spent on all these booths, and ask yourself, am I early or am I late? Right? Because if you're late, you're the bag holder. And if you really think that you're going to come to this conference and have 300,000 people here one day, I mean, I've never been to a conference this big. You know, the biggest gold conference I go to maybe has 600-700 people.
Exactly.
But you know, when I went after this conference is over, when you go home, go on YouTube and look up Peter Schiff Mortgage Bankers, because I came to the Western Regional Mortgage Bankers convention at the Mirage when that used to be a big hotel back then in 2006, and I came there. Right, under the same dynamic I'm coming here. I came there to tell a bunch of people whose livelihood depended on mortgage finance that the housing bubble was going to pop and that mortgages were going to collapse and that they were all going to be out of work. And I remember telling them that, in a couple of years, they'll be able to have the whole conference in just one hotel room, because I knew it was a bubble. And I came there and I made a deal with the company. I said, I will come to your conference with for one reason. You got to give me a room to tell people about the hedge fund that I just started to short the subprime market, because I think that people who are in the mortgage market should put a little bit of the money on the don't pass side, because I think they should hedge their careers, and because I have a great investment for them to bet that subprime collapses.
Okay, you called out the housing bubble. We know that. We're calling out the sovereign debt bubble, the fiat bubble, right?
The point is,
nothing has destroyed, no, hold on. Nothing has destroyed wealth for the majority more than fiat. Okay, and I personally believe that the reason we have fiat is because of gold's fatal flaw, because it is physical, because it requires papering over and creating liabilities. So how do you answer for that flaw in a digital economy?
Gold doesn't have a flaw. Humans have flaws. And what gives fiat currency value is belief. Fiat currency ultimately has value, not necessarily because the sovereign issues it and demands that taxes be paid in it, but ultimately what gives a fiat currency value, as opposed to a real currency, a legitimate currency that derives its value from the money that backs it up. The money would be gold, and then you would have currency that's redeemable in gold. Fiat currency has value because people believe in it, because people have faith in it. And that is the only reason that Bitcoin has value. Bitcoin is fiat digital currency. Just because it's not issued by a government doesn't change the nature of what it is. But if you like blockchain, there is nothing that stops you from tokenizing gold, putting it on a blockchain, and using it as a medium of exchange and as a unit of account. It is a great store of value, which Bitcoin can never be, because you can't store what you don't have. But if you want to use tokenized gold, it is faster and cheaper than Bitcoin. So I can pay and get paid. I can send and receive money instantly around the world with tokenized gold. You don't have to move the gold. You just have to move the ownership of the gold.
All right, Trace, you believe in both gold and Bitcoin. Can you talk to me a little bit about this? Because there is a reason why we ended up with fiat, and you have been a student of the Constitution, which is supposed to define what money is. It's not supposed to be these pieces of paper that represent fake promises. So tell us how we even got here and why you actually believe in both gold and Bitcoin right now.
Yeah, so as we talked about with the precious numbers and the precious atoms, the result is a monetary good that is equity-based and nobody's liability. So Bitcoin and gold are identical in that sense, Peter. There's no issuing authority there's no Bitcoin company that issued a Bitcoin. It's a product of nature now because of the pure proof of work nature of the blockchain. So, like, I don't understand that part of the argument. But when we go back and look at our history, you know, we had fractional reserve banking going on. It crashed, and they put Isaac Newton in as master of the mint to fix it in 1696, and he came up with the gold standard. And then, you know, we had these gold being left with the goldsmiths. They'd leave gold certificates. Those would circulate. So now we had money being the gold. Then we had money substitutes being the gold certificates. Now, it was Roosevelt with Executive Order 6102, and then Nixon with closing the gold window that, like, moved us away from these gold certificates to just fiat currency illusions that are like IOU nothings. I mean, they're just, there's no realness to them at all, or even pretended realness. And so that's how we've kind of evolved in our monetary system to where we are today, where we're using this unconstitutional fiat currency. The federal government has no express power to make anything legal tender. The state governments can make things legal tender, but they're restricted by the U.S. Constitution under Article 1, Section 10, Clause 1, that they can only make gold and silver coin a tender in payment of debts. And so we have an unconstitutional monetary system, and, you know, it's based on this illusion that's just like a colored piece of paper that's printed, and even more so just digits in a database that are not limited in amount by any intrinsic characteristics like Bitcoin and gold are.
But doesn't Bitcoin fix for exactly what caused the issue in the first place? The fact that you can't send or verify gold very easily, especially when you're talking about a global interconnected world?
Yeah, so I did an interview with Saifedean years ago, and we talked about, I brought up this issue of the cost to run a gold full node. You know, you have to have a refinery, you got to melt down the gold, you got to recast it. That's a very costly process. The Bitcoin network does all of that for 15 cents. You know, and because of the nature of the Bitcoin network and the triple entry bookkeeping that we have with Bitcoin, it's acting as both the asset and the rails that we transfer it with at the same time. We look back over our history. You know, they developed the telegraph, and then, you know, we started sending money over the wires. That's where wire transfer came from. So the money's always kind of had this dual purpose of transferring value through time, but also transferring through the distance vector. And usually you've had two different instruments that do that: gold and silver, salt and cows. You know, humanity's come up with all different types of things. And Nick Szabo has a lot of writing on this topic. But, you know, this is, you know, we're now living with a new innovation, and that innovation is what Satoshi solved. He solved the double spin problem, right? And so what do we get to do with that? And we're experimenting with it now.
Any comments, Peter?
Well, first of all, you said that both gold and Bitcoin have intrinsic value, and that's not the case. Bitcoin doesn't have any intrinsic value. That's always been my problem with it. One is that, you know, all you can do is, you know, you can send it to somebody else, whereas gold is money because it's the most liquid commodity. Gold was a valuable commodity before we discovered that we could use it as money. But, you know, gold is used in industry, not just jewelry. That's probably 50% of the use. But gold is used in aerospace, it's used in computer business, it's used in medicine, it's used in dentistry. It's the most valuable, the most useful metal that we have. And what's special about it is that it doesn't lose those properties over time. In 1,000 years, the gold that you have today will be just as useful as it is now. It doesn't rot, it doesn't decay, and so it's real. And yes, constitutionally, you're correct. I mean, gold is supposed to be money. It's the only thing that the states can make legal tender. The federal government has no constitutional authority to make anything legal tender. All the government can do, the federal government, is coin gold and silver. That's all it can do. So we have an unconstitutional system. We went off the gold standard. The dollar used to be defined. It wasn't that the dollar was backed by gold. The dollar was defined as a weight in gold. And before we had even the Federal Reserve, we had private banks that issued currency backed by gold, by real money, dollars on demand. You know, and I've got no problem, you know, if the people in this room, you know, want to waste their money buying Bitcoin, you know, fine, it's a free country. But where I do have a problem is when you bribe the politicians to buy Bitcoin with my money. Because I don't want to buy Bitcoin, and I don't think the U.S. government should be buying Bitcoin, and I don't think any of the state governments should be buying Bitcoin. You know, it's kind of ironic that something that was created, you know, to be anti-government is now completely dependent on government. I don't think we'd have Bitcoin over 100,000 right now if it wasn't for the election of Donald Trump and what's going on with the government to try to misdirect resources into Bitcoin, into crypto, and now all these companies like Strategy and other copycat companies that are levering up and issuing stock and borrowing money to accumulate Bitcoin, to the exclusion of other more valuable things. I mean, you know, resources that are wasted on crypto are resources we can't use to build factories. We can't use those resources to create things that we actually need. And so now we have to run larger trade deficits to import more stuff that they're making in China because we're wasting our time coming up with Fartcoin, and we're not creating things that people really need.
Now, Peter, the free market is telling you something. There are 30,000 people here. The White House has embraced Bitcoin. You have your own strategic Bitcoin reserve, which, by the way, who is sending Peter Bitcoin? Please stop.
No.
I mean, when are you going to say, okay, the market may be right, this is an emergent phenomenon, and it should be the market that decides, and maybe you're on the wrong side of that?
No, I mean, look, just because a lot of people believe something, that doesn't mean that I'm going to give in to the peer pressure to believe it too. But, you know, you think that the whole world is in on Bitcoin. Look, I can tell you, when I walk down the streets of a busy city, maybe one person will recognize me during the day, right? Pretty much everybody in this room knows who I am. And so most people don't own Bitcoin, because if they did, everybody would recognize me when I'm walking down the street. But they don't, right? So you get into an echo chamber, and the people who like Bitcoin surround themselves with other people who like Bitcoin, and they all reinforce the same delusion. And something like 50% of the people in the world that own Bitcoin live in America, right? Which is a pretty big number, and nothing we should be proud of as Americans. But so you get in a group, and it reinforces this mass delusion that everybody has. And to me, it's like a giant cult, and you're worshiping, you know, this God, you know, Satoshi Nakamoto is the Lord, and, you know, everybody just believes. And I'm going to buy Bitcoin and I'm never going to sell it. Never sell your Bitcoin. Yeah, you know who got you to never sell your Bitcoin? The whales that are selling you their Bitcoin. Where do you think all the Bitcoin is coming from that everybody is buying? It's the people who bought it a long time ago that are laughing all the way to the bank as they're selling you their worthless tokens.
Well, actually, Wall Street is buying from us. We got it before them, so that's pretty great. Trace, I'd love for you to respond to Peter before we wrap up.
Well, yeah. Well, I'm not selling anybody anything. I've honed in on the scarcest asset on the planet that has liquidity with 110 stock to flow. Peter did say that I had said that Bitcoin has intrinsic value. That's not what I said. I said it was limited by its intrinsic characteristics. Nothing has intrinsic value. We, as humans, subscribe value to things through subjective value theory. And so that's an important distinguishment. And then it gets to our next point about entrepreneurship. One of the great things about entrepreneurship is that the entrepreneur is able to take time, labor, capital, combine it with their vision, and produce a good for the market. And the entrepreneurs that are successful, they have profits. And the entrepreneurs that have losses are those that are unsuccessful. And so what Satoshi did is he created a new monetary good as an entrepreneur and introduced it into the market. And people, through their own subjective value theory, have honed in on it and decided, I want some of that. And now it's creating a Schelling point, and it's become the most liquid, high stock to flow asset on the planet. And, you know, we're only 16 years into this. I have some gold UTXOs, some gold coins that are 25, I've had them for 25 years. You know, there's some institutions that have had gold UTXOs for millennia. Where are we going to be in another 16 years? And another 16 years after that, and then another 160 years after that. And Bitcoin is just going to continue to crank that stock to flow higher. It's going to get scarcer, and humanity is going to be putting their savings and their retained earnings into it because it treats that capital well, because it has this high stock to flow, a stock to flow that's now twice gold's, but it will eventually be even higher. So it's a superior monetary good in many of those ways.
That's an emergent bottom-up phenomenon.
Well,
we are out of time, unfortunately, Peter. I'm so sorry. And what I will leave you with, Peter, this is just a lesson from my heart to yours, because I do really appreciate your work and your sound money leadership. You can be for something without being against something. You can be for gold without being against Bitcoin. We are all for Bitcoin. I'm not against you, Peter. And I know that someday you will be on stage when Bitcoin's $1 million and maybe you'll finally get in. Thank you so much.
Natalie, I do think that I think Bitcoin is doing a lot of harm, so that's why I'm against it.
Come on.
I think the new type of censorship is going to be far more intelligent, and I'm already seeing all the signs of it.
The tide of free speech has turned, and it's unstoppable. At Rumble, creators are unfiltered, uncensored, undeniably bold. Powered by our own cloud, we are completely independent. Through the Rumble Advertising Center, we're rewarding authentic voices. This is where crypto creators and communities who value freedom and authenticity belong.
Welcome back to the Bitcoin Magazine News Desk presented by Mara. Day one of the largest Bitcoin conference in the world, winding down here at the Venetian in Las Vegas. You just saw Peter Schiff versus Trace Mayer, the gold versus Bitcoin debate. Peter Schiff saying he's never been to a conference this big for gold. Talking about the flaws that Bitcoin has, saying gold doesn't have flaws, we should tokenize it and put it on a blockchain. Here to dissect this news and talk about the subjects of the day, we have Juan Gall, business reporter at Bitcoin Magazine, Aaron Van Werdum, editor-in-chief at Bitcoin Magazine, and last but not least, Brian Morgenstern Riot, head of public policy. I think with the subject we were talking about backstage, maybe what was missing from this Peter Schiff and Trace Mayer debate, which was Bitcoin's values, right? So there was a lot of talk here about Bitcoin and how much of an asset, its asset attributes as opposed to a gold. But Juan, it sounds like you were thinking that Trace maybe should have appealed to this cypherpunk nature that gold will never have.
Yeah, I mean, the cypherpunk ideas are basically the liberty ideas. I think that's a conversation that happened to some degree yesterday, that the founding ideas of the United States are kind of embedded in the cypherpunk ethos. They're embedded in Bitcoin's design. And I think, we ignore them at our peril because, you can use Bitcoin in many different ways, but at the end of the day, those ideas will try to resurface, and they provide significant sort of value to individuals.
Well, I think that's a fissure point in the conversation today. We're seeing a lot of corporate adoption, government adoption. Some of the folks who have been with us for many Bitcoin conferences worried about what they see happening. Aaron?
Yeah, no, I have a question for Brian, actually, because you do public policy, right, for Riot?
Yeah.
So, as one was talking about, is the cypherpunk ideals of Bitcoin, and a big part of that is censorship resistance. A big risk to that is mining centralization and potentially regulation of that. Is that something you're foreseeing might happen? Is that something you're experiencing, dealing with? Like, what regulatory pressure, is that ramping up, happening at all?
So it's something we're considering, we're thinking about trying to see around corners, because on the one hand, we wanted the government to stop hampering our ability to operate. We had Operation Choke Point, in the broadest sense, was cutting off our ability to do banking accounts and just pay employees who maybe they're not Bitcoiners, maybe they're electrical engineers or whatever you need to operate a site. So not having a bank account is unworkable for a business. We had the Energy Department trying to cut off our ability to get power contracts to operate the facility. So it was, censorship, it was debanking, it was unplugging. And so just getting the government off our back and allowing us to do business was very important. And part of President Trump's idea of getting everything to be made in America was, well, we want Bitcoin mining to thrive in America. Right. Great. Now we are looking forward to that notion of if we do have an unfriendly regime in the future, if we have an overconcentration in one jurisdiction, could there be excessive regulation? Could they try to censor blocks? Could there be, could you deplete some of the real value proposition of Bitcoin? And that's some of the conversations we're having currently. There's some really good research being done on that. Cambridge University put out a study. We provided some data. I think some other big miners provided data. We need more international data because we need to understand where is the concentration. We know there's a lot in Texas. We know there's a lot, in some other states in the United States. I don't think we have a complete picture of what that is. How big a risk is it?
We don't have any China data, right?
Real quick, it sounds like you're not worried about what might happen under the current regime, but potential under future regimes.
Generally,
or
yes.
both.
I mean, we have to be vigilant, of course. I'm a former Trump staffer. I'm generally supportive of the administration. I'm hopeful that they would never, go down that route. But there's an election every 2 years for Congress, every 4 years for president. So you don't want our success and the success of Bitcoin in the network to hinge on a pendulum that swings back and forth. So we really do want to kind of future-proof it. And so that's one of the things we're thinking through. The first step was get a favorable environment for us to succeed and operate. Mm-hmm. The next step is
to even exist.
Right. And the next step is how do we thrive into the future, and that's something we're considering and thinking about.
A clash of values here on the news desk. We're about to see a clash of ideas on stage. Bitcoin as a neutral reserve asset and the end of the Triffin dilemma. Lynn Alden and others on stage. We'll be right back.
Just had Pakistan announce that they're adopting a Bitcoin reserve strategy, which is awesome. How do you see emerging countries, and even third world countries, elevating to, being able to live up to those standards where we have these superpowers purchasing massive swaths of Bitcoin?
Yeah, it's a good question. When you think back to the last couple of years and these emerging nations trying to figure out a way to get away from the U.S. Treasury, right? So once something happened back in 2022 when Russia attacked Ukraine and we shut off the SWIFT access to them, which is their payment system for the world, and then we seized their U.S. Treasuries, which was, we can all agree was a monumentally stupid tactical play, which, why would we do that when we need the entire world to buy U.S. Treasuries? Okay, so that leads us to the BRICS nations getting together, Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa, and they're looking for a way to get away from the U.S. Treasury. And so they're looking for a cross-border payment system that would be neutral. And so you have those countries like that who can't really even trust each other, right? So you've got, are they going to go on a gold standard? Then how is that going to work? Are they going to audit each other's gold reserves? You think that Putin's going to let in Shin to come audit their reserves? Likely not. So what's an asset that they can use that would back whatever currency that they're going to use, or what's a currency they could use that would be trustless? Well, it's an obvious answer. It's Bitcoin.
Yeah, so it's great answer. So everyone wants Bitcoin, but we don't necessarily want our adversaries acquiring too much Bitcoin. Bitcoin is for everyone, but how does America get ahead in this Bitcoin arms race, Lynn?
I think by being the best place to do business. We're already a very large market, and you want as many companies as possible to want a jurisdiction here and to operate here. And going back to James's point with the payment systems, a lot of these country blocks have been trying to do their own little closed source payment systems for quite a while. Like Enbridge, for example, they have all these little cross-border CBDCs, and then it's if you want to sanction this one, how do we do that? And they never really get any sort of network effect. They never really take off. Meanwhile, the entire time, Bitcoin is standing there staring them in the face as the open source solution while they keep trying their own little closed source ones. And I think the main thing that held it back for a while was, one, it was still fairly small, and two, it's volatile. So these entities would have to hold it, and so there's career risk. If you work at someone's central bank, for example, you're not generally recommending to go buy Bitcoin. But as it kind of gets to a $2 trillion plus market, it's really starting to enter the conversation as all of these like closed source ones have failed to take off. They've stagnated. They're not anywhere kind of further ahead than they were 3 years ago, and Bitcoin is. And I think that's the, in addition to a reserve asset, it's the payment rails and the settlement rails that they've been looking for, and it's always been there.
I might add to that as well. Yeah, good round of applause. I might add to that as well because certainly there's first mover advantage to having global-based money. So we can see some parallels throughout history. So for example, in the late 1800s, the world was moving to a gold standard. China decided to stay on the silver standard. Silver got devalued. They lost about 30% of their purchasing power, and they sort of fell behind the world order. Maybe another time was after World War II when the U.S. ended up with most of the gold, right? And so we can see these times in history where you have this advantage, this first mover advantage. That's number one. And so the U.S. being able to acquire it in front of other nations. But I think the rails as well, but also being open to the innovation. And so not only do we want the Bitcoin to be here, we want all the businesses building on and around Bitcoin to be here. And so if you look at sort of what the U.S. has led with over the last probably 50 years, it's been mostly computers, telecom, internet companies, services, things like that. And I think that innovation, that creation in the United States can continue to keep that here. So it's not just Bitcoin, but it's also the innovation and the products being built on it.
James, do we see AI factoring into this conversation at all? I mean, we have this massive data center worldwide buildup going on. In terms of this dollar stability versus Bitcoin emergence, how does AI factor into that when we're talking about this global issue?
Well, I mean, AI can operate on its own at some level, right? But AI can't, it doesn't have a bank account, it doesn't have a banker, it doesn't have an investment system, but AI could use the payment rails of Bitcoin to execute payments, to receive payments, to build businesses, to operate businesses, and that's really what Bitcoin can do in a way that the U.S. dollar just wouldn't be able to do, or any other currency, any other fiat currency. But something that Mark was talking about, and Lynn, talking about the U.S. getting ahead, something that is front of mind of all investors right now who are in the Bitcoin space, especially me and Mark and Lynn, where we're all in these VC and hedge funds who are focused on Bitcoin, is the Bitcoin treasuries. And so the U.S. getting ahead is, part of that is like, look, the U.S. is the largest investment community in the world. We've got the largest market in the world. And so having these Bitcoin treasuries in these companies is also driving that adoption as well very rapidly. And so being a leader in the investment world and being a leader in the markets of that, that's going to help drive that for the U.S. and drive that forward as well.
Yeah, appreciate that. So I'm on a panel with OG, longtime Bitcoiners, and there's been a big conversation about the emergence of these so-called stablecoins. And I was wondering, we live in a world where dollars are moving around the world in massive quantities. If anyone on the panel wants to take this, is there a role for stablecoins, perhaps temporarily, whether Tether, USDC, in facilitating these transactions, or is it not worthwhile?
I think anyone who has sent an international wire transfer can see that stablecoins have a cross-border role. And then also we see in a lot of countries around the world, people do want dollars, and this is another avenue for them to get dollars. So I think that the demand for it, especially outside of the US, is pretty organic. And one way to think about it is that there's a difference between savings and working capital. So for example, many people, you have to match your assets to your liabilities to some degree. Like if you have certain things you have to pay by the end of the month, you can't necessarily withstand the volatility of something like Bitcoin for that 1 month or 3 month period. And so you can kind of think of stable coins like a checking account that people have. We often see it in emerging markets, and it's something that we're often in the U.S. kind of blind to. Most of us here have bank accounts for our various kind of needs. Obviously, you shouldn't hold anything in dollars that you're want to keep on too long because they're going to be melted away. But we have the infrastructure of a bank, and these provide some services like bank-like services to countries where they have less stable financial systems and they want that. So I think there's a role to play. But I think in the long arc of time, Bitcoin is much more valuable.
Yeah, I would add to that. Yeah, I would add to that it is an important role, and to Lynn's point, it's the long arc of time, but it's a really good intermediary step. And so all around the world, we have currencies that are in high inflation, double-digit inflation, triple-digit inflation, and those people desperately need dollars. And to the point Lynn made, because the Bitcoin is so volatile still today, it's not really good for short-term money. But even more than that, we have an immediate need for this. And so with payment processing, for example, myself personally, I got deemed a high-risk merchant. We're paying 5% processing fees. For real high risk, they're paying 8% processing fees. It takes 3 to 5 days to get the money. The merchant wants to hold 50% of it in a reserve for 3 months, 6 months of chargeback time period. And so it's really inefficient and it's really expensive. And so stablecoins can solve that right now today. So not just for the rest of the world, but even for us right here. I also think that it's a gateway drug, because there's still a lot of people who think Bitcoin is a scam coin. They're still skeptical on Bitcoin. And so what it does is it introduces them to a digital currency that they might trust, maybe a digital dollar token that they may trust from their bank or something like that. And they start to get to use this. They see it in their wallet, and then maybe they see it in their wallet next to Bitcoin. And then they wonder, why does this dollar token buy me less goods and services in the future, and the Bitcoin token buys me more? And so I think it also leads to that eventual evolution to Bitcoin.
All right, so I'm going to talk about the other side of this, which is the United States government needs stable coins right now, and it's going to prolong the US dollar being the global reserve currency. And the reason for that is that, as we were saying in the beginning of this, is the US government and the Treasury needs the world to buy our treasuries because we operate in such deep fiscal deficits. We have no choice. We need the world to buy these. This goes to the Triffin dilemma, right? So, but this is going to, the stable coins allow for everybody to buy treasuries, basically, because when you buy a stable coin, the stable coins buy the treasuries, just like a money market account. And so that's going to just to prolong this and open up the whole world to buying US treasuries. And it doesn't matter if you're unbanked in a small African nation. If you have an internet connection, you can get onto an exchange and buy a stable coin, a USDT or USDC. You just bought treasuries, which is what the U.S. government needs, and they're talking about it, and they're working on this bill because they need this to continue this charade that we're playing. And quite honestly, it just like you said, this is the U.S. dollar is, like Greg Foss likes to say, it's the cleanest shirt in the dirty laundry, but all the other currencies are debasing a little bit faster. But make no mistake, the U.S. dollar is debasing rapidly too.
So let's talk timeline. I think this entire panel, correct me if I'm wrong, agrees that Bitcoin as the global reserve asset is inevitable. So whoever wants to take this first, what does the timeline look like where we're, these poorly executed fiat currencies are dissolving, but when do, we come for the ultimate behemoth that is the dollar?
I tend to think it'll take a while, but it'll be growing the whole time. I mean, we're looking at right now Bitcoin's a $2 trillion asset. The whole dollar system, depending on how you measure it. So if you look at the broad money supply plus the whole bond market, and the global fiat market, we're looking at hundreds of trillions of dollars. And what's challenging is there's a network effect because unlike Bitcoin, where there's not a lot of Bitcoin-denominated debt, in the fiat system, there's a lot of debt denominated in those fiat currencies. So that represents inflexible demand for those currencies. And then people have to kind of save in the asset that they owe at the end of the month, or that they owe on a bond contract or a loan or something. So I think this process is going to continue to take a while, but that doesn't mean that it doesn't move pretty quickly in any given 3 to 5 year period. Like if we, when we were at some of these conferences 3 to 5 years ago, the network was much smaller. It's gotten a lot bigger since then, but it still has a long way to go. So I think there'll be another 3 to 5 year period. It'll still, even if it's 3 times or 5 times bigger than it is now, it'll still be pretty small on the global scale. But then give it another multiple after that, and actually at that point you really start to challenge some of the biggest in the world. Right now, Bitcoin is climbing the market cap level, like it's getting nearly as big as some of the biggest companies in the world. So some of the biggest companies in the world are over $3 trillion in market cap. Bitcoin's around $2 trillion. So one more doubling, and it's basically bigger than any company in the world. Give it another 10x at scale, and it's kind of rivaling gold. Once it crosses, 5-6 trillion, it's basically bigger than the monetary base of other countries in the world. And it's going to take years, but it's so far at 16 years in, and it keeps churning and getting higher and higher.
I think really the significant move would be when Bitcoin starts to get allocations out of bond portfolios. Once you start seeing investment managers and individuals moving their money out of bonds and into Bitcoin, that's kind of like the first step to me to this gateway. And the reason for that is that they're recognizing what I was just saying before, which is the dollar's being debased. It does not matter if you own a bond that's giving you a 5, 6, 7% return. You're still making a negative real return on that. And so once people start to realize that across the board, I mean, this is far and wide, not just the BlackRocks and the Fidelities of the world, but all of their customers and all of the other major banks and institutions, once they start realizing this, especially like pension funds, because pension funds have to own bonds in order to meet future obligations. But once they realize that these bonds are not helping them meet those obligations and they start reallocating into Bitcoin, that's kind of like the first big step to get to that reserve.
The way I would look at it too is I don't see it as some imminent event that's coming. And so a lot of times, especially in the gold community, you hear a lot about this imminent event where the dollar dies, the end of the dollar is coming. And rather than looking at it as an event, I look at it as a process. And so what we're seeing is the long drawn out process of the dollar losing its value. And we're seeing other assets like Bitcoin rise. And so we have this long process. Now, what is this eventual date that will eventually declare that Bitcoin has achieved this level? I would say when Bitcoin is now sort of this global unit of account. So when we start to price things globally in Bitcoin. And so when I look at like these 50-year technological revolution cycles and how financial capital is allocated throughout these, and then we can use like an S-curve of adoption. When you overlay these charts, I think by sometime in the 2040s, 2040 to 2050, by 2050, I think Bitcoin will be the global unit of account, and I guess that's when I'd finally declare it's the reserve asset.
I think a really important signal too is the fact that Bitcoin is like over 100,000, despite the fact that interest rates are 4 to 5%. If you would have asked people that 3 years ago, a lot of people were saying Bitcoin is a zero interest rate phenomenon. It only makes sense when interest rates are near zero. And one of the new signals that happened this time is that despite the fact that the Fed got about as aggressive as they could, they kind of raised interest rates as quick as they could until they started blowing up the banks. That was kind of the ceiling that they ran into. And, gold and Bitcoin had a little bit of a headwind temporarily, but then they just kind of shrugged that off. So gold soared from 2,000 to 3,000 an ounce, and Bitcoin's well over 100,000, despite the attempted hawkishness of the Fed. And this is kind of the first cycle where that's happened. I would argue that it's because we're in fiscal dominance. That's the thing I keep emphasizing. But that's a new era going forward, and it's a different type of trading regime than it has been over the past, the prior 15 years before then.
If I may take Jordan's job for a second, I'll go back to Lynn. What do you think about the political climate shift as well? Because you might say that the Biden administration was somewhat suppressing the climate for Bitcoin, and maybe there's been suppression for the last 4 years of the administration that's now pivoted, and so maybe there's a lot of catch-up that is happening right now?
Yeah, I think we saw a big price jump from the ETFs, and then we saw another big price jump from the election outcome. That's a real thing. When especially like portfolio managers, when they're looking at this, there's some part of them that's thinking, what is the probability that the U.S. gets really aggressive on Bitcoin? So they have to take into account that possibility in their price projections, especially if they're running assets for their clients and they have a fiduciary duty. And when you have an administration that's more favorable to it, at least kind of in the eyes of the market, takes out some of the tail risks. Either way, I mean, it's a global asset, so I think it's able to shrug off a lot of friction. But it doesn't mean that that friction doesn't exist. And so if it's harder to operate businesses, if it's harder to have certainty about it, if it's harder to even get a bank account if you're a Bitcoin company, I mean, that's been a long-standing issue. And I do think that that climate really does matter. And then in addition to the seeing it pop up in different sovereign wealth funds around the world and seeing all these different Bitcoin treasury companies occur in multiple different currencies around the world, the accounting changes were also a pretty big deal. So I think there's a lot more tailwinds going forward.
Yeah, and I think that President Trump added rocket fuel to those tailwinds with his pro-Bitcoin policies. So in America, we have a crisis. You can attribute it to the Triffin's dilemma or however you want to theorize about it. But we're not making enough, especially in the national security space, and it leaves America particularly vulnerable from a national security perspective, whether that's medicines, whether that's strategic elements. We're importing so much stuff. And there's a debate to be had about whether some of it is necessary. Like, do we need to build pencils? I don't think so. But there are some things that are not made in America that I think need to be made in America. How does Bitcoin solve for that?
I don't know if Bitcoin solves that specifically. I think in a roundabout way, potentially. I think when you look at some of the things, for example, the rare earth elements that you mentioned, I mean, those are strategic assets that we should have here, and we rely on China for those elements. Now, the U.S. is the second largest producer in the world. We just don't produce enough. But a lot of that is because of politics, and there's EPA regulations and things like that. So I think maybe in some way, in a long roundabout way, Bitcoin sort of limits the role of the government by sort of potentially putting some constraints around the fiscal spending. Maybe some of that starts to lower the regulations, at least constrain the regulations, which then allows some of that industry to flourish, potentially number one. I guess maybe number two, yeah, I don't know, maybe number one, I think it's just kind of constraining the government, because I think in some of those instances, we're really fighting ourselves. I don't think we're talking about bringing T-shirts and sneakers back to the U.S. It's really those key things, and it's really a political climate.
Yeah, James?
I mean, if you think about the biggest problem the U.S. has, right, is that we're seeing the whole world wake up to the fact that the U.S. dollar cannot be trusted. That's the biggest issue that we have. And when you then look at Bitcoin, Bitcoin is trustless. It doesn't need to be trusted, and that's really what will drive forward in the innovation here eventually over the long run. Is that you have that base asset or currency that you can now trust without worrying about it being debased, it being seized, or it being frozen or locked away from you. So that's really that's a big deal for the U.S. and embracing that and pushing forward on it quickly is that's really important in my opinion.
Appreciate it. So, these conversations are happening in D.C. all the time, and how do we negotiate this idea of being a relatively free-floating currency and also trying to bring manufacturing back to the United States? And Bitcoin's role in that is complex, and I think that's right, that a lot of it lays at the fault of policymakers. Lynn, you talk to these people all the time. What do you advise them to do in 30 seconds?
I think by trying to maximize productivity, because one of the downsides that can happen to the dollar is that as Bitcoin kind of reintroduces, like Bitcoin and gold, because it's also happening with gold around the margins, when they kind of come into the reserve asset mix, it displaces the dollar, which risks being inflationary. Some of the economists that advise the president are aware of that, and one of their answers for it is to try to be as productive as possible. So try to have energy flowing, no energy disruptions, try to have business be as smooth as possible, and that's the damage control that they can do as they kind of make this transition.
All right, James Lavish, Mark Moss, Lynn Alden, I'm Jordan Chactel. Thanks so much.
Thank you so much for another incredible panel. That was
Welcome back to the Bitcoin Magazine News Desk presented by Mara. I'm Frank Corva, the political correspondent for Bitcoin Magazine, joined to my left by Brian Morgenstern, head of public policy at Riot, Aaron von Weerdum, editor-in-chief of Bitcoin Magazine, as well as Juan Galt, the business reporter at Bitcoin Magazine. And we have to give a quick shout-out to Shinobi, represented by Mr. Meeseeks here. He's with us in spirit, Shinobi, but he's over in Oslo at the Freedom Forum. We miss you, Shinobi. We love you. There's less vitriol in the air because you're not here, and we miss that, but we love you, buddy.
Everyone hates Shinobi nowadays, I heard, right?
Shinobi gets in the middle of stuff. That is a little bit about what the next panel we're going to hear about is about changes to Bitcoin. We have people proposing changes to Bitcoin. Aaron, can you take us a little bit through of some of the history of the changes that have been made to Bitcoin and how that process plays out?
Yeah. I mean, the topic itself, for me, is very interesting. I think, if you think of what is Bitcoin, then really it's a set of protocol rules. So if you talk about changing the rules, you're really talking about changing Bitcoin, changing the essence of it. What is Bitcoin actually? So, talking about how it has been changed, it says something about Bitcoin itself, how it could be changed in the future. Now, at first, of course, the changes were just made by Satoshi himself. Satoshi just said, okay, now here's a new software release. So this is Bitcoin now. There are new rules now. That's now what Bitcoin is. After Satoshi left, we were sort of left, we as, the Bitcoin community in general, like, okay, how do we do this now? There's no one in charge. And so over the years, it's been an interesting sort of evolution of ideas of how to do that. Pretty early on, it was figured out that with a soft fork, which is backwards compatible, you can really lean on miners to do that. And because the problem is if you change the rules, but some people are slower than others, then the network could fracture, right? So how do you coordinate that? So at first, miners were used for that. But then during the block size wars, we saw that miners were starting to use that as like a political leverage. And then we saw this sort of bottom-up, movement of node operators, of regular users, setting a deadline, very risky, interesting, though also period in Bitcoin.
Yep.
And then now with Taproot, we saw it went again through miners, but then there was a lot of debate on how it should happen exactly. Like, should there still be a deadline? Should you give the miners the option to opt out, or should it, at the end of the day, be the users that's still enforcing that? And it's really an open question still. It's still, there's still a lot of disagreement on that, which you might hear on the panel. Like, we still haven't settled that science or that philosophy almost of how do you change Bitcoin? Who gets to decide that based on what timelines, what technologies you exactly use? It's so an ongoing conversation within the entire Bitcoin community, I think.
Appreciate it. We're running a little low on time, but I want to hear from Juan, and I want to come back over here to Brian as well. Juan, if you could just tell us quickly, there's some arguments going on right now about clients for Bitcoin, right? Running Bitcoin Core, running Bitcoin Nuts. Can you give us a quick summary of what's happening there and how it might affect Bitcoin?
Yeah, I think the first thing to understand is that most of the changes that do happen to Bitcoin are not consensus changes. They are not changes that really affect your money in any way. They're optimizations. They're making the code run better, faster, more securely, more robustly. So that's the vast majority of changes. There's, other kinds of changes that usually get debated for years, right? So the recent one is the op return sort of limit, which is it's not a consensus rule, it's a mempool policy relay rule. So whether your node relays certain transactions or not. And that particular piece of the code has been debated for over a decade. It has been moved around 2 or 3 times. And this change that was made recently was being debated again for like years in the mailing list, which is called, if you look up the Bitcoin mailing list, you can actually go read engineers talking at length about everything, And so that's, I think, a big piece of it is like there is very robust and deep conversations happening about everything in Bitcoin. It's just people don't know about it.
And it takes time, right? Brian, a quick thing. As a miner, you're working for a Riot mining company. How much do you think about Bitcoin changes versus just plugging in your machines and doing the work you need to do as a miner?
Oh, they're much smarter people than I am thinking about those things.
Don't sell yourself short, my friend.
My job is to allow them the space to do their jobs and to make sure that we can have the energy, regulatory environment, tax policy environment, basically keep the government off of our backs so that we can bring in the talent and the resources to to mine as efficiently as humanly possible. So that's my corner of the world, and thank goodness we have been incredibly blessed with some of the smartest people on the planet, I think, working for Riot.
Amazing stuff. A quick question. So when you hear, we just heard Aaron and Juan talking a little bit about what it takes to make changes to Bitcoin.
Yeah.
You've done some work in the political space. You still do this. That's your focus. When you hear that, do you feel like it's easier to do the work you're doing in the political space, or to make changes to Bitcoin, or even some of the clients around Bitcoin or the software around Bitcoin? What feels more difficult to you?
Oh, goodness. It depends. Some of our problems are pretty intractable, but I think one interesting sort of thread here is the transparency with which these changes can happen in the Bitcoin network. And in the government, it's not always so transparent because there's a deliberative process privilege people within the departments have, where they'll release a final decision on things. There'll be a notice and comment period. You can talk to them. You can help them to iterate, but ultimately you don't know what they're going to do or why exactly they're going to do it unless an administration chooses to be transparent. The Bitcoin network has that inherent value, which I think is really incredibly valuable, that I think the government can learn from.
I appreciate that. Good perspective.
Frank, we have a Guinness Book of World Records.
We do have a Guinness World Record. We have just hit over 4,000 transactions. We've done it, ladies and gentlemen. We have to cut to the Nakamoto stage, though. Leaderless protocol challenges on the Nakamoto stage. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be right back after this.
About to hit a hash rate record, too.
There's several change proposals to Bitcoin right now. Some of them fix bugs in the protocol. Others enhance have new functionality. All of them are quite technical and in the weeds. So it can be and there's a lot of debate and drama around these changes. So it can be difficult for all of you in the audience to really maybe understand, do we want this change or not? Charlie, can you speak to the role of influencers, media, and that?
Yeah. Your wonderful research, the BCAP project, says that earlier in the changes to Bitcoin, media has outsized influence. And this is because, frankly, most people do not read the Bitcoin developer mailing list. Most people do not understand actually how Bitcoin works at a technical level. Podcasters like me, I'm owning this title, podcasters like me are the usual reference point for these people, and frankly, most podcasters do not read the Bitcoin mailing list. But media defines the myths that we tell ourselves and the beliefs we have about Bitcoin, how it works and how it should work. And so when Harry talks about what do users want, when Taj says we try to listen to users, a lot of what users want is defined by what media like me talk about. I try to be respectful of this role now that I am a talking head, and I try to do a lot of due diligence on what the devs are talking about and then interpret and distill that. But a lot of the main talking points of what Bitcoin is today emerged from media and talking heads and podcasts. This idea of Bitcoin as hard money, not really talked about that much in that language in the white paper or even early Bitcoin. This is an emergent belief that we've had through the public discourse, a lot of it defined by talking heads and prominent figures.
So let's talk about a couple different other stakeholder groups. One is economic nodes and the other is investors. Let's talk about economic nodes, because let's say that the protocol developers make a consensus change, merge it into core. Let's say the miners activate that. But economic nodes like large exchanges, merchants, etc., let's say they don't upgrade. Can someone on the panel maybe speak to why that's maybe a brittle or bad idea and the importance of economic nodes embracing the change too?
So there's the idea of soft forks, which is it's backwards compatible. So if there is some change and you sort of want some idea that most of the nodes are enforcing this new rule, but if you don't have that, it's still safe in that many of the economic nodes will sort of see a transaction that they maybe don't understand, and their software will say hey, something's going on. A little warning will pop up hey, there are new rules being enforced that we don't understand. So you might want to upgrade or might want to see what's going on here. But it should be safe. But at the same time, yeah, if it's a change that somehow gets in that no one wants, that could in fact lead to splits later on.
So I think one important point to impress upon people is just how difficult it is to achieve consensus. Getting just thousands and thousands and thousands of actors across different stakeholder groups to agree to a change and upgrade to that. It's both difficult to do and it's really important to do. If it's not done,
and people don't want to do it. After the block size war, for years, everyone's like, I'm not touching this. As a developer, you don't want to be in a situation like pushing for protocol changes, really.
Right, because if you end up in this sort of halfway state of some, like miners are enforcing it, but only a small portion of economic nodes are, and the rest of the network is not, it's very brittle for Bitcoin, and it could result in a fork. And if there's a fork, we've seen this in the past. If we see it again, there's two different coins. And now let's talk about investors. And how do they influence this? How do they exert their power? Harry, do you want to?
Clearly, I'm the resident suit on this stage, so I can speak on behalf of investors, at least loosely. So I think that if you've been around Bitcoin for some period of time, there are a few mimetic adages that are really important. One of them is that Bitcoin prioritizes rules over rulers. And another is that by owning a lot of Bitcoin, you're not able to exert disproportionate influence over the system. And I think both of those are true. But when it comes to the contentious fork environment, the investor has and I should take a step back. The investor who is running their own node, in association with the UTXO that represents their investment, that's critically important, they have a decision to make. And what I view this as is really the ultimate hard power to exert force on Bitcoin, which is to be able to press the sell button on one fork and the buy button on the other. And we absolutely saw this in 2017. You're going to hear us come back to this period of time several times more, I guess. But ultimately, that hard power of the economic actor from the investor's seat within Bitcoin makes their economic hard power heard by engaging in the market, selling one fork and buying the other, and demonstrating in turn to the miners and to the broader market of additional investors that one is preferred over the other, and that's a function of price.
And I think that was one of the interesting observations from this BCAP project is that if I were to pick one group that had the most power, I would say investors. But it's kind of this nuclear option. It's not like soft power used up front in the change process or during it. It's more towards the end, and then you can drop the hammer. And I think that's healthy, though. I think that it's great that there's so many different stakeholder groups. They each have unique powers and motivations that differ from each other. And that is what makes changing Bitcoin very difficult. That's also what I think most of us think that Bitcoin makes Bitcoin valuable as well. How about we talk, a lot of people in the audience maybe they don't run an exchange. They're investors in Bitcoin. They believe in Bitcoin, they invest in Bitcoin. Let's talk about how can they influence this? Like the little guy, but they're Bitcoiners, they own some Bitcoin. How can they participate in the process? Charlie, do you want to maybe start?
When you say public things, developers hear that. So it's very important to speak your mind. And then also, Harry made a very key, nuanced statement, which was investors who run their own node. One of the key things here is if you do not have possession of your Bitcoin, if you do not own your UTXOs, you are delegating your decision as an investor to a different economic node. Now, you can try to tell that company what you think, or that entity what you think, but it's very important. The more direct custody and the more direct ownership of the Bitcoin that you have, the more influence you have. Even if you don't say anything publicly, you now can actually sell or buy one of these sides as an investor.
And to be clear, though, the important thing there is that you control your keys.
Yes.
But so that's very important. But what about running a node? I think
This could be a fun debate.
I think there's a little bit of misconception on the purpose of someone running a node.
I'll take this again. You know, during the block size war, a lot of us came out of it saying nodes run the network. And while I think that statement is true, it's probably insufficient and probably lacks an important qualifier, which is economic nodes have more importance. A node which represents 1,000 Bitcoin is more impactful than a node which represents 0.1 Bitcoin. This is the harsh reality. Simply running 1,000 nodes, which do not secure or represent actual funds or users behind them, are not as impactful as a single node which represents users. Tad, you have some interesting comments on this.
I definitely don't want to discourage people from running nodes, but at the same time, I do think there's misconceptions where people are like, I'm helping the network, right? And it's like, kind of, you know, so it's some people like maybe they have their coins on, you know, Fidelity or Coinbase or wherever, but then they're like, well, I have my coins over there, but I'm going to run a node. And I, you know, buy some hardware, I buy some Raspberry Pi thing and run a node. That doesn't really help the network at all because those things are disconnected, right? And so part of what, you know, running a node should be a selfish thing. It's like, no, I'm running it for myself because one, I have way better privacy. If I have my own transactions, my own UTXOs on my node, no one has to know what my coins are. Whereas if I have it at a third party or, you know, some other software, like people will know what coins I have. And also, it's sort of like I'm checking that I've actually received Bitcoin. So if I'm receiving a payment, you know, I bought an exchange or I sold something for Bitcoin, I check with my node that like, yep, okay, I got the payment. And that's how you know, like running a node is the only way to know that you have Bitcoin. If you're not doing it yourself, you're using someone else's node somewhere and trusting that node. So that's the real reason to do it.
I just want to double down on why this point is so critical. It's because Bitcoin offers two core value propositions in my opinion. The first is that it's provable digital scarcity that's enforced through the difficulty adjustment and proof of work process that miners like CleanSpark represent. The second is that Bitcoin offers trustless settlement finality, and the ability to settle a transaction in a trustless manner with final settlement properties is truly, truly transformative, and one of the reasons that Bitcoin is a step function more innovative than previous financial innovation. The only way that you can achieve trustless settlement finality is by validating and auditing your UTXOs on a node that you ran from source at some point. And so you lose a key Bitcoin property if you don't engage in this. And you know, I love what NVK says, which is that, you know, your security model should be prepped as if Bitcoin were 10 or 100 times more valuable than it is today. And so as economic node operators within this great network for everybody in this room, if you want to achieve Bitcoin's true value proposition, you take custody of your asset and you validate it with software that you build from source.
I just want to emphasize the point about running a node. I think all of us would encourage everyone to run a node, but you don't stop there. It's to really be empowered and affect Bitcoin, you need to run a node and receive payments, which a couple of you guys said. I think a lot of us, we bought Bitcoin maybe a year ago or 4 years ago or 8 years ago, and we've hodled, which is fantastic. But that's been the predominant use case. You buy Bitcoin and you save it. You're not receiving Bitcoin on a regular basis. So if you're in that position, running a node actually doesn't really benefit you much. One of the themes at the conference, though, this week is making Bitcoin everyday money. And we're early days there, but as we transition to that and add that to Bitcoin as a great savings vehicle, more of us, including small businesses, individuals, will be receiving Bitcoin on a more regular basis, and then we'll really see the value of running your own node. Anything else on running a node?
I would just encourage, like, if you're like, well, I have my Bitcoins, I don't want to really touch them, I'm really nervous, totally makes sense. And I'm like, I want to run a node maybe for a year with no money on it. Like, that doesn't hurt the network. It's totally fine to like, or run testnet and stuff. Because I've encouraged a lot of friends and family members to run Bitcoin nodes, and I've seen firsthand, like, it's kind of scary. And I've made changes to Bitcoin Core and like made pull requests and stuff based on feedback from like my cousin and stuff like that. And so it is, I totally understand people being like, I don't want to do this. I'm not like, I'm scared. And so I want to encourage it, even if it's not an economic node. Go for it, try it, become comfortable with it. Yeah.
Well, one thing we didn't really speak to is, I think a lot of people in Bitcoin feel like if they run a node, even if they're not receiving payments, they're helping the network by relaying blocks and transactions. Why are you giving
a little?
that
It doesn't. There's plenty of nodes. There's plenty of nodes. If you run a node, you're probably at home. You're probably behind network address translation, and so you won't actually be able to serve blocks to other nodes. You can relay transactions, which helps with transaction anonymity a little bit, but it's a pretty well-served thing. It's not like Bitcoin Network is hurting for that. So it doesn't hurt exactly, but it's not a material change.
Right. We've got about 5 minutes left. How about we talk about, I mentioned earlier that Bitcoin Core, that project, really has a dominant position on the network. Almost every economic node, and I think Miner, although Harry might know more, but runs Bitcoin Core. What's the important? Is that a danger to the decentralization of Bitcoin? How important is it to have client diversity in Bitcoin?
This is a very long topic, which takes longer than 4 minutes. What matters is that the nodes are in consensus. It's simpler to do this when most people have a dominant client. It's simpler to identify how to make changes, but this is not required. This is a thing we've debated in Bitcoin for a long time, different client implementations. I tend to prefer more diverse clients, but this is a bit of a nuanced topic because not all clients are necessarily built the same. There can be some misleading security assumptions about them. But I think Core is doing a very good job of preserving the neutrality of the Bitcoin network. Will this always be the case? I hope so. We have no idea. We can argue about this for another 20 years. I'll let someone else take this.
I think that it's important to remember the underlying concept, which is just that Bitcoin is not a democracy. It's a knife fight for competence.
Anarchic system.
And so we're in this knife fight for competence, and right now Bitcoin Core is delivering the most high competency product available. It has the highest quality developer mindshare, the broadest set of review, the deepest unit testing. And so if you're running a business, we work with a pool that is running a Bitcoin Core client with a bespoke mempool to be able to fee optimize. And so these are things that we engage with deeply, and ultimately I would love to see equally competent, diverse clients come to market, but we're not going to be Pollyanna-ish and pretend that that's straightforward or low lift or cheap.
Yeah, so I personally have worked much more on BTCD than Core. BTCD is a Go implementation. At the same time, I don't run it for economic nodes. I run it in testnet a lot, and I like working on it. It's in the language I prefer. But I absolutely am like, I run Bitcoin Core because that's the best software. And I think it'd be great if someday, in the future, there's a lot of development of different clients, and we all, make sure they work together. I don't think we're even close, and it doesn't seem like we're really getting there. So it's a thing that I think would be cool, but maybe it's not a priority. Maybe it's not worth, worrying about too much.
So 2 questions for you, Taj. Number 1, why do you think it's important to have an alternative client implementation? And then the follow-up question is, how do we get there? You just said we're nowhere close to it. So what has to happen to get there?
If you think of how much work has gone into Bitcoin Core, a lot, right? There's a lot of really smart people. On one hand, you don't need to replicate all that work because they did a lot of it, so you can see what they did. On the other, there's no real BTCD, I know Lightning Labs and LND sort of use that code base, and so there's some people working on it, but it's pretty quiet. And I know, like Spiral funds the Rust Bitcoin libraries and stuff, and one of the first things it says is don't make your own client in this. And I totally understand why people are like, yeah, don't do this. If you make your own software, your own client, it might fork off. It might have a completely different, be on a different network. But at the same time, it's like, I think it'd be cool to fund. And if people want to write their own software, like that's a kind of fun project, right? If you're like, hey, I'm new to Bitcoin, I want to write Bitcoin software. And yes, it's open source. Like that's the whole idea. Like you can write your own Bitcoin node. It's kind of hard and it might not be compatible with the network. And as long as you're aware of that, like I don't want to discourage people from doing that.
So we need to wrap up. Any quick parting thoughts from each of you?
Bitcoin's on RK, hodling's great. I encourage you to start using Bitcoin.
I just wanted to say real quick, this is the last talk today, I think, so I'm around, I'll be around there and definitely come ask lots of questions because that's sort of why I'm here to talk to the people using this.
We all stand on the shoulders of giants. There are cypherpunks who've innovated and pushed the edge of the world on our behalf, and we owe them an enormous debt of gratitude. If you're tempted to take profits in Bitcoin, think about giving some of that to the open source developers who continue to make this system run. They need us, and we need them even more. So please, please, please contribute.
Thank you for that. And the last thing I'd say, this is a really complex and very interesting topic. If you want to learn more, I'll show my own project, BCAP, Bitcoin Consensus Analysis Project. That
President called Bitcoin a geopolitical strategic asset. We had the mayor of New York announce his intention to issue a bit bond. We had the government of Pakistan announce a strategic Bitcoin reserve. We broke the record for transactions, Bitcoin transactions in a day. And so much more. We are incredibly excited to welcome you back next year here to Las Vegas. And as a thank you for coming, we want to make your ticket next year free. So everyone who came to this event, in your inbox very shortly, you will be able to claim your free ticket. You have 48 hours to claim it. And everyone watching, everyone watching online, you also will have 48 hours. Next year, we want to see you here. We want to invite you to this movement. We want to have the biggest event, not just in Bitcoin's history, but one of the biggest, most impactful events in the world. So scan the QR code if you're watching online. Claim your free ticket now. You have 48 hours to do it, and we will see you next year. Thank you guys so much. Tomorrow, we have a jam-packed day. I hope you guys are ready. We have keynotes from Tether and Paolo. We have keynotes from Lynn Alden, Jack Mallers, Michael Saylor, and the one and only Ross Ulbricht. So I hope you guys are ready. It's going to be a big day. Get some sleep. We'll see you tomorrow.
Welcome back to the Bitcoin Magazine News Desk presented by Mara. I'm Frank Corver, the political correspondent for Bitcoin Magazine, joined here to my left by Fred Thiel, the CEO of Mara, Nolan, host from Roxham TV, and Aaron Von Weerdem, editor-in-chief of Bitcoin Magazine. It has been an incredibly exciting day here. We did break the Guinness World Record. We made over 4,000 transactions. 4,000 Bitcoin payments were made here at the Venetian in Las Vegas. History made in the Guinness World Book of Records. Vice President JD Vance spoke, set the day in motion. Got everybody sort of excited. Major moment in political history in the United States, the largest political figure in the history of the United States speaking at a Bitcoin event. And we had the mayor of New York City, Eric Adams, here speaking about issuing a bit bond. What a wild day. Fred, I've seen you speak a few times this year. There has been a sea change in America under the Trump administration. What is it like to operate a company like Mara in the United States under this administration?
Let's just say it's like we had to play defense for 4 years, and now all of a sudden a weight's been lifted off our shoulders and we have somebody we can collaborate with. We have a lot of positive action going on around the strategic Bitcoin reserve. I think you're going to see a lot of work going forward around taxation as it relates to Bitcoin miners. I think you're going to see the market really open up, especially with, you look at stablecoin legislation. When the Genius Act gets signed by the president, you're going to see the market for Bitcoin actually increase because now you're going to have stablecoins being able to be issued and used and traded 24/7, which supports the Bitcoin market. not too far behind that is going to be tokenization of all securities and equities and 24/7 trading there. I think you have a White House team between David Sachs and Bo Hines who are absolutely focused on doing what is best for the Bitcoin mining industry, what is best for Bitcoin, what is best for crypto. And I think you obviously have all the way up to the top a lot of support for that. You have support for that at Treasury. You have support for that across the cabinet departments. So it's definitely like a fresher breath there. And it's amazing to really feel how collaborative the government is. Going back 3-4 years ago, we would reach out to government and say, hey, we want to talk to you about this legislation, this regulation, and it was like silence. Talk to some lowly person who's watching the door. Now, you talk to somebody, even on the eve of the inauguration, I was in Washington, D.C. at the crypto ball, and I walk up to the Speaker of the House and start chatting, and he says, hey, here's my cell phone number. Right? It's like totally different wind.
It is a different vibe. I've been covering the White House, and it's there. There's a vibe of almost like it's the people's house again. For Trump's first 100 days, they had only new media there to cover it. So Bitcoin Magazine was invited to speak with Secretary Lutnick and Bo Hines. It's exciting. It really is exciting. Nolan, we were talking about this earlier over on your program on Roxham. Your thoughts about the sea change in America, especially the difference between Bitcoin 2024 and Bitcoin 2025?
Well, when I see all the trouble right now in D.C., for example, everyone getting all stressed out about the cuts that didn't come, the big, beautiful bill. Not everyone thinks it's so beautiful because it's so big. And we start hearing from Bessent about growing ourselves out of the problems in the balance sheet. And it's going to take something pretty amazing, the type of growth that they need. And when I look at a miner and I look at this administration and I look at what I saw last year from Trump, the thing that he pulled off that amazed me was he's an older man, right? That's the only thing I don't love about him. He is kind of old. But he sounded like a young guy up there. He really sounded credible and enthusiastic and optimistic about the future. And one of the things that we don't hear much about is this idea of the Freedom City competition that he came up with during the campaign. And I'm here with one of the most amazing public miners in the space, and I got to ask you, when I think of growing our way out, we do need brand new things, and the idea of a Bitcoin mine financing and powering the energy required to build one of these new cities, to me says, Mara, Bitcoin is going to win this competition that Trump has, and I can actually see the path to growing. Is this something we have to look forward to in our future, in the near term?
Yeah, I think if you look at any city, you need to have power infrastructure, you need to have water, and you need to have communications infrastructure. What Bitcoin mining can do is powered with good energy generation, whether that's solar, whether that's thermal, whether it's nuclear, however you're doing it. Bitcoin mining can help take every single electron you're not using to power the city and monetize it in a way so that you get a quicker payback on the power generation, and you can actually subsidize essentially energy prices to the consumers because you're selling every electron that gets generated. Think about it this way. You have an airplane that takes off every 10 minutes, and if there are empty seats on that airplane, that's money that's not being made by the airline. But if you had somebody who was selling every single seat always, then you could operate the airline super efficiently because you never would have a worry about capacity. You'd never have a worry about having to alter generation to load. And you could just sit and hum and produce the cheapest energy in the best possible way. And I think that would be huge for any new city you're building from scratch. Because also Bitcoin mining would bring with it the ability to heat the city because you can reuse the heat from our data centers to heat cities. I mean, in Finland, we heat 80,000 homes with 2 small data centers.
Wow, incredible.
Stunning stuff. Aaron, I want to go over to you for a moment, if you don't mind. You're watching from over in the Netherlands, where you're based. We do see some really great things in the Bitcoin space being set in motion under this administration. What to you are some of the things we should be paying attention to and things that we should still be vigilant about?
Generally speaking, it's interesting. Fred mentioned that a weight has been lifted from your shoulders. I'm wondering, for example, Mara a couple of years ago announced that you mined an OVAC compliant block, right? Is that something because you were experiencing regulatory pressure, or why was that decision made at that time?
Yeah, so that was back in 2021. And actually one of the first things I did after becoming CEO of the company was to shut down that product. But essentially, the idea was go back to the days when there was a thought that green Bitcoin would have a premium price to dirty Bitcoin.
Right.
OFAC compliant Bitcoin would have a premium value to normal Bitcoin. That's not the case. It's not true. Never has been, never will be, I think, today. And so we removed that. The fact of the matter remains, if miners censor transactions on the network, that then creates problems. And that is one of the reasons why it's so important to have highly distributed Bitcoin mining, right? Because if too much mining capacity is concentrated, or it's really the pool, forget about the miners, it's the pool.
Well, it's both, I would say.
But until we have full stratum 2 compliance, then the miners don't have a choice because it's the pool that assembles the block. And so they're doing the censoring. And so when you have these large pools that control 25, 30% of the transactions, it's no different than in the world of Ethereum where you have consensus, right? And they're validating the pools. So they're validating the transactions. So it's really critical that we have as many miners around the world as possible, mining in as many locations. And I think that the U.S. today is in this great position where you have a high 30% of global hash rate in the U.S. split up amongst 20 plus largish miners, plus a lot of small independent miners, which means you're getting good distribution. I mean, we're the largest in the world, and we represent maybe 6% of the global hash rate.
Gentlemen, if you don't mind, if we could hold the thought, we just have to cut over to an ad break. We'll be right back to keep with this discussion. We're here closing out the day at the first general admission day of Bitcoin 2025. We'll be right back after this ad.
What is the key to progress? Is it more machines, more money, more buildings? Or are those just the outcomes? What if progress relies on having purpose?
Welcome back to the Bitcoin Magazine News Desk presented by Mara. I'm Frank Corva, political correspondent here at Bitcoin Magazine. I'm joined by Fred Thiel, CEO of Mara, Brandon Green, head of the Bitcoin Conference, and Aaron Von Weerdum, editor-in-chief of Bitcoin Magazine, which we just printed a new, very nice print issue here, if I might point out. Brandon, do my ears deceive me? Did you just tell the conference that everybody who purchased a ticket, a general admission ticket to this year's conference, will have a free ticket to next year's conference?
Yeah, absolutely. If you're here right now, check your email. You should be getting an email very soon to claim your free ticket. And also, people watching this right now, if you didn't come here this year, first of all, shame on you. Second of all, we'll see you next year. There's a free ticket right there on the QR code on the screen. We'd love to have you. This event is compounding just like this movement. We're growing, and we want to have 50,000 plus people here next year. And that starts with everyone who's tuned in right now.
Ulbricht himself, words from his mother. Took a lot to put us together. It's quite a monumental moment to have him here. What do you think that's going to be like tomorrow?
Yeah, no, that's a very special moment. I think for the entire Bitcoin community, also for me personally. Indirectly, Ross got me into Bitcoin. The first time I heard about it was because friends were buying stuff off the Silk Road. He was imprisoned for way too long, I think, for running a website. The fact that he's here at this conference, the fact that he's free, and that he's here at this conference is, it's amazing. It's incredible. I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, Brandon, could you fill us in a little bit on what it was like to get Ross to commit to doing this? And I only say that because, he spent some time. He spent 11 years in prison, some of that time in solitary confinement. He'll be greeted by the largest crowd to ever attend a Bitcoin conference tomorrow. What do you think that's going to be like, and what was it like to get him here?
Yeah, well, I mean, first of all, I think it's easy to take for granted that Ross would speak. This is a massive moment for him, and 35,000 people is no joke to be talking in front of as your first moment kind of being back in the public. So it's going to be really special. I talked to his mom earlier today, and I told her, I hope you're ready, because
the welcome that he's going to get from this Bitcoin community, I think, is going to bring a lot of wet eyes to the room. I know mine. I'll be trying to keep it together myself. This is
He's an emotional guy. Yeah,
I'm an emotional guy, but this is such a special moment for the whole movement, and it really shows the power that this movement has. We see injustices in the world. We band together and we make the world a better place. And the Ross story is one that is core to Bitcoin, and it's an important one to tell. And we're so honored that Ross will be here to tell his story himself.
Yeah, amazing. Fred, I'd like to have a little bit of your thoughts on today. Today and yesterday, we had a number of political figures here, some of whom I know you've spoken with. I actually saw you speak with, it was Senator Lummis at PubKey earlier this year at a very cool event. What do you think it's like for politicians to come here and see 30,000 enthusiastic Bitcoiners?
Well, I think go back to last year in Nashville, right? Nashville was the first time you really saw politicians coming to court the community. Why? The voting group of 18 to 40-year-olds, that block is the first block that are not ideologues, meaning they are not Democrat or Republican first, American second, and then issue voters. They are issue voters first and foremost. And crypto speaks to them. Crypto, decentralization, Bitcoin speaks to them. That is why you're seeing now a larger number of politicians coming, politicians who have taken the past year and have now put forth programs. Senator Lummis, been a huge supporter, very active, obviously, the White House, Tom Emmer, the whole group of senators, Senator Haggerty, for example, with the Genius Act. They're all here talking to Bitcoiners because what you have is a voting bloc which is absolutely critical. And as we go into the midterms for 2026, and remember, the election cycle for that really is going to start towards the end of this year. You're seeing people who, hey, I missed out on this block last time. I may have to do something to really attract this block. What am I going to do? They're out here talking to potential constituents. They're out here talking to people to figure out really, what platform do I need to have in my district, in my state, to be able to attract those voters? Because, you have essentially a lot of people who are going for re-election who maybe are in tenuous seats. And this is the most important block in the nation.
Yeah, it's not something they can sleep on anymore, for sure. Aaron, I want to go over to you. You've dedicated a good chunk of your life here to editing Bitcoin Magazine. You've been to many of these conferences over the year. It's over the years. It's no secret that obviously we have a lot more of the political class here. Bitcoin is being talked about more of a financial asset. Can you take us across time a little bit and talk a little bit about what's changed and your thoughts on it?
Yeah, no, it's incredible to see. I've been in Bitcoin for 12 years, and the first conferences where there's, well, thanks, where there's like a couple of hundred people at most, and that was a big conference. To just see it, accumulate to this, spectacle that it is. 30,000 people. How many people are here, Brandon?
35,000 and counting, man.
Yeah,
yeah, people all interested in the same thing. It's something. We've come a long way.
Yeah, we were just talking about it. It's almost like the enormity and the grandiosity of Vegas is a perfect complement to almost how huge and grand this conference has become.
Yeah, the thing is also, I always say this on the live desk, like the conference is more than the main stage, right? Like it's an entire experience. Like there's the other stages, there's the booth areas, there's all the people you meet. It's being here is something different than only watching the talks, even though they're great talks.
We appreciate that too, though.
I haven't seen them all, but it's an experience that you gotta.
We appreciate that, and we do work to induce a little bit of FOMO, if we're speaking honestly here at the live desk. Brandon, I want to go over to you. This seems like something that's very easy, very simple to put together. The Bitcoin conference. I'm joking, obviously. Please tell us a little bit about what goes into it.
Well, first and foremost, we have an amazing team. Truly an amazing team. There's 40 people just about that are dedicated year-round to making this event an amazing experience for everyone. If we're having 40,000 attendees, that's roughly 1,000 to 1 attendee to full-time staff on this event. It's crazy. But yeah, every single thing you see around here has been planned, meticulously thought through by people on this team, and we want it to be the best experience possible. And one quick thing that Aaron said that I just want to double tap on is, I don't know if people understand the power that they give this event by showing up and being here and being excited. And without going into details, there are many announcements that are made about Bitcoin and policies that are enacted about Bitcoin that happen due to this conference, due to people wanting to connect with this audience. And so it is a powerful thing to be able to wield, to be able to point in the right direction. And it really comes from the people who come here and pour their hearts into Bitcoin.
Yeah, appreciate that. Fred, you've spoken at a number of these conferences. You've seen things change over the years, too. We just talked about the sea change in America, the new administration. What is it like? What was it like to soak all this in over the course of the last 2 days?
Oh, I think this is always, for me, just a way to reconnect with the community. You know, I spend a lot of time traveling around the world talking to people in both TradFi, the mining space, the energy space, technology space, but you only get snippets. You come here and it's like you're totally immersed. It's the closest thing to all of a sudden feeling like you're coming home.
Appreciate that. I think that's a perfect place to end it there. The closest thing you could feel like to coming home. Perfect words to end day 2, technically day 1, general admission day 1, but the second day of the Bitcoin 2025 conference. We want to thank you all from the bottom of our hearts for watching. We're here signing off, like I said, for day 1. We're going to be with you bright and early tomorrow morning, 9:30 a.m. local time, Pacific time. Please make sure to set your reminders to join us then. Thank you again. Take it easy, everybody. Have a good night.